So good morning and welcome to Oxford Harlequins Rugby Club. Our first round of mixed touch will be getting underway in about 5 minutes' time. Will it be the Nottingham Hoods to go back-to-back in Division 1, or will the rowdy neighbours Galaxy Southwest continue their club dominance coming off the back of a phenomenal men's performance? I'm Joe Wright and I'll be taking you through all of the action courtesy of Next Gen Live and England Touch. And alongside me is Oliver Holmes. Ollie, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How about yourself, Joe?
Yeah, doing well. What a glorious day we have here for Touch. And coming off the back of the men's-women's comps that we saw where Nottingham Hubs boasted two extremely young sides, the men's finishing second, the women in third, are we expecting mixed dominance from the Nottingham Hoods side, or are there other teams to throw their hat in the ring?
I think you're right in saying there are other teams that will throw their hat in the ring. You've got to be in it to win it, Joe. That being said, I just can't see past Nottingham this year, and I do think they will repeat the same success they had last year.
It's certainly a safe bet if you're a betting man, because Nottingham Hoods, that club has just gone from strength to strength. The youth that they boast, and not only the youth, but then the quality of coaching and the calibre of players in there. Completely agree with your prediction. Nottingham Hoods certainly the team to beat out here. We're going to take a quick look at some of the games that we've got coming up for you. Our first game, Manchester Foxes, who are warming up below us, and then Invicta over on that far side in their familiar purple and black strip warming up. What are we predicting from this game?
First game on, Joe. It's been a long journey, particularly those, again, both actually from Canterbury and from Manchester there. So tired legs early on in the day. The sun is out, the sun is shining. I think we will expect a fast start, and I think we might expect a little bit of a shootout in this first game here, Joe. And would we ask for anything else? Absolutely
not. And I think one thing that's always familiar with this Manchester Foxes side is they're very well drilled, but often boast more of an attacking prowess rather than defensive prowess, and you could probably say the same for Invicta. So again, I think it'll be a quick start to our day. Moving into the rest of the games that we've got for you, 10:25 NQ Rebels versus Cheltenham Tigers. That promises to be an exciting game to watch.
Oh, absolutely. Both teams boast a host of talent in both sides there. We've got some very, very exciting games to come.
Both of those are in Division 1. Start with two back-to-back Division 1 games. Following that, our third game of the day. In Division 2, we have Revolution versus Wigan Touch Warriors. Wigan Touch sort of taking a bit of a hiatus from the mixed game. It's good to see them, A, back, B, firing.
Yeah, I think obviously used to want to be the big dogs on the scene. Like you said, they've taken a couple of years away from the top of England Touch. However, like you said, it is good to have them back, and I do think they will compete well today.
Agreed. And then another Division 2 game, Thames Valley Vikings versus Oxford Touch. Again, Oxford used to be one of those powerhouses, sort of taking their foot off the gas a little bit in terms of maintaining that competition level right at the very top. But they boast some of the most experienced players that England Touch has to offer. That for me looks to be more of a tactical battle between those two teams.
Yeah, it's really difficult to play against teams that have a tactical prowess, Joe. And that is exactly what Oxford have. They play a very good, strong pattern. They are all on the exact same page, and it's lethal once they get going.
Absolutely. And then one of the games for me that I'm looking out for amongst all others is our 12:25 game where it's Galaxy Touch London, the Black, versus Cheltenham Tigers. Now, we've got Cheltenham on the live stream twice. They boast, I mean, let's make no bones about it. I mean, he's walking over to me at the commentary box right now. He's got Marcus Evans playing for Cheltenham Tigers, who is one of the most exciting players that we've seen. Is the mission then for London Galaxy in that game to shut the big number 10 down?
Based off my playing experience against the bloke himself, I've never scored a try against him in the middle. He is a dangerous man and definitely one to look out for.
Absolutely. This day promises nothing but high quality touch. Back to back to back. And then also, moving into the afternoon games, we have knockout footy, followed by finals. It promises to be all quality, all gas, no brakes from the start. But moving our focus maybe a little bit further afield, obviously on the England Touch Instagram we saw that conversation that Dom Tripp had with Mark Aldis talking about high performance selections. Really the end goal for all of these players is to make one of those high performance squads. Just how hard of a job is it for people like Mark to pick from this bunch of players that we've got here today?
Oh, well, I wouldn't want to be him, I'll tell you that. The talent pool at the moment, Joe, is so huge. And the standard is so close between a lot of players here is that you could probably pick a couple of names out the hat and you wouldn't see any difference in performance there.
Absolutely. Some people are going to be disappointed that they've not made the grade, but that doesn't mean that they're not more than capable. England Touch have boasted an amazing amount of development over the past few years. But with 2 minutes left to go until our first tap-off, as teams start to take the field, it is Manchester Foxes versus Invicta. And these are two teams that maybe will find themselves in and amongst the sort of 7th, 8th position at the end of the day, considering that the quality that some of the teams have brought, particularly Galaxy Southwest, who, I mean, are just phenomenal, Nottingham Hoods. So for me, these two teams sort of set out on game one with a bit of a point to prove.
Oh, you're completely right, Joe. I have noticed from both sides, I think there's 12 for Foxes and 11 for Invicta there, so a little light on the numbers as well. Now, it might not make too much of a difference early on in the day. However, as the day progresses, you're out in the sun all day, it might play a factor.
Absolutely, as we see Aston Brett with the ball at the base of his feet. He's ready to go.
Stop oil.
We've got Manchester Foxes in defence. These are two teams with a bit of a point to prove, and we'll see what they've got for us in just a minute as the ground sort of goes extremely quiet, ready and waiting to get going.
All games begin.
As Brett gets us underway, tap off goes Brett's Hunter. Looking to set platform now, get the first strike of the day. Checking back over into the middle channel, now getting over onto the link punish. Jared Hunter, link quickie, diving at the line, is play on call.
So that will be a penalty there, Joe. So he's called the female link offside there. However, Tom Overbury, one of the founders of Manchester Foxes, has made the touch. And there's touch one. And there is a ball down. That is very unlucky for Invicta. Now Foxes will look to make their set off make count.
Yeah, Chelsea Chung setting pace. Bex Holmes marshalling the troops, getting them up the field. Fay accelerates through the roll ball, and now here's Ben Nurse working with James Fay. James Fay scooping, accelerating, trying to get into the goal area, 2-on-1.
Oh,
There was a dummy, and you can see the Foxes, they just burst into life off the back of that subset. A quick miscount of the touches as well. They saved one coming up the box side. So they've still got a platform to play with here. Faye tries to buy the late switch. Oh, dummies goes all the way through. Oh. She's half, needs to find some support, and unfortunately can't. But you cannot take your eyes off the ball when Faye's in and amongst it. That was a wonderful bit of work to get us going.
Absolutely lethal. I will say she may be one of the fastest ladies on the touch circuit this year and the last couple of years.
Absolutely, and Invicta, well, there's the first warning shot from Manchester Foxes. Now they look to get into their transition. Ben Nurse gets up and makes a really good touch and forces the roll ball error. Now this pod has to stay and go and make something happen. And just to give it a little bit of housekeeping, Invicta are only providing us with 3 names on the team sheet, so I'll do my best up here. But if you're wondering why some people aren't getting called, that's exactly why. As Faye moves over into the 32 channel, Ben Nurse striking hard at the line. Ben Nurse ripping a lovely long ball. It found the hands, not quite taken, but again, there's 2 warning shots that have just gone wide of the target.
I think you gave them that third warning there, Joe, and it won't be a warning anymore. Yeah. That was absolutely lethal. If the Foxes can just convert at the end of their sets.
Yeah, Lister, though, platforming really well in the away set. Meredith orchestrating, coming back on the inside now for Kate Allen. Just playing around in the midfield a little bit. No subset coming. Trying to go hard and direct. Meredith moving over into the link channel. 32 potentially wants that link quickie. It's a good platform, but supporting cast isn't quite there, and Ben Nurse flies out of the line to make a touch. Offside penalty though. Fresh set of 6 here for Invicta.
Yeah, let's see if Invicta can return a favour there. They fumbled the ball on their first repeat set a few minutes ago. Let's see if they can make a change.
Yeah, sweeper platform coming, stepping, step back is good. Ball is down. Referees are happy, and that is our first score of the game. And this pod here for Invicta defended 2 sets, ran the away set, repeat set of 6, then goes and execute. There's a lot of work going into those legs, but they get the ball over the line at the end of it.
Yeah, the repeat set away from the box is a little cheeky number there, Joe. Not many teams use it. Very underutilised, but it has worked a treat for them there.
Absolutely, as we see touchdown turnaround rules. Tom Overbury sneaking out here at the wing. Watch out for these little tactical changes that we've seen. Overbury now in motion, receives it off the back of the work from Chung. and Holmes. Foot race here on the outside, ball is away, referees are happy. Not a lot of opportunity though to work with on that occasion for Buchan. Burton accelerating, fires a ball into the link channel, and again Fox is just not quite connecting when they need to at this stage.
Oh, it's all the cream and sprinkles, Joe. We're just missing the cherry on top there. I'm sure they will put it together next couple of line attacks.
Yeah, and Invicta provide a gift for them to go and do so. This defensive pod struggling to get off the pitch. Burton to Overbury. Overbury wants that link punish, gets it. It starts to accelerate towards the line. Late pass off, but that's a lovely score. Finished by Chelsea Tune. Had a hand in that one. On its conditioning, and it's a lesson. If you can't get off the pitch efficiently, you start to get punished.
Exactly that. They got away with the first one, Joe. They've not got away with that one there, and Manchester will not allow them to get away with that again. Some absolutely superb work on the link there. We do see a little bit more during the mixed season in particular, of a lot more link work compared to the single-sex teams.
Yeah, Lister working in the middle with Brett. Brett coming over, trying to get onto the link, but the middles for Foxes do a really good job at just crowding out that space, and Invicta struggling to find fluidity in that line attack set. But all credit to Manchester Foxes that are just taking time away from their opposition.
Yeah, that's and when you take time away, Joe, it encourages mistakes. This is a great roll-on for Manchester here.
Yeah, Tune. Burton. Nurse in an acting half. That's fifth touch. Ben Nurse looking to accelerate and get into an in-goal area. And Nurse again fires a lovely sinker into that far side, but that far winger for Invicta just had her spaces marked up well. Never really an option there for Nurse to go long.
Yeah, he was looking for the open side play there. I would have liked him to pick his head up and just look right towards Bex on the wing here. They may well have had a better chance of scoring in the right-hand corner.
Yeah, and I'm sure that coaches there will be having a word in the sub box, just reassuring that, you know, these attacking platforms, they are there. And now there's a bit of a foot race to try and get around the outside. Late pass on the back, on the inside to Jared Hunter. Hunter setting platform. Nice late check away, gets into the middle. That's Jared Hunter now with a foot race. Hunter fires into the wing, and Kate Allen with hands like glue to reel that one in. And Ollie, Foxes, they're getting punished for their mistakes right now.
Yeah, I think they've been a little bit unlucky, I have to say, Joe. There's been a couple of mistakes from each side. Unfortunately, the Foxes have come worse off over the first sort of 5-6 minutes of the game. But here they are on the tap-off. Ellie Fay, Tom Overbury sub behind. I'm sure they'll have a plan here.
Absolutely, and again, James Fay hanging out in this wing position. It's a nice bit of invention off this tap-off move, trying to keep players honest. As Fay looks to set platform, that is a good roll ball, and now Fay gets the ball back, dots the ball. I mean, James Fay, he ran through that roll ball like a man possessed, flew through his opposite man. And when you need a player to sort of take the bit between his teeth and go forward, who else but the big man James Fay?
Oh, he is absolutely lightning, Joe. I don't know whether we can fully appreciate that on the screens, but definitely here in person, you can tell that he's faster than everyone else on the pitch.
Yeah. Oh, Aston Brett wanted to go quickly, but pulled back. No whistle. Here's Brett. Hunter. Checking back over to the open side now as Aston Brett once more. Little bit lateral. Hunter caught behind the gain line. It's good defensive pressure at the moment from the Foxes. Now Burton gets up to make the touch. Brett in an acting half. Brett wrapping round. Hunter trying to dive at the line. That's fifth touch.
I thought the referee was just calling ball on the line first there, Joe. Was that the right call?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. And now that's sixth touch and turnover. Invicta just losing track of the touch count. Good defensive set, and we wonder if we'll see this lightning transition we've been so accustomed to seeing from Foxes so far. But that blind pass dropped off by Burton. Well, it's never finding anyone but the floor, and now there's a foot race on the outside. Allen trying to make something happen. First touch.
Yeah, that's good cover from Foxes. Nearly caught with the cheeky one in the corner, but they recovered well.
Brett. Hunter. Hunter moving into that 32 platform. Aston Brett wants to get on the long. Aston Brett goes long to Kate Allen. And Allen with a brace in this corner. I mean, Invicta at the moment, as soon as you start to give them a repeat set of 6, they're just capitalising when they need to.
Yeah, looks like Foxes are setting up with the same setup from the tap-off. Let's see if James Fay can be as lethal as he was before. And there's Ellie with touch 1, bringing it out to the left, and then we will see James appear from behind. Bex to James.
Fay platforming, Nurse dishing, 3 on 2, maybe should have gone to Ellie Fay, lingering in that link channel. Not taken on this occasion, but again, you see the potency that Foxes have in their attack when Fay and Nurse start to combine. They need to be sort of finding opportunities to get these guys to string some stuff together more often.
Yeah, I like that both teams are playing expansive rugby, Joe. It is an absolute coach killer when the ball is put to the floor, but we love it up here.
Yeah, 2 on 1 there, floating pass over towards Kate Allen. I mean, she's put her hands on display so far, hands like glue. It's a steel trap of hands for Kate Allen, but that ball asking a lot of her. Now, Ellie Fay setting pace. Holmes in an acting half. There's Chung. Chelsea Chung straightening. Overbury, late pass away. 4th, 5th touch coming. Overbury wants to scoop platform, wants to get both middles. Does quite a good job of it, and now Overbury has an opportunity to use the gas to get into the in-goal area. Needs to find his supporting player.
Hey!
I think that touch has just come in. The referees are having a conversation. It's been given forward in the end. But more warning shots from Foxes.
Yeah, when they let their feet loose, they are absolutely lethal. Oh, just called back for the first touch, just under the mark, and that has killed their momentum there.
Yeah, ever so slightly. And there you can see the heat already taken a toll. Hands on heads in both sub-boxes. It is tiring work as Hunter comes over towards the Manchester Foxes sub-box, and then followed in suit by the link. Allen in an acting half. Hunter checking away once more. That's 5th touch. Jared Hunter trying to strike against a set defence. Does a really good job to manufacture a bit of space. His supporting player is there. And make no mistake, that's Jared Hunter's score through and through. Manufacturing some space through the Foxes' defensive line. Finding his supporting player. Establishing, well, it's starting to look like a commanding lead for Invicta.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see if Foxes continue the intensity that they've started with. Like I said, Joe, it's everything but the cherry on top. If they get that cherry there, you know, this game is therefore a close one after that, isn't it?
Absolutely. And Fay, Nurse, back to Fay. James Fay in motion. There is James Fay, straightens, platforms. That's a muscular touch that comes in. James Fay now just unhooks the trailer. Accelerates around the link, gets the ball down, re-establishes parity. And my word, I mean, he's the magic man for Foxes right now.
Oh, he's absolutely superb. There is a rumour he is the England Mixed Open captain this year.
Whisper it.
And he's most definitely, if he hasn't got it already, putting his hand up for that role.
Yeah, pulling everything but the rabbit out the hat for Manchester Foxes right now. James Fay, take a bow. But now, Invicta are looking to re-establish their 2-try lead. 4 tries to 3 as it stands. Lister in an acting half. Meredith wrapping round. Meredith accelerating. Late pass off to Kate Allen. Bex Holmes makes a brilliant touch to stop the try. Referees are having a very quick chat, potentially about offside. And that is touch made. 5th touch. Bex Holmes saves a score. But now there's an overlap here. Lofting pass out to the wing, but the cover is enough to just crowd out that space. Victor's turn to fire a couple warning shots in their attack.
Yeah, a couple of blanks fired there. They've had success early on in the game, Joe. Now we'll see if Foxes can get themselves out of a tricky situation here.
It's a really good roll ball there from Overbury. Holmes is isolated. Fay joins the play.
Oh.
Fay shows the dummy, and Invicta buy it for $1. Nurse platforming, coming over into that middle channel for Fay. Fay has to work hard to get the ball off the floor. Not a lot of opportunity here. Nurse wanted that late wraparound. It was the right play, just not executed to the same level of invention that we see. But 13 minutes into this game, 7 minutes left to go. It's a 1-try game. I mean, Ollie, are you brave enough to predict a winner here?
Is this the time I admit that Manchester Foxes is my club?
Yeah. Yeah, whisper it. There's no bias up here. Hunter. He'll be looking to make sure that there's no doubt of the victors. Fifth touch coming. Little bit of a slow platform right now. Hunter gets the ball for 32. Late wrap is on. It's a really good shutdown, and it had to have been. It's good work defensively from Will Ingram.
Yeah, held his space superbly there, Joe. That would have been a score otherwise.
Yeah, Nurse gets up, makes the touch, and that's twice that Ben Nurse have manufactured a roll ball error out of Invicta. One right at the start of the game, and then an off-the-mark penalty there. Ben Nurse, familiarly known for his line attack prowess, but showing his defensive chops here in Oxford. And now Ingram, foot speed into the roll ball. That's third touch. Chelsea Chung eats up the yards available in front of her. Now fifth touch coming. Overbury has a bit of work to do to find some space. Gets around Hunter. Overbury tries to unhook the trailer, but Hunter.
Superb call by Geordie there. The offside play, it was called offside. He still went for the touch, and Tom had to change his line. Therefore, for me, that is the right call.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Tap penalty here. Fresh set of 6. An intriguing opportunity here. Daniel Thompson working with Tom Overbury and Chelsea Chung. There's Overbury. Thompson. Thompson on the open side quickie. Daniel Thompson diving at the line. I looked like it gave the referee something to think about for just a moment. Touch was made. Overbury coming back over into this quickie setup. Overbury just hesitated to get that ball down, allowed Invicta time to get back in set. Thompson, Overbury picking. Overbury getting into the in-goal area. Late pass away, but that'll be given touch and pass. So defensive work coming out on top for Invicta.
Yeah, Fox is just missing the mark a little bit there. On the quickie set, they were dumping about 6 metres out here. I'd like to see them just come to the 7 or just maybe a metre back on the 8 and just give themselves a bit more of an opportunity to find that space on the line.
Now Invicta start to accelerate into their transition, trying to manufacture an opportunity. Half is there and late, but there's no line speed on offer from Foxes. Lister platforms, Brett picking up, trying to take Tom Overbury for a walk, but Overbury might have the most gas out of anyone here today.
Minus James Fay. He's close.
I tell you what, there's real life money here for a foot race between Tom Overbury and James Fay.
I'm sure they would both take you up on the offer. How much you putting on the line?
Oh, 20 quid. Burton. Fay. Fay with a nudge in from the side. There was a play on call, but that's been given a loss of control at the roll ball, and considering that there's only 4 minutes left in this game, that might be a missed opportunity for Foxes. Again, Invicta coming over towards this away set. Lister trying to get through Burton. Burton staying strong in the touch. Fay has a bit of work to do to eat up the ground between him and Aston Brett. Good defensive work from the far link. Invicta starting to threaten a little bit more, coming over into this link punish. Chelsea Chung has a bit of defensive work to do to try and get through Lister, but Chelsea Chung was onside. Makes a touch. 3 minutes left to go. Invicta need to score here to give themselves a little bit of a barrier. Foxes need to see it out if they want to stay in the contest late on in this game. Lister accelerating, right foot step, rips long. It's well crowded out in that far corner.
Now, this is now do or die for the Foxes here. They are pinned in the corner as far away from their box as it could possibly be. Let's see how they do on the exit, Joe.
Chung checking away towards Fay. Chung at an acting half, feeds to the other Fay. James variety on this occasion. Overbury. Overbury wants to go for a run. Overbury has to refix the hat. Late check back on the inside, but that pass was unsympathetic, but the referee's whistle will spare Tom Overbury's blushes. They will get a penalty.
Not too sure what that one was for there, Joe. However, the Foxes will not complain there. There was just a lack of hand signal there.
Oh, that one missed by the referee's forward pass in there. Overbury wants to get on the quickies. Feeds back over towards Ben Nurse. Nurse, what can he get out of his box of tricks? Nurse accelerates to the line. Nurse, late check over towards Overbury. Overbury not quite on the same page, not on his toes. There was an opportunity there, not taken in the end. Well crowded out by Invicta. Fifth touch. Nurse feeds over towards Overbury. Long pass goes to the wing. And for Nat Taguchi. But again, that's 6 touches that go begging. 90 seconds remaining. 1 try in it still. I mean, you promised a shootout. This game is going to the wire.
Yeah, I think if you convert that to a 40-minute game, Joe, you're there or thereabouts on double figures, aren't you? And that's exactly where we'd expect the scoreline to be. Again, they're all dealing really well with the heat. It is quite intense when you're out on that field there.
Yeah, we saw Thompson come off the pitch early and just collapse in front of us. Hard work out there in the heat right now. Hunter, platforming. Late cut on offer. Faye gets up, makes a good touch, and then there's an off-the-mark penalty. And Faye wants to go quickly. There are 60 seconds remaining in this game. This is crunch time right now.
Oh, there is a part of me that just wishes Geordie there did just let the play go.
Yeah.
It is the rules of touch, unfortunately.
Overbury. Good meters in this transition. Second touch feeds over towards Burton. Burton tried to sneak James Faye up the box side, run a little Redlands play.
Yeah, just probably 5 or so metres too far towards the left there, Joe. Let's see if the Foxes can put the pressure on here in defence.
Yeah, and they'll need to. They'll need to force some sort of turnover to take this game right down to the wire. Faye wanted that swipe touch off the mark. Geordie having none of it in the midfield. And there's a 2-on-1 here. Faye has a bit of yards to eat up. It is leggy defence out here for the Foxes. Coming back against the grain. Faye had his hand in the cookie jar for a moment but didn't come out with any reward. Fresh set of 6 here for Invicta that won't be needed because that is the final hooter and full time. And Invicta touch come out the narrow victors over Manchester Foxes, 4 tries to 3. Ollie, sum that up for us.
Well, that was absolutely lightning from the get-off, Joe. Both teams wanted to play expansive rugby, and that was probably the difference there. It's just a couple of drop balls here and there, and Invicta have come away with that 1-score lead. I think both teams will be impressed with their performance. Manchester will be gutted they didn't get the result.
Especially when they came so close in their first 3 line attack sets. There was just those little passes that didn't quite connect. But a lot of touch yet to be played. Foxes will fix these small errors, and Invicta will look to roll through with a good bit of momentum. But that is it for our first game. Invicta 4, Manchester Foxes 3. We'll leave you for about 5 minutes where we'll be back with you with another Division 1 game where it's the NQ Rebels, the rowdy boys from Manchester, coming up against Cheltenham Tigers.
Appalling! Oh mate, that red one's good. Put your hair off and shoot the fire.
I think I've said something like that.
I wasn't expecting it to be this hot, man. Yeah. You're going to the medieval security. You're going to the medieval security.
Playing officials, stand by. That is 2 minutes. Your 2 minutes warning.
But this is the thing, right? Like, I felt like that's what's hardest in wrestling. They expect you to perfect, but then
Players and officials, 1 minute.
Matty, man on. Yeah, Rory.
30 seconds.
Oh, no touch. So the attacker gets their shirt, then they can play on.
Players and officials, stand by.
I thought it was only sort of on the defender, to be honest, but no, fair enough.
So welcome back to our second game of the day, where we have Cheltenham Tigers playing as NQ Rebels in Division 1. An early doors and off the mark penalty for Cheltenham Tigers. Once again, Joe Wright joined by Ollie Holmes. Ollie, what are we predicting from this game? This is an unfamiliar NQ side and a very familiar Cheltenham Tigers side.
If I know NQ well enough, they will run some absolutely superb and strict structure. It's very, very difficult to defend against them when they've got 4 or so options on the line. Cheltenham themselves, they're fast, again, also well organised. And dare I say it, this could be a high-scoring game as well as the first one.
Yeah, Pennington setting platform here, moving into the 7-metre line, just pulls out ever so slightly. Pennington coming down for big Ben Meakin. Meakin back to Pennington. Pennington accelerating towards the line. Is that ball down? It's a stunning diving touch that comes in at the last opportunity from Lydia Mills. He's one of these players for Cheltenham Tigers. It's just a stalwart in this team. Fifth touch, no opportunities coming. Float pass out towards the link, trying to kill the ball in a tricky area for Cheltenham, but that's first blood Cheltenham in defence.
Yeah, smart decision from Gabe there. Just take it away from the Cheltenham box. You know, again, with this heat, make them work. Oh, there's just a little bit of indecision on the pitch there. And just bringing the play back. A little bit of uncertainty. The referee in the middle there is just taking control, bringing them back to the mark, and that should be a roll ball there, and we are off.
I would agree. And then Cheltenham look to go for the away set, trying to condition this defence to stay wide and honest. Evans having a hand in it as always, floats the ball back over towards Rory Marshall. Here is Marcus Evans, the number 10 that we were talking about. It's oh so dangerous whenever he steps onto the pitch. Marshall carries straight into Ben Meakin. And now here comes the threat of Corey Williams, the big Kiwi. Late switch, coming back on the inside for Reece Jones. Jones in an acting half. Jones scooping, stepping, trying to take Pennington wide, but Gabe Pennington just shadowed him all the way. Flick touch out, 6 and change.
And that will be a touch patch for his efforts there as well. He had all of that under control. I don't think he would have been worried at any point. Gabe is very calm, clear-minded, and we're off on their sub-set.
Yeah, this is one to keep an eye out for. NQ coming with a light squad, not a lot of players in them. However, these two boys have all of the gas and stamina that you need. Cooper Bainbridge platforming here for Sam Thorpe. Thorpe, left foot step, trying to get around the outside of Jones, but Reece Jones stays wise to the threat, and trust me, there is loads of it coming from this pod on the pitch for NQ Rebels.
Yeah, a big cheer from the Cheltenham guys and girls in the sub-box here. They know how dangerous Sam is, and the fact they were able to stop his first goal.
Good bit of footwork, sorry Ollie, to get around the oncoming touch. It was wonderful stuff. I believe that's Tilly Palmer wearing 62. Now Evans getting into his line attack, working with Tregus. Here is Tregus, Evans in motion. Marcus Evans doesn't get the ball, is used as a dummy. Right foot rip from the hip and score in the corner. I mean, there was no wind-up. There's calls from how did he throw that from the sub-box. I mean, Ollie, this is a bit of magic.
Yeah, that's an absolutely superb ball. It looked like he was heading to nowhere. And like you said, there was absolutely no load-up on that pass. He's absolutely ripped one out there. And a nice little flop over the line from the winger there. That is a superb score.
Yeah, Harry Petit just shooting from the hip early. No wind-up, just gets the ball in hand and dishes a lovely ball off. Now NQ need to manufacture some sort of scoring opportunity here. Start to find their groove in their first game today. coming down towards Ben Meakin. Meakin picking, Meakin ripping. Lofts a lovely sinker into the far corner. Ben Meakin reeling back the years. And that's a 40-yard long ball on offer there from Ben Meakin. This is glorious stuff coming in at acting half.
We'll have to look out for that corner there. That's 2 long balls, 2 scores in that corner. Absolutely superb finishing from both wingers there, I must say.
Yeah, that is absolute money. Can't quite get the number on that far side winger who's finished. We'll do our best to get a grips on it. Ollie, maybe that's your challenge for the next 5 minutes. Get these 2 wingers' numbers so we can give them the plaudits that they deserve, because the balls are good, but you've got to finish them. As we see Cheltenham Tigers almost cough the ball up. Williams, open side quickie. Williams rips a lovely long ball himself and then finishes in the corner. That is a stunning finish. There's 3 long balls, 3 scores in the corner. And Corey Williams looks at Ben Meakin straight in the eyes and goes, anything you can do, I can do as well, son.
That is absolutely superb. That's 3 attacking sets, 3 long balls ripped right to left, and 3 absolutely superb finishes, Joe. You would assume my eyesight was good enough to see the numbers on that far side.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go out on a limb and say that that's Katrina Cotti over in the far side for Cheltenham, who's just finished that in a stunning fashion, just judging from the numbers that I can see on the pitch right now. So Cotti with a wonderful finish. Cooper Bainbridge, left foot step. Oh! Cooper Bainbridge sends the Cheltenham defence for a hot dog. And we're at 2 tries apiece, 5 minutes in. Ollie, you said that the first game was going to be a shootout. Well, neither team wants to defend right now.
Yeah, defence is overrated anyway, Joe. I'm sure all the coaches here would disagree with me. I did think we hadn't mentioned Cooper's name just yet, and then there he is, out with a bang.
Yeah, how good from the young lad, Cooper Bainbridge. Bags of talent, bags of potential as well. Nowhere near hitting his prime. That is a scary thought for any opposition. But now, Cheltenham looks going to re-establish there. A little bit of interplay, trying to get around Ingram. Ingram gets up, makes a good flick touch. Corey Williams checking away late towards Jones. Williams now, open side quickie. Corey Williams accelerates towards the line, look for the late pass out the back, and then the long ball goes to the wing, but it's well crowded out by NQ's winger, number 27. I'm going to say that's Noella Quinn. Pennington setting pace here in the platform and just missed pass out towards the wing. I mean, you might set a really nice midfield defence, but when NQ can just skip past you out like that, it's not even worth sending, it feels.
No, it makes it really difficult to choose whether you should shoot or not. NQ on a roll here.
Yeah, Bainbridge enacting half. Bainbridge stepping, trying to get around his oncoming defence. Maybe could have thrown that late pass, not given, and then a little bit of afters, and then a penalty for not giving the ball back straight away. It's a bit of a coach killer there from NQ.
Yeah, the referees in the first game was slightly more lenient on that one there.
Oh, he's off to the races. This is not even first touch. That's first. That could have been given off the mark. Maybe fortunate to get away with that one was Rory Marshall, but he won't mind because single-handedly Marshall's taken him from Cheltenham defensive zone to NQ's attacking zone. Open side quickie potentially on offer, not taken from Ryan Atwood. Atwood feeds back over towards Evans. Evans stepping back against the grain. Atwood dummying, feeding a late pass over towards the link, and there's a penalty there for offside. And it gives this pod a dangerous striking platform to work with. Dobson, wearing 97, lingering here at link. Keris Godwin out on that far link as well. Evans coming over into this link channel. Not happy with his platform, just takes a settler. Evans, open side quickie. Marcus Evans, left foot step, trying to dive at the line, and Marcus Evans just accelerates off the left, beats his opposite man, leaves him lying in the dust. Marcus Evans is starting to find his groove.
Yeah, well, it's superb from him there, Joe. He's shaped to go open. NQ will expect that because of the long balls that have come, and then there you go, bang, straight off his left foot, and he's left the defender in the dust there.
I mean, how good is this game right now? 3 tries to 2, 8 minutes in, both teams going tooth and nail at each other. Meakin escaping the touch. Open side quickie, gets it back from Ingram. Meakin wanted to go long. Meakin does then go long. I mean, it's so easy at the moment for NQ Rebels. Finishing in the corner, and it's just the Ben Meakin show. Stand and deliver for NQ.
Yeah, there's that old partnership there. It's been around for a while now. Meakin to Hobson on the wing there. And what do you know? it's worked again.
Yeah, that is. I mean, that's a combination I've called for the past 5 years, maybe. Some things never change. Death, taxes, and Meakin dishing pills. And now Cheltenham looking to re-establish their lead. NQ have always been chasing the lead, never quite established it themselves. Cheltenham in the driver's seat in that instance as the link punish comes round, but it's good defence out there. There's Hobson getting up, making a good touch. Coming back over onto the inside, Marshall in motion. There is Marshall accelerating, right foot step, late pass off. I mean, it's very unforgiving for Reece Jones, and Jones isn't able to take it. And now NQ roll through their subset. Pennington platforming, followed in suit by Meakin. Meakin with a ball that is dead on the floor. Such stability for the roll ball. There's Ingram. Ingram accelerating, late pass. That'll be given 6 more. This is a dangerous area to give away a fresh set of 6 for NQ.
Yeah, they may well have been okay just covering the corner there. You know, although Josh is a big man, he's deceivingly fast, and I probably wouldn't have given the opportunity, so good call there.
Yeah, open side quickie, right foot step, accelerates, late pass over towards Ingram, and the referee's happy.
Oh, he's called a touch. The referee has called the touch there. We would need a replay on that one.
Yeah, here we go. You can see it here. I mean, this is as close as it could possibly be. Right foot step. Late pass goes over the top. However, NQ won't mind, because at the first time of asking, as we were looking at the replay, they go over. It was rinse and repeat, open side quickie. And for the first time in this game, NQ Rebels take the lead. Bang on half time, 4 tries to 3. Here it is. I mean, these two teams are really leaving nothing out there at the moment. But you can't help but feel the longer this game goes on, the more it favours Cheltenham, because they've got more players in the sub-box.
You could say that, Joe, although that being said, the counter-argument would be it's first game of the day for both of these teams, and therefore, in theory, legs are fresh, as we see Cheltenham take a look at the line.
Yeah, Evans striking, Evans ripping, and that one just falls 5 yards short of the winger on this occasion. It's a rare bit of inaccuracy from Marcus Evans, looking to try and find Alice Walker here on the near side wing. Not quite happening for them on this occasion. Thorpe, not called his name in line attack at all so far this game. Pennington accelerates and just sets lovely platforms over on the far side, followed by Meakin, who accelerates away and wants the extra yards that are on offer. There's 7 on here at the moment for NQ Rebels. The referees haven't spotted it. Cheltenham are barking orders. Nothing doing here for Cheltenham for a moment. And now the referee makes the call.
Yeah, it's. I will say Cheltenham did get away with one slightly earlier in this half. However, I could hear some calls coming from the sub-box. The referee has heard, they've confirmed, and they are right in order to give that call.
Yeah, and I think it was just a little bit of a loss of concentration from the NQ subset. Meakin went open side, and still they flew onto the field with the fresh set, leaving 7 on for about 30 seconds. So it was the right decision made there from the referees. As we see Cheltenham roll into their line attack, sweeper platform, little bit late. There's a bit of a goose step there from Petit, and then they recycle the play and feed it over to the far wing once more. And that's where all of the success has come from Cheltenham Tigers, keeping that play alive and feeding it over to that far wing. It's oh so easy when you've got hands like that, and it's well finished. And I'm going to go out on a limb once more and say that that's Katrina Cotti over on that far side.
Yeah, it did look like they were just walking into a dead end. Dare I say, a little bit blasé there, Joe. That being said, if the space is there and you've got the pass to make it, and they've taken the opportunity, that's a superb score from nothing.
Absolutely. Open side quickie, Pennington in acting half, right foot step, late pass over towards Pennington. That is absolute money on offer from NQ Rebels, and now we're back into this tit for tat play. This time it's Pennington getting over, and I want to say that that's Jack Quinn with the hot feet to manufacture some extra space. And Ollie, it's a textbook open side quickie.
Oh, you're right, and that is your phase 2 progression there. So your first step would be your open side, your next step would be either your step back or your QB there. They've taken the right option, and then they've split them straight through the middle.
Yeah, it's lovely play, defensive spacing from Cheltenham, just a little bit too wide. Evans looking to make something happen. Evans Keep an eye up. Dobson's in motion. Evans, though, just skip pass over. That is so good from Marcus Evans. That is absolutely nasty. Finished well in the corner by Tilly Palmer. But my God, I mean, how many words can we use to describe Marcus Evans other than just nasty?
I think we're going to run out of words if he continues this way, Joe.
Yeah, it's a terrifying prospect. I mean, yeah, I don't think you could pay me enough money to defend this guy. Bainbridge moving over towards Thorpe. Bainbridge tries to get on the link punish. Bainbridge, left foot step, diving at the line. The referee had a decision to be made. Corey Williams gets over, makes the touch. Had to as well. Bainbridge with a nice left foot step, trying to accelerate over. Bainbridge coming over now for the 32 platform. Thorpe picking. Thorpe ripping a left to right long ball that just drifts forward. Thought there was an opportunity to try and take on Corey Williams there. He's really static in the touch, not retreating either. Maybe a missed opportunity on that occasion, Frank Hugh.
Yeah, you could argue that. I do actually think from a referee's perspective, I would argue that the player was in the way. Now, Cheltenham, they've got away with one there, I believe, but the referee's called play on, and that's superb. Third touch, not far away from the halfway line.
Yeah, Bainbridge gets up to make the touch. And now good platform coming in as well. Referees are happy with the mark. Bainbridge wasn't. Now moving over towards Marshall. Marshall in acting half, picking. Stepping away towards Atwood. Marshall on the late rip, and that's 6 and change. And NQ want to go quickly. Cheltenham are not set defensively. Pennington knows it and tries to accelerate. Thorpe cannons through the roll ball. The micro skills at the moment from NQ Rebels are really impressive in their transition. As you see the ball come over, and now there's a bit of a foot race. Late pass goes. I think that's Connor Wharton trying to make something happen over on this near side, but ends up just turning the ball over. We're still locked at 5 tries apiece, 4 minutes left to go. This is a nail biter at the moment.
Yeah, I think we may well see another couple of scores come in this game as well. Who for? I'll let you decide.
Yeah, no idea. We would not be able to predict right now. However, with the big number 10 on the pitch, anything can happen for Cheltenham Tigers. That's 4th touch, 5th coming. Marcus Evans positions himself in an acting half. Evans picking, right foot step. Evans ripping a lovely sinker into the far corner, not quite taken on this occasion.
Yeah, so it looks like NQ have realised that they have only ripped right to left. I would like to see Cheltenham now go against the grain and play the other way. 9 times out of 10 you will catch the opposition out. Yeah,
good bit of conditioning, something that's undersung in these 20-minute games. But Cheltenham certainly have the ability to do so. Late pass over to Hobson. Ingram just straightens and then feeds out towards Sam Thorpe, and now Thorpe's got a bit of a foot race, checking back on the inside to Ingram. Ingram setting platform. Marcus Evans with a muscular touch to just hold Josh Ingram up. Not many people can do that. Sam Thorpe now in an acting half. Left foot step. Thorpe rips a lovely ball into the corner, and that is a textbook transition from NQ Rebels. Ollie Walker's through that, because from start to finish it was sublime.
Absolutely superb. Sam stayed calm under pressure then. He's picked the pass out to bring it back towards the middle of the field. Now you would expect Gabe would like to be on the dump there. However, no, team player, he knows where the space is. He's played for England for many years. He's made the right platform for Sam, and like you said, left, right, see ya, good night.
Yeah, it was lovely stuff there from Sam Thorpe, who on this occasion does get into a line attack position where he's able to use those weapons that we're so familiar to calling as Petit. Sets platform here, coming back against the grain, back over towards Corey Williams. Williams wants this middle platform. Williams on the quickie. There's Corey Williams, right foot step, and then just rips a lovely ball into this near corner that falls just shy of Alice Walker. For a moment you thought Corey Williams was able to pull a rabbit out the hat, but NQ stay wise to it. However, offside penalty. It
is indeed. Now it's good to see a young referee on the pitch there, Joe. He's very calm, he's very cool, and he is making the right decisions. All credit to him so far.
He is. Petit trying to accelerate at the line, getting over on the link punish. Cooper Bainbridge stands tall, makes a decent touch.
Yeah, I don't know if this line's difficult to see or not. That's a couple of times in a couple of games now, isn't it, where players haven't realised where the line is.
Yeah, Williams now coming back over towards the short side. Corey Williams just ripping from the hip, but once more not able to connect with Alice Walker on this occasion. Keris Godwin had run a lovely line at link to pull that wing in tight, but not quite finding the hands at the moment at Cheltenham.
No, but it's often the unsung work, Joe, that wins or loses your games there. Let's see if Cheltenham can put the pressure on here. Oh.
Yeah, lovely late pass over to Hobson from Meakin. Meakin had a couple bites at the cherry. The sideline ref has called it. That'll be given as loss of control. And it's a bit of a collector's item there from Meakin.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with himself there. There we go, hands on his legs, bent over. I bet he's huffing and puffing. It is warm out there.
Oh, Cheltenham might just go all the way through. And as you see, hands on legs, heads down at their tired faces here from NQ Rebels. Cheltenham, they're alert to the opportunity. Aaron Tregus just goes and executes a 2-on-1, working with Harry Petit, and they go and re-establish parity on the score sheet. We're locked a dead heat going into the final minute. 6 tries apiece. It's do or die time here for NQ Rebels. Quinn working with Thorpe. Open side quickie there for Quinn. Sam Thorpe as well in an acting half potentially. Quinn gets into his open side setup. Quinn with a late pass over towards Sam Thorpe. And he's got the keys to this Cheltenham defence right now as Quinn. His first score dishing off towards Pennington, this time to Quinn. But make no mistake, Harry Quinn, I mean, he's toying with this defence.
Yeah, it's the first time I've managed to see him play in person there, Joe, but I have to say I've been really, really impressed.
Yeah.
He's quick, he's agile, and he's feisty.
Yeah, he's got a bit of that northern grit about him that we're so used to seeing from this NQ side. And they're going to need a little bit of it to shut down this. Late pass over towards the link. But Ben Meakin snipes him down. And that'll be all she wrote. The last play, if it had connected with Mills, it would have been try time. But Ben Meakin makes up for his roll ball error, goes and shuts it down in defence, and it finishes NQ7, Cheltenham Tigers 6. Ollie, that was a bit of a classic here in the mixed division.
Yeah, superb. I think it goes to show, along with the first game, that the high standard that we do expect this year. The games are close, the games are fast, and there's so much action for us to take in.
Speaking of, the action is coming thick and fast. We've got a 5-minute break before our next game, our first opportunity to have a look at what Division 2 have to offer. And we were talking about Northern Grit. Well, no team brings more Northern Grit than Wigan Warriors. They'll be up in about 5 minutes' time, and they'll be playing Revolution. But as it stands here, NQ Rebels 7, Cheltenham Tigers 6.
Are you on here? Are you here? Yeah. I'm being sent from pillar to post. I've just done some coaching with Bristol. Did game 1, coach here, coach there.
It's a hell of a start for us.
That was good.
Yeah.
No, I was like,
One of the officials take the field, 30 seconds.
Do you enjoy the variety of the different rectangles?
Stand by.
So welcome back, our third game of the day. Division 2 action in the mixed touch. We have Revolution with the tap coming up against the Wigan Touch Warriors. And I have exchanged a broken Oliver Holmes with one shoulder for a man with two shoulders, Jake Parkinson. Jake, how are you?
Yeah, two working shoulders, fortunately. I'm really glad to be here with you today. Really excited for this one.
Yeah, it promises to be an exciting level of touch as we see Revolution look to get into their line attack early. This is a young team coming out of the Midlands, the West Midlands, coming up against the big boys from the north as Revolution look for a skip pass out to that far wing. It was well defended initially, but Big Dan the man, the big man in the white and the yellow kit, Johnny on the spot to spot that offside call. So fresh set of 6 here for Revolution touch. Coming over towards this link punish platform, trying to accelerate at the line, uses a little bit of footwork. Ainscough gets up though, makes a brilliant touch. Mia Ainscough back where she started, representing the north. Sweeper platform coming round, accelerating, trying to get in towards the line. But it's well defended by Bobby Taylor. Again, one of these old heads in this Wigan side. This Wigan side, they boast such experience, right? There's such touch playing experience for a club that sort of took a bit of a hiatus for a few years. They're looking to re-establish some dominance in the mixed division. As they looked at, Revolution looked to have a go. Again, coming back over towards Annie Ainscough, 5th touch. Need to manufacture a scoring opportunity from virtually nothing. It's well crowded out there from Wigan. They've got their defensive spacing really well there.
Yeah, they've been really organised there. Just been patient in the defence, forcing Rev to do something, and they weren't quite able to come up with it, and now we've got a chance to attack.
Yeah, restricting Revolution to just a little bit of heads-up play. Bit of a bobbly roll ball, and coming in from the side as well. Referees were happy with it. There's good speed on display there from Fionn Wheatley and his brother Noah Wheatley. Working in the midfield at the moment with Thomas Lowe. Lowe, late pass over towards Fionn Wheatley, back on the inside to Noah Wheatley. Wheatley tried to accelerate over. And this is a pod that we saw represent Northwest at the Nationals, with Lowe and Wheatley combining. They were two really bright sparks for a very young Northwest team. This young exuberance, it's going to absolutely shine through from Wigan, but they've got the old heads in the team to keep them level as well.
Yeah, it's a nice balance of experience and also youth. You need both of those to win rugby matches, and what I like from Wigan so far is they've got little jinky players. Yeah. They've got very nice footwork in the attack. So,
yeah, keep an eye out for Noah Wheatley. He is one of these players working in the middle with Tom Lowe. Charlie Wood on his right. Fionn Wheatley here on his left. Fionn Wheatley looking for the link punish. There's Wheatley to Wheatley. Good bit of interplay. Fionn back over towards Noah. Now feeding towards Lowe. Wood. Lowe picking up against the grain, looking for a late pass over towards Fionn Wheatley. Is that ball down? It's not. It's a good covering touch that comes in at the last moment from Kate Edwards. Lowe back over towards Noah Wheatley. 1 touch left in the chamber. What can Wigan conjure? Coming over towards the link punish. Charlie Wood accelerates towards the line. And that is Charlie Wood at his best. You give him a one-on-one. He gets to shift from gear 1 to gear 6 and get over the try line. It's just a pace mismatch.
yeah, and a lovely finish as well. He's extended, got the ball over the line. Wigan have looked to control this since they got the ball back on their own 5-metre line. They worked up the field well, and good execution to finish there.
Yeah, you've got to take your chances when they're afforded to you, and Wigan are doing exactly that. So you see Revolution with Pollard trying to make something happen here in the midfield. Sweeper platform now. Pollard in acting half. Had to just check his run for a moment. It might not matter though, because he's got the gas to just get over it at the first time of asking. Revolution go and bring parity to the scoreboard once more.
Yeah, straight back. Quick start by Revs there. I think they turned on the gas a little bit and just playing a little bit too fast for Wigan to deal with there.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I've not got 67 down on my team sheet, so I can't give him the plaudits he deserves. It's probably Zach Slade. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's Zach Slade from commentating him over at the University Series. But that is just a guess, although Bobby Taylor feeding over, trying to accelerate. There's no guesswork here for the Wigan Warriors, the first team so far to give me a reliable team sheet, so good on you, the boys from the north. Bobby Taylor sending the doggies platform, step back against the grain, long ball out to the wing. It is a textbook bit of conditioning orchestrated by the maestro in the midfield, Bobby Taylor.
Yeah, beautiful set-piece play, and we've seen in the first two matches, these are very, very close games, and a ferocious start to all of them.
Yeah, and it's a good long ball there from Sean McDonald, just pulling from the hip. Well executed, and it's finished efficiently in that far corner. Can't quite get the number of that winger yet. They are in the furthest part away from us, so forgive us if it takes us a couple of moments to get that far winger's number. We'll endeavour to do our best. Is Revolution just trying to play around, and Fionn Wheatley picks the ball off, and that is an interception, touch 0. Fionn Wheatley has really been one of the standout players here for Wigan so far. Brother Noah is a more familiar name, but Fionn Wheatley's got a hand up to be accounted for right now. There's 4 touch. Josiah Ewan in an acting half, looking to set platform here for the scoop. That's 5th. Ewan in an acting half, accelerating, right foot step, shows a dummy, late pass off. And the ball goes towards the link, but Revolutions do a good job at scrambling in their defence, and it was a bit last-ditch for a moment. There's warning shots coming from Wigan. Every time they get into the red zone, they're threatening to make something happen.
Yeah, definitely, and what I like to see there from Wigan was they had opportunities both sides of the ball, so they had numbers going on the overlap on the open side, and also they had threats on the short side.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a bit of a DNA that we've seen from Wigan. They're threatening whenever they get going, but however, this is a pod that they need to shut down. Pollard in the midfield, trying to make something happen, checking a late pass off, but not quite connecting on this occasion. Revolution, they boast a lot of youth, right? It's a club that's really benefited from good university series for universities for the likes of Birmingham, coming out of that like West Midlands area. Not quite able to stem some like fluid touch together at the moment. They'll be relying on maybe some more experienced players to manufacture something and problem solve on the fly. It's Bobby Taylor orchestrating the ball back over towards McDonald, now finding Taylor. Taylor coming back over into that middle platform. McDonald back to Taylor. They're just playing matador with the defensive line at the moment. Now Taylor takes a touch. 32 platform, bang on the 7, but that pass a little bit too unforgiving from Bricknell to McDonald. But you see that Wigan, they're just able to manufacture space at ease right now.
Yeah, they're playing quickly, and they're playing very fast as well. They're making it very difficult for this young Rev side to deal with them. What I will say about Revs though is it's very early in the day. Give this time a little bit of time to wake up, play a little bit more together, have a bit more fluidity, and I think they'll get back into the game.
Absolutely. There's plenty of time left in this game. As Bobby Taylor getting down for McDonald. Taylor back over towards McDonald, and that is a combination for the ages. Bobby Taylor to Sean McDonald, making things happen for Wigan Touch Warriors. And it all comes from that turnover from Revolution. They give Wigan a fresh set of 6, bang on the line, and Bobby Taylor makes things happen.
Yep, big opportunity there given away by Revolution. And that's what happens when you do this to this experienced Wigan side. They'll take those opportunities.
Absolutely. And now Revolution need to make something happen. As Adam Sale working with Xavier Conahan. Conahan in acting half. Sale wrapping round. Sale accelerating. Just asking the question of the referees if Lowe was onside. Referees were happy. Adam Sale. Late pass away. That'll be given as a penalty for touch and pass. And that'll be a fresh set of 6. There was good moments there for Revolution, but I think you hit the nail on the head earlier, Jake, when you said they're not able to just stem together consistent threats right now.
Yeah, it's just about coming up with the ball in the right areas and playing in the right areas. I just think they need to be a little bit more dynamic in that 22 area in order to come away with points.
Open side quickie now. Conahan to Sale. Sale getting at the line, but Noah Wheatley standing tall in defence, staying stubborn, bending and not breaking. Conahan checking away late to Sale. Sale gets the ball back from Conahan. And then there was an extra pass that hit the hand but couldn't quite stick. Not a lot of depth here in the attack from Revolution.
No, play very flat to the line, just lifting the ball at dummy half and playing around that area. Perhaps there's an opportunity to just hold their depth a little bit more and try and create that space.
Yeah, Link Quickie trying to get over. Fionn Wheatley makes another try, saver of a touch defensively. She's been oh so brilliant for Wigan Warriors. Oh, definitely the MVP so far for this Warriors side. Sale now working in the middle with Conahan. Conahan back to Sale. Sale keeps coming back against the grain and maybe needs to look open side a little bit more. Diving touch comes in at the last opportunity. That's Catherine Williams-Sharp. Diving touch to shut down the threat. Again from Kate Edwards. Conahan just pulling out the touch. Calls of re-engage coming from the on-field ref. And now there's another Link Quickie, but once again, well, not on this occasion. It is try time for Evolutions. They took all of the opportunities to try and make something happen. And in the end, they were able to go and do it. That's 66. Adam O'Grady, who does get over. Yeah, that ball is just down before the touch. The Revolution do get their reward, but my word, did they have to work so hard for it.
Yeah, they were knocking at the door for quite some time there, and that was a little bit more what we wanted to see from them, holding onto the ball and making things happen. Obviously, the Warriors' defence did look quite well settled, well organised, but Rev did well to unlock that defence and get over the line.
It's Josiah Ewan trying to make something happen, working with Jimmy Connolly. There's Connolly picking up against the grain, trying to accelerate through, late wrap around. It's a bit of rugby league at the moment. Connolly with a late pass over towards William Sharp. Sharp ends up finding the floor, 5th touch. No platform remaining. And William Sharp, just a good bit of interplay, trying to make something happen, and that's 6 and change. Wigan not able to capitalise on this occasion, but they'll take a lot of confidence from the fact that they consistently get to that try line of Revolution. Oh, half just overrunning the mark ever so slightly, has to go back to get that ball off the pitch. Nice hands out towards the wing. This is better from Revolution. They just need to find a bit of go forward now once they start to get into the danger areas for Wigan.
Yeah, you can see they're playing with a lot more fluidity than they were at the start of this game. Nice little inside option there.
Oh, it's undone by a bobbly roll ball. That ball, as it's planted, just rolling for an extra metre. It's really playing for the referees to see. And that job is made even harder considering this ground is like concrete right now.
It looks like a simple skill, but trust me, that's not a simple skill by any means. That's when it's popping up like that, very difficult to control.
Especially when you're running at pace. As Bobby Taylor just lets go around the outside, drops a late pass off, 2-on-1 over on that far side. Taylor feeding back in towards Bricknell. And Bricknell just goes all the way through. And once again, it's this combination for Wigan Warriors. Bobby Taylor and Bricknell. We'll have a look at this one on the replay, as it was a blink and you'll miss it moment. And Taylor comes in an acting half, and Bricknell just with a left foot step realises that there's a mismatch, accelerates through.
Turned on the afterburners and off he goes.
Just a bit of like a logistical error in defence there, not numbering up when they needed to for Revolution, and Bricknell just goes and executes. It's Conahan now, back to Sale. Sale, open side quickie. Adam Sale trying to take Bobby Taylor out wide, stepping back on the inside, but Sean McDonald makes a decent defensive touch. Conahan realises he's got no offensive touches left in the chamber. Needs to make something happen, but that's 6 and change. And that's a good example of where Revolution is just coming slightly unstuck.
Yeah, possibly. I'm just wondering whether it's a slight tactic for them to play close to the line and play really flat. And maybe they've seen something in the Warriors' defence which allows them to do so.
It's not quite coming to fruition, though, for them, as Sean McDonald just rolls through the yards in front of him. Fionn Wheatley, dummies. Here's Tom Lowe to Noah Wheatley. Noah Wheatley platforming for Lowe. 5th touch, nothing remaining. Low, looking for the late switch here for Charlie Wood. Charlie Wood drops a pass over towards Fionn Wheatley, and then they manufacture a 6 more. And again, Fionn Wheatley, it's just been a standout player, maybe only matched by Bobby Taylor in the Wigan Warriors side so far. There's Noah, tries to get over. Good defensive touch comes in between Conahan and Sale. Noah Wheatley. Sending Charlie Wood on the sweeper. Low platforming. There's Charlie Wood. Wood with a left to right long ball to William Sharp. But it's well crowded out. Quick roll ball. Wigan want to go quickly. Wood. Skip pass over towards Tom Lowe. Lowe wants this link punished. Coming back on the inside towards Wheatley. Wheatley going short side. Lowe looking to go and find Fionn Wheatley in that link channel. Well shut down in the end there. That was a really good defensive set from Revolution because Wigan were pulling them left, right and centre.
Yeah, good work. They stayed really organised there, really patient, and did well to turn the ball over after 6.
Xavier Conahan making extra metres. And calls from the Wigan sub-box of good hunting. They're loving this emphasis in their line speed at the moment, but Fionn Wheatley just shuts it down once more. Late check back on the inside for Revolution. Now what can they do? Accelerating, trying to get around Charlie Wood, but Wood just shadows him so well. The defensive stuff from Wigan, they're not showing any reads with their hips. They're keeping these hips facing on towards the outside and backing their pace to make something happen defensively.
Yeah, they've been nice and square, nice and aligned, staying nice and straight, causing them to go to the width, and Rev's just been a little bit loose with the ball.
Yeah, Wheatley setting decent platform. There's Josiah Ewan working with Connolly. There's Josiah Ewan, 5th touch platform, had 2 bites at that ball. Josiah Ewan just floats the ball into the corner. Not a lot happening there. Maybe went down the wrong avenue. The open side opportunity was on. They had a 3-on-2 that sort of found themselves in this position. It's not quite taken on that occasion though.
Yeah, just a little bit of execution, but Revolution have got to go the length here if they want to get back into this match.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of time remaining. Only 4 minutes left on the clock, so Revolution need to go quickly. They found themselves still in this game. 2 tries the deficit, but they need to get a score and they need to do it quickly. It's 3rd touch. 4th coming. Well, that's 5th actually. And then again, there's a miscount of the touches, and there's a bit of a frustrated figure in the midfield, thinking that they had an extra touch in the chamber. Well, the referee shut that prospect down immediately. Now for Wigan, it's just a case of completing your sets, keeping the ball in hand, and you'll walk away the victor.
Absolutely. We've maybe seen that a few too many times from Revolution. Maybe a miscount on the sets, trying to force it a little bit too much, whereas Wigan have looked a lot more composed.
Yeah, Bricknell again, afterburner time, gets all the way through. And Revolution do not have an answer for Thomas Bricknell right now. Finds the space, eats the space, kills the space. Easy scores for Thomas Bricknell when you've got gas like that.
Well, he is absolutely rapid. I've seen him get the ball twice and he's come up with 2 tries. Unbelievable pace.
How good is it when you've got a player like that in your team where you just go on son, make something happen?
Here you go. You can do the work.
Yeah, I'm tired actually. Go have a pop, son. And Bricknell's definitely that player. And what's nice as well is he's working with McDonald and Bobby Taylor. So McDonald and Taylor sort of take up a lot of the defensive time and space, and then it gives extra opportunities for Bricknell to just go unhook the trailer and make things happen.
Yeah, I think that's a really insightful point, because they kind of dominate the midfield, and then when the ball gets turned over, they just say, here you go, and then holes open up. Yeah,
and then you've got the likes of like Mia Rainscoff and the wingers who stay really nice and wide, like William Sharp, who stay wide, pulling the defensive wingers out of position. This pod here for Wigan sort of have a little bit of everything, and Revolution, they need to unlock the door to try and stay in this game. Unfortunately, they're not able to do so. Wigan, I've been so impressed with Wigan this game. Their defensive spacing has just been, I mean, it's been superb.
Yeah, really good. I'll just touch again on that point you made about Bricknell. I think that could be a massive factor later on in the stages of this competition, where they've done all the hard work, You've leaned on your experience, you've leaned on your youth, and then all of a sudden, Bricknell could be the player who unlocks that defence.
Absolutely. As we see Lowe, late pass over there to Noah Wheatley, and Noah Wheatley just accelerates through, makes things happen. Noah Wheatley almost looks Tom Bricknell in the eyes and say, I see your pace, I raise you one more.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be forgotten about, does he?
Yeah, certainly not. Not a name that we could easily forget about. And we were complimenting the pod of Taylor, McDonald, Bricknell and Ainscough. But then this young, exciting pod of Wood, Wheatley, Fionn Wheatley and Tom Lowe. I mean, Wigan, they should be eyeing promotion into Div 1, right? Based off this performance, they've just been superb.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that. Correct me if I'm wrong, are the two Wheatleys siblings?
Yes.
Yeah. I think you can tell that in a bit of their play
style.
Oh
yeah, right. Like you could, without the names, you can see them a mile off. They're both bouncy. They're explosive, dangerous, and not only that, but Fionn Wheatley has had this link punish for breakfast in defence. And that is easier said than done because this Revolution side, they boast some absolute gas. 10 seconds left on the clock. Can Revolution finish with a score of their own? Late pass over towards the link. Wanted to go quickly. Out to the wing, not taken. Again, wonderful defensive work from Wigan. Sweeper platform coming round now, picking up, coming back against the grain. They'll have one more opportunity to make something happen. Wigan have sort of given up defensively because they know the results in the bag. And Revolution do top their performance off with a score, but it won't affect the result because Wigan Warriors take a 3-try victory, 6-3 over Revolution. Jake, that was really comprehensive from Wigan. They just looked so comfortable in all areas of the game.
Yeah, that was an excellent start for Wigan. I think they were definitely the more dominant team. They were organised in defence. They were explosive in attack and also dynamic when they got into the 22. So I think they were good value for their win.
And not a lot of missed opportunities either. It wasn't like they were getting into the red zone and not executing. More often than not, that conversion rate was really efficient for Wigan. That may be what just set them apart from Revolution.
Yeah, just on Revolution, I feel like when they got into that area, they didn't quite play with the same fluidity and tempo as when Warriors did. When they got into the 22, they were coming away with tries and they were playing on top, making it very difficult to defend against.
Absolutely. And as it stands, Wigan Warriors start their crusade to Division 1 with a 6-3 victory over Revolution. And we're going to take a very quick 4-minute break where we've got another Division 2 game coming up for you, where it'll be the Thames Valley Vikings versus Oxford Touch, and that'll be with you at 11:15.
My phone's somewhere. I think they've got a longer break now. Just going to get one, not bringing one back. They had it at 6. They've just announced it 6:3. I wasn't right. What pitch is she on? 4.
Yeah, I see you lately on your kit. Yeah, well, it's a hot day, aren't it?
Problem is, I can't objectively think of the stuff that's not quite there.
Okay. Can we turn it back to the 2?
No, it's okay. I'm coaching here now, I think. So.
All right, thanks, Sam.
Thanks, buddy.
They're all like well timed.
If you catch one, you can start a punt.
Gets a whole lot to do, to be fair.
Pleasant.
Getting worse and worse. There's a couple of times they just letting it go.
Oh,
do you know what? It feels so nice with the sun.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your
Okay, and welcome back to the next game. Less than 30 seconds until we start. It is Thames Valley Vikings versus Oxford East Mixed. Now, what do we expect from this game?
Well, we've seen in the first 3 games a ferocious start. The first 2 very close, and then Warriors coming away, pulling away by 3 tries there in the last one. But little bit of a kick clash here, is there not?
Yeah, a little bit hard on the eyes. I do see a lot of teams today are also playing in black with a touch of a different colour on there. Very difficult for us as commentators to distinguish between the two. Now here come Oxford.
We'll be having words with the kit man.
Now Oxford just got away with a cheeky one there. Slightly forward pass, referee's wave, play on.
Nice play.
Yeah, absolutely superb there. So they've taken them for a 32 on the left. They've shaped for a short. They've come open onto a long, and then just that cheeky pass back into the middle channel. Now I did miss the number there.
18.
And that is Christopher Wimpenny. And he's put a penny for his thoughts in there, hasn't he?
Yeah, nice start there.
Now here come Thames Valley, 3rd touch, just a little bit static on the line. Let's see what strike move they come up with here. A 33 dump. And there we go, the referee has pointed to the floor there, and that only means one thing.
Don't think we've got the number there. It's number 47. Answers straight back. Both teams have had a great start. Nice set play off the restart, and a try apiece for both teams.
Yeah, superb start. The action is fast, it's furious. These 20-minute games, touchdown, turnaround, means you don't have a lot of time to think. Those teams with a good game plan when they come in will succeed throughout the day. Yeah, just a little bit static on the attack there. So 5th touch, let's see what they're working with. Or are we looking to kill on the left-hand side? There we go. So they are trying to make it difficult for the team to sub off, and they have given a touch pass penalty.
Can you explain to me what that means in layman's terms?
A touch pass is, so if you pass the ball after you are touched, that is an offence in the laws of touch rugby, and therefore turnover ball. Now a ball down there.
They could go here. It's on out wide. There's space here.
You're right on the kick clash. I'm struggling to figure out which way players are facing, which way they're going, left or right. Oxford attacking the line there, number 19, and a superb touch by number 25 there. And I am also struggling to find his name, Charles Ganesho. My apologies if I have just pronounced that wrong when he watches it back later.
Ooh. Yeah, good line there and a good offload, but the opposition coming away with the ball.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those already today, haven't we there? Where the idea is there, just not quite the execution. Again, the weather may have something to do with that.
Yeah, well, it's still early and it's still hot. It's absolutely roasting on this pitch, so spare a thought for the players out there. And And anyone here today, make sure you're staying hydrated.
I suppose we could class ourselves as lucky, having a little bit of shelter over our heads there.
It's nice here with a bit of shelter. I was doing the London Scottish game last weekend, and we didn't have a roof on, and that was absolutely sweltering. So
I bet it was.
I feel for the players on the pitch.
Here we see Oxford coming forwards. 4th touch, 5th is coming. And just a little bit of confusion at half there. Let's see if they can make something out of this. Reversing, and there is 6. Like I said, just a touch of confusion. Didn't know who was picking up the ball, and in the end, neither of them did.
Yeah, it's good pressing defence by Ben Phillips there. He's forced the Thames Valley to make a mistake there.
Okay, as we see potentially a defender in the ruck there. It's just come off his foot. That will be a penalty for Thames Valley Vikings. Now, this is the first set we've seen them sat on the line for. Can they use all of the 6 touches as they come in with the sweeper off 1? So we like in rugby what we call conditioning. Almost like union, where you play your shapes, you play out the front, or out the back, sorry, or to the front. Same thing in touch. They'll take them one way and then they will take them the other.
Okay, I think that was a good example of it there. One face to the right, one face to the left. And they do come up with a touch, but that was nice play, and it's interesting play.
Okay, so I am in agreement there. The referee has called the attacking Thames Valley player for using his shoulder in the touch. It is a minimal contact sport. As much as we like to see a little bit of tussle, you do have to abide by the laws. And unfortunately, we see there what will be classed as a loss of control. Oh, and now a penalty has been given for over the mark, and we see Thames Valley move forwards into the Oxford half. That was a superb catch there, eh?
Yeah, superb grab, but they were on if they could have got the ball away. But I think maybe we've seen it a few times where the ball's just gone to ground trying to force it a little bit too much, so perhaps he was right in that situation to hold on to the ball and just go again, reset themselves.
Yeah, superb hands there by Adam Page. He was just caught out of the touch pitch a minute ago, and it looks like we have a score in the corner there for Thames Valley. That's some superb hands.
It's Chris Blandford who comes up with the try there, finishing in the corner, a nice work move. And as we said, they were right to hold on to the ball and take them to that multi-phase play when, especially in this heat, it can be very difficult to defend multi-phase.
Yeah, and like I say, this touchdown turnaround, you've got the sun in the eyes, then you haven't, and you have again. It does take a second for your eyes to adjust, and that's maybe what we were seeing in the first few minutes there. Again, probably an example of what you're just seeing there is about do you hold the ball, do you pass? Probably right in that situation to hold the ball, and he has had a forward pass and turnover. Now here we see Thames Valley moving forwards down the box side. Touch number 2, that's good yards as we come forwards. Okay, yes, Geordie will be calling that for a ball down there. A little bit loose on the ball, you'd like it to be planted still on the spot. He has just given number 19 from Oxford, I think, a little bit of a warning there, just for a bit of verbal. If I know Geordie well enough, that'll be the first and last one he gets.
Mm-hmm.
And here come Oxford moving forwards. Nice little play towards their box. There we go. Touch 2 past the halfway line. Let's see if we can keep that acceleration going. Good little turn of pace there by number 46, who I cannot see the name of on this sheet. Ooh. And that's a ball down, turnover. Let's see if Thames Valley Vikings can make good ground. Little tip off, absolutely superb.
They've got an opportunity here if they can move the ball.
Again, a little bit of a coach killer there by number 9, Adam Page. We see the vision. He's just trying to play into the open space. It's a tricky one, isn't it, when you see the space there and you force the pass maybe where it wasn't warranted?
Yeah, with my coaching hat on, what you want to see is you want to see your players getting their hands free and giving those creative offloads. And I think probably the space was on to do so, just the execution not quite there.
Yeah, maybe just not singing off the same hymn sheet as we see. Number 95 for Oxford. That is Christopher Ray. He's turned on the afterburners. He's seen the space, pinned his ears back, and he's gone straight through, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's picked a really nice line there, just running back at the grain, and the defenders with their backs turned were unable to pick him up, coming at such pace.
Absolutely superb. As we approach the halfway in the game, we're looking at 2 apiece. It couldn't be any closer for us so far, could it?
No, it's been pretty even. But I like the look of this attacking set by Thames Valley.
Okay, so if my numbers are correct, that will be touch 4, so they do have another chance at the line. That was superb momentum, wasn't it, coming into the Thames Valley end there, the Oxford end, sorry.
Yeah, playing really fast, but Wild Geese have got a little bit more composure back.
Okay, so the referee just calling Oxford for offside. A little hitch kick by 47, and he's straight through. And there we go. That is absolutely superb. Again, we've seen a couple of nice turns of pace on this pitch throughout the first games of the day, haven't we?
Yeah, and I think it's those big difference makers. Number 47 coming up big, making something happen from seemingly nothing after the momentum stopped.
Yeah, we will be having a word about these team sheets afterwards so they can provide us their numbers there. They may be missing out on a little bit of stardom.
Absolutely, especially with the kick clash here. This is not an easy job for us.
There we go, so a touch called by number 36, Lucy Neal Hook. That is absolutely superb defensive effort from there at Link, stopping Oxford getting towards the line. Looking for space. That is superb defending again from Lucy again. And Oxford have not got a try in that end. And here we see Thames Valley moving forwards. Just a halt of play. It is a roll ball, not a tap. Here we see Thames Valley just coming down this box side here. We've seen that a few times during this game, haven't we?
Yeah, critical intervention by Thames Valley to get the ball back, and now off they go. They're coming into this opposition half very quickly now, and they've got numbers over. It's 3-on-2. Chooses to go back on the short side.
Yeah, and there we go again. Just what I explained to you earlier, it is that touch pass. The ball does have to be away before the touch is initiated. Now let's see how Oxford get towards their box. Again in this heat, very important to sub. And the referee will be calling for hips not square. That's very unfortunate for Oxford. Now will Thames Valley put them to the sword and get a score down this end of the pitch. They're cheering for a Lucy. I can't see the Lucy on the pitch, but well done, Lucy.
There we go, I've got it. Lucy Neal Hook.
So Geordie has called that there for a touch. Just a little bit of communication going on there. Yep, he is giving the touch hand signal there. They should have another 4 touches in this set to go. Still an opportunity to score. Okay, we see, I'm not too sure what happened there. We see Oxford moving forwards. That's touch number 1. Referee has called play on. A little complaint by the Oxford man there. All fair and square. I would suggest he may have been slightly off balance there. Just a slight halt to this game. I'm sure the players won't mind in this heat. as we roll on. Number 95 for Oxford coming forwards. Again, that is Christopher Ray. Just as I take my eyes away from the pitch.
Yeah, I think he might have done some damage to himself there. Potentially landed badly on his shoulder. I think it was number 44, Ben Phillips. He's been a big difference maker in this match, so it's really unfortunate to see him go down with an injury like that.
No, it's never good to see a player go down like that. Now, as a touch community, we are very respectful. They will take their time here with him. We send him our wishes there. Now, just to take away a little bit from the action, it's been intense so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, for me, Thames Valley have been in the ascendancy. They've looked a little bit more controlled, a little bit more composed, and playing on top a little bit faster.
Yeah, so a superb start to the game. It's been intense. The sun is still beating down. I believe it is 3-2 to Thames Valley Vikings, and play is back underway. Here come Oxford away from the box. Number 5, Ewan Campbell, nearly squeezing his way through that gap there, as Oxford look to move the ball back towards the other side of the pitch.
As I was just saying before we resume play, the Oxford Wild Geese have not looked short of opportunities as well. They have been dangerous when they've got into the right areas and played dynamic rugby.
No, you are spot on there. So I believe, again, another touch pass. Both teams maybe been a little bit guilty of that in this game so far.
Yeah, it's been a little bit cagey, this one. The ball given up quite cheaply on a number of occasions for both sides.
That being said, here comes Thames Valley down the box. Superb. That is touch 3 coming. Number 37 taking control. They do have another touch if needed. Ball out to the wing. And an interception from Oxford there. Referee in the middle of the play. Play on. And unfortunately a ball down there. Now Thames Valley have the opportunity to put them to the sword here and get themselves another score to extend that lead to 2. Number 59, Matthew Halligan, platform player, dishing it off. Comes into half, open the other way. And number 12, Michael Bolton, not quite being able to make it through there. Chris Blanford dishes off to Matthew Halligan. Blanford is off again. Long ball to the wing. Ooh. Now that was the option there, wasn't it?
It was a great pass, put on a dime for the winger. Just unable to gather that one completely. And despite a frantic start to this game, it's been a little bit tetchy in the last 10 minutes. Neither side able to break down the opposition in defence.
Yeah, with around 3 minutes to go, unfortunately, we have just seen another ball down from Oxford there. They will be kicking themselves. They have given Thames Valley yet another opportunity to
Coming full time.
Okay, and there we go. There is a win for Thames Valley Vikings, 4-2 of Oxford Touch. The sun is shining, the clouds have disappeared, and the intensity of the touch has increased. What a superb game, wasn't it?
Yeah, brilliant game. Thames Valley in the ascendancy all game, really. They never really looked threatened in defence, and I think that was testament to the way they stretched Oxford in attack. They took a little bit out of their legs and made it really difficult for them. And then it was the difference makers, number 47, I think it was, making things happen, a try and assist for him. But yeah, good value for their win.
No, I completely agree. Absolutely superb. Okay, we do have a 20-minute break coming up just to allow the players and ourselves to sort of get a little bit of hydration and food on board. We look forward to seeing you then. And we have in the Division 1 mix London Vipers versus Bristol Jets. We will see you soon.
Guys, we have a bit of a break now. Get some food on, something green, water, all of that.
There you go. So you could tell by about like minute 50 that when I coming off it.
I don't know. I mean, I got. It was bonus. So I'm like, oh yeah, I can get off now, and then everyone's lined up. And I'm like, oh, gosh, now I can't go. Everyone's having a little break now.
They could take it, but it's not working. It's nice because I obviously can't testify to my wife. Yeah, his hands have gone back up here, but the ball's gone that way.
On one sideline said no, and the other sideline said yes.
I've been to
in this kind of heat.
In one of the games.
I feel like a new man. I'm gonna be running down.
Players and officials, 5-minute warning for the next round of the game. 2 minutes. 5-minute warning.
So good afternoon everyone and welcome back. Our 12 o'clock tap-off about to get underway, where we have Bristol Jets in the pink playing against London Vipers in their familiar black and yellow strip. Joe Wright joined by Ollie Holmes. Ollie, what are we predicting out of this game? We're back in Division 1. Bristol Jets are one of these teams that have been, they want to establish themselves in Division 1.
Yeah, they're a tricky side to play against, our Bristol. They're fast, they're ferocious, and this heat will mean absolutely nothing to them.
Yeah, keep an eye out for 46, Akshan Jurasinya, one of these players representing England men's 30s. A dangerous player for Bristol Jets alongside number 47 Emir Jones, who's been knocking about on live stream for a few years now. Always impressive. Bristol Jets will be looking to start themselves off quickly. There's Caruth. Is Jurasinya. Jurasinya platforming for a sweeper here. Caruth back over to Akshan Jurasinya. 2-on-1 on the outside. Not quite executed on that occasion. First opportunity for Abigail Colton. Not taken in the corner. Warning shot from Bristol Jets. Just misses the mark.
Yeah, I think that might be your first and last warning there, Joe. It looks like Bristol are looking to open up the play again right to left. We'll see if they can take advantage of that as the game goes on.
Vipers. Fourth touch. Fifth coming now. Looking to set platform here for their strike scoop. Right-handed pickup from the deck. Little delay pass out towards the link, but that's 6 and change. A lot of opportunity afforded to Gary Ely over on this near-hand side. Bristol Jets formidable in their midfield defence.
Yeah, that was good defence, good pressure. Bristol, again, coming down this box side. They've been given the advantage there. Let's see if they can make something out of this.
Yeah, keep an eye on 31 Owen Joyce. Absolute wheels. There's Greer. Nice to see Ben Greer out representing for Bristol Jets. Joyce platforming. Greer, right foot step, trying to get through his marker. Does, into the in-goal area. Needs to find his support. Connects with Joyce. Is that ball down? It is indeed. Greer to Joyce. Referees are happy. And with the two men we highlighted combined for Bristol's opening score, Ollie, it's a lovely scoop through.
Yeah, lovely scoop through. Pinned his ear back straight through into the backfield. Turns a right corner. Gets that pass away, and the referee was correct there. That is ball down.
It's a good call there from the referee. Marginal play, things coming in at, the play is so quick at Division 1. The referee with a really good call there. As we see Vipers look for their first proper line attack opportunity. Coming back against the grain, 2-on-1. But it's a really good touch that comes in at the last gasp from Lily Williams. Sweeper set up now. Picking up back against the grain once more.
Oh.
Skip pass out towards the wing. It's executed superbly. May Burke levels the scoring for London Vipers.
Yeah, Elliot again with a superb pass over the top there. Kept a calm head. He recognised the space. Winger had about 10 metres there to work with. Make no mistake about it. Nice score in the right-hand corner.
Absolutely. And now we're back into touchdown turnaround. 20-minute games through and through. Keep an eye out for this tap-off move. Good foot speed into the roll ball initially from Benjamin Sharpley. And now Jurasinya, Sharpley in motion. Coming back over towards Akshan Jurasinya. Jurasinya should have just gone himself. There was an opportunity to dive at the line, not taken. Extra pass was given. One touch left in the chamber. What can they manufacture on their last opportunity? Open side quickie. Jurasinya checking away. Long ball rip. Finds the corner. Finds the floor. But the last gasp touch comes in. That was millimetres away from Bristol re-establishing a lead.
No, fair enough, and we will trust our referees there based off the very, very close decision they made merely less than a minute ago, and it looks like there is a turnover ball there to Bristol.
Yeah, back 10 as well, so tap penalty. There is Jurasinya looking to come down towards Caruth. Caruth picking, Caruth ripping. And it's unfortunate. Courtney Trenery just had a dabble at the ball. Ended up just going to floor. Bit of a coach killer there, coughing the ball up on first when you've trapped this pod in defence.
Yeah, just a little tumble on the line, Joe. Those things tend to happen when your brain works slightly faster than your feet there, as we see Vipers working the ball towards the centre of the field.
Yeah, good platform there, getting up over fifth, over halfway. It's an accidental skip pass. Fifth touch platform now, left foot step. Trying to throw a delayed pass to his support was Elliot Gent, one of these players we've already highlighted for London Vipers, not able to connect with his support on that occasion.
No, but it's great to see Vipers working from left to right as well. Again, something we've maybe not seen. And there is a little fumble of the fingers there. It's a turnover. And here come the Vipers on Bristol Jets line.
Yeah, it's dangerous. And unfortunately, I've not got a 94 on the team sheet, so I can't highlight him. But he looks like a dangerous customer currently sat out here in Link. Open side quickie. Trying to take in wide. There's a nice check back towards Gens, but it's well crowded out between Jurasinya and Caruth. There's Gent. Just checking away over to the open side was Gary Ely. Ely coming back against the grain once more. Open side quickie, finding Gent. They're not taking the line away. It's always in play. There's Gent. Open side quickie. Long ball goes to the wing. Are they happy? They've given it forward, but there's a conversation that's happening from London Vipers where they're saying it touched a Bristol hand. Just a conversation happening for just a moment. Referees are happy with the forward pass call. Play on, Bristol Jets ball.
Yeah, so you'll notice that Bristol Jets are using a female mid. Now that is something that we do encourage and does work within the mix setup there. Very strong play by 150 that we don't have the number for there. But it's good to see her getting hands on the ball and moving it around.
Yeah, speaking of hands on the ball, moving it around, female link just absolutely dominating the space, eating up the yards that was available in front of her. That was Zoe Fielding-Stewart making things happen, gets a high five from a supporting cast. Now we've got Henley Good working once more with Owen Joyce. Greer in motion, Joyce to Greer, Ben Greer right foot step, wanted to go back towards Owen Joyce, opts to keep the ball in hand, maintain possession for the rest of this touch count. Joyce back to Greer. What can these two conjure up in the midfield? Greer wants all of the defence advancing. Really nice setup, getting all the defence on the 7. Joyce accelerating, Joyce diving. That is a beautiful bit of touch play between Greer and Joyce. Just playing matador with the defence, drawing them into uncharted waters and then executing at the line.
Yeah, asking questions, getting answers, Joe. It's nice to see he's pointing out to the referee that he does want the other team to move forwards. Again, all part of the rules. He knows his rule book. He's taken advantage of that there. And like I say, like a hot knife through butter, straight through the middle.
And now it's back on Vipers to re-establish some parity. As Ryan Fakara in the midfield and working alongside Dighton Jones. Fakara, open side quickie. Dighton Jones gives it back to Fakara. Fakara ripping long. It's well taken, but Emir Jones slams the door in her face. Fakara back with the ball in hand. Fakara right foot step once, twice, late pass away, trying to manufacture something on 6th. Turns the ball over. What about the defensive work rate there from Emir Jones?
Yeah, superb. You know, that's a lot of ground to cover. He's covered 20 metres there to go and make that touch. Fakara, he is a difficult customer, and they've done well to deal with him there.
Yeah, Toby Williams in an acting half, and now checking away, playing the extra pass over towards Ivy Jensen. And then Emir Jones just avoiding a few, asking the questions of the referees.
Yeah, just a little conversation going on the pitch here. And there we are, play on, roll ball, and the play continues.
I think Emir was saying that there was like a yes-no call, and he wasn't happy with it as Jurasinya looks to platform, accelerates against the in-goal area. Diving touch comes in at the last opportunity to shut down a threatening scoop coming in from number 28, Jamie Caruth. This Bristol Jets team, they're managing to find lots of different ways to cause stress on London Vipers, and that'll be worrying for that team. As we see Fakara just go all the way untouched. Everyone sort of stood with their hands on their hips. Fakara will take all the time in the world to put the ball down. This is one to have a look back on the replay, because it seemed like Bristol Jets had his number. And Vakara says, no answer. Goes the full length of the pitch.
Nah, I'm ripping.
Easy enough
You guys later.
for Ryan Vakara in the end. 2 tries apiece, 2 moments of magic from Bristol Jets.
Yeah, we did just call in the magic man there for his team, and he has provided the goods for us there, as we see Bristol Jets with some great intensity.
Stunning intensity that's coming in from Bristol Jets. Dangerous pod. Greer. Now checking away, Joyce in motion. Greer coming back against the grain. Field and Stewart's in acres of space, and it went to Field and Stewart. Wasn't able to take it. Just ball was given a little bit behind her. Had to check her run. Not an easy take. And London Vipers with a really nice exit play gets around the initial touch and takes second up onto halfway. There's third. Better line speed coming from Field and Stewart. This is 5th coming. They've managed to stunt some of this progression. Late pass away, but then that's 5th in a really awkward area here for Vipers. Late switch coming back over to this short side, but that pass just left a little bit to be desired. Asking a bit too much of May Burke. Good. And sort of to touch on that a little bit, touches 1 to 3 there. Phenomenal for London Vipers. The supporting cast that are flooding onto field with the fresh legs just weren't able to capitalise. They lost that momentum, didn't they?
Yeah, no, as we see a physical touch coming there from Vipers, referee calls play on. Yeah, no, you are right, Joe. Maybe the wheels came off the carriage a little bit there as they were coming on. Maybe not all singing from the same hymn sheet. I'm sure they'll make those tweaks as we come along into the second half of the game here.
Absolutely, as Williams picks up from the base, accelerates into the in-goal area potentially, but diving touch comes in. Again, it's a last gasp bit of touch from Vipers to shut down the threat of Bristol Jets.
Yeah, Iridium with a superb touch there. He possibly was beaten for pace. He must have extendable arms.
Those go-go gadget arms. Telescopic.
Hey, if you've got it, flaunt it, eh?
As Vipers come flooding onto the field again. It's a much better setup. 5th touch. Vakara has something to work with, but there's an illegal play of the ball, and that just undoes all of their hard work because some of that transition was absolutely potent from London Vipers.
Yeah, that's a couple of times now, Joe. You're right. Touches 1 to 3, superb. Touches 4 and 5, leaving a little bit to be desired. Referee has just called for not putting the ball through the legs. Again, just a simple fix, Joe. If you were the Vipers, you wouldn't be overly concerned as it stands.
Yeah, Williams with a good roll ball. Now Trenery. Akshan Jurasinya. Jurasinya platforming, nice bit of footwork, long ball out to the wing. I think they had an extra touch in the chamber if they wanted to use it. Looking to strike it, an unstructured defence. 2-on-1 opportunity here to come down the wing. Touch is well taken in the end by May Burke.
Yeah, May Burke, an England under-18s players, Joe. Potentially during my time there as well. You know, class is permanent and it stays there. She looks very calm, controlled on the ball.
And you need that as a winger. They are undervalued and definitely undersung, especially in this mixed division. As we see another illegal play of the ball coming in from London Vipers. 2 coach-killing moments for Vipers.
Yeah, I bet the coaches are ripping their hair out. Again, we do have the weather to play with there. Potentially fogs your judgments just a little bit. I'm sure they will make those tweaks, as I said before, as we go along.
Yeah, Jurasinya in an acting half to orchestrate this subset. There's a nice play of the ball once more from Sharpley. And now Joyce. Looking to just stick the hammer down, go around the outside. Touch is claimed, maybe on the back of the shirt. It's vital from Emily Thompson. As Greer comes over towards Field and Stewart. Field and Stewart with the inside check to Joyce. Joyce can't escape the oncoming touch. Once more from Reardon Dighton-Jones.
Yeah, I'm loving how both these teams, Joe, are looking to play long and then cut back against the grain as well. You know, if the defending middle is lazy, that space will be there in that middle channel, and it's glad to see both teams are going for the hunt down there.
Yeah, they're trying to take it. And as the referee takes a tumble in the midfield, hope she's okay. Bounces straight back up off the floor.
With hat in hand as well. That's a superb effort.
Yeah, 5th touch now. It's dangerous. Vipers skip pass out to the wing, and May Burke just has the relatively straightforward job of getting that ball and dotting it down, but the line from Burke meant she took it in stride. There was never any doubt about the execution. But what about this long ball again from the magic man in the midfield, Ryan Fakara?
Yeah, absolutely superb. He did delay the throw for just a second, just to allow that the defensive Bristol winger just stepped up slightly, bit a little bit into the link channel, and that provided the space on the wing there.
And now Vipers establish themselves a lead. Unfamiliar territory for London Vipers. Gerasinia wants a dropping early penalty, not taken. It just all grinds to a halt for a moment. Here's Gerasinia working with Caruth. Caruth checks away once more. Caruth now in an acting half. Picking, looking to go long, left to right ball. Not taken in that far corner. Maybe just slightly guilty of overplaying a little bit at the moment, Bristol Jets.
Yeah, and there is an argument for great defence, but Hannah Safaris there as well. Even if that ball was caught in the corner, she was there and ready to make that touch.
Yeah, Hannah Jaferas is, well, a bit of a textbook winger actually, as we see again the maestro. He's the metronome for this London Vipers side. Ryan Fakara takes Gerasinia for a bit of a walk. Right foot step, beats Gerasinia. Late switch, comes back against the grain, was maybe the wrong option. And Ryan Fakara just takes a look and says, hang out there. I'd beat my opposite man. We'd made a 3-on-2. It's really the recipe for success here for Bristol Jets. You've got to shut down Fakara.
Yeah, no, completely agree. Just as we see Bristol inviting some pressure onto themselves there, Bristol Vipers will have some touches to play with here.
Absolutely. It's dangerous because you give Fakara an opportunity to make you pay, and more often than not he will. He's working in the midfield with Ghent. Fakara just takes the touch on Akshan Gerasinia, steadies the ship, gets his troops in order. Fakara, left foot step, right foot step, diving at the line. Ryan Fakara, he can beat you with the right to left, he can beat you with the left to right, and then when you think you've got him marked up, he just puts the smack down on the Bristol defence, getting underneath. I mean, it's Ryan Fakara's world at the moment.
Oh, it is indeed. It did look like, for all money, the defender did have that one covered there. However, the referee has seen the ball down first, and I have to say, and as you've said before, he is a very, very dangerous man.
Now Bristol Jets, with Williams and co, need to make something happen, and quickly. They've sort of lost the impetus in this game.
Yeah, it'd just be nice just to see Bristol take, there we go, just slightly more towards the line.
Yeah, we've not seen Emir Jones a lot in attack right now. Sending Williams here on the sweeper, outside the 7, so the line isn't in play, but Williams executes a 2-on-1, extra pass goes! Oh, and what a wonderful finish in the corner! It is brilliant stuff from Lily Williams. How good was that work from Toby Williams in the midfield initially to manufacture that 3-on-2? Check away the late pass. It was executed wonderfully. And then that extra bit of work in the middle. Ivy Jensen just sewing that play together in that link channel. How good is that?
Absolutely superb. It is the basics of rugby. If you have the basics down, you will be able to score scores like those. That is an absolutely superb finish. She had a little bit of work to go, didn't she?
Yeah, it was a bit of an unorthodox finish in the end, but the only thing that matters is it gets over that whitewash before the cover comes. We're back to a 1-try game. Bristol Jets find themselves a try down. Vipers will be looking to re-establish a 2-try lead. Fakara gets into the in-goal area. Fakara checks off a late pass towards Jaferas. The covering touch is good enough to deny Hannah Jaferas on this occasion.
Yeah, I'd just like to see the Jets wingers just come across the back against the grain there, Joe. There's a couple of times where if they'd done that, they would have made the score. A beautiful long ball by the man. Again, Fikaris, and there is a lovely score in the corner.
Yeah, Ryan Fakara, I think that's 4 try assists now. I mean, this is just diabolical. Right foot step, long ball, leaves the Bristol Jets winger stuck in the mud. And Ryan Fakara single-handedly grabbed this team by the scruff of the neck and say, I'm going to lead, you guys come with me. And his supporting cast have done exactly that. They struggled in the first 10 minutes, but this second half of the game, they've just been superb.
Oh, you're right, and we did mention, Joe, didn't we, about stringing it together and making those slight tweaks there, and that is exactly what they've done. As Bristol attack the line, the defender has called the touch, referee has seen, and they will roll the ball on the 7 there.
Yeah, that's a tricky decision there. Bristol Jets thought they were over. They need to go quickly. And now coming into the 32 platform, that Vipers wingers middle is so high. coming back against the grain, a little bit of a bobbly pass. It gives them a lot of work to do, and that's 6 and change. Just losing a bit of that interpersonal connection that we've seen from Bristol Jets. They're stuttering at the moment, can't get into gear.
Yeah, I think just potentially just stuck between a couple of ideas there. Again, something when they have their time off from the game, they will put together, they will settle on a game plan as we see Vipers coming forward. Good interplay between the players, and that does look like 6 more there.
And that might end up being all she wrote. There is only a minute left to go in this game. There's still a 2-try deficit for Bristol Jets to overcome. If Vipers just keep the ball in hand, keep the ship steady, they'll all but certainly take the victory at the end of it. Ficara. Again, just keeping it nice and steady. That's Howell interacting half. Howell checking away, accelerating towards the line. Akran Jurasinia makes a good touch, brings up the 6 and change. If Bristol Jets want to take this game to the wire, they've got to score off this subset.
Yeah, Bristol have done a good job to close up that middle channel there, Joe. You know, Vipers have recognised that and started playing wide. From a coaching perspective, Bristol have done exactly what I would have asked them to do.
Absolutely. Messam for Vipers gets up, makes a really good touch just to stunt the momentum on this interchange. Williams platforms 5th, not even over halfway, and then it's a wonderful snipe coming in from middle from Matthew Howell. And I mean, just to touch on London Vipers, is that Hooter will go any moment now. They problem solved expertly in this game. They were able to fix and make little tweaks here and there, and that's really what's put them in this position to take the victory.
Yeah, no, completely agree there, Joe. You're right, those tweaks, and it has won them the game here. In the second half, I thought he just squeezed in for a score in the corner there.
Yeah, Howell wanted the extra score. Touch was made. It is all she wrote. London Vipers 5 tries to 3 over Bristol Jets. And Bristol were in the ascendancy for a minute, and they were really enjoying themselves. But again, Vipers, they were just able to make things happen, make those adjustments, and they were relatively comfortable in the end.
Yeah, you know, it's nice to see Vipers playing with that female mid. It does free up a male onto female as well. You know, the mixed game is largely a little bit more tactical than the single-sex version, and it's come to fruition there.
Absolutely. Our first game in the afternoon slot comes out with a victory for London Vipers in Division 1. And about 5 minutes time, we've got another Division 1 game where it's our first opportunity to take a look at Galaxy London. They'll be playing Cheltenham Tigers, and Marcus Evans will be having a word with his team and saying this will be the big test to see how far we can go in this competition. That'll be with you in 5 minutes time, but the first game finishes London Vipers 5, Bristol Jets 3. So welcome back, Galaxy London, get us underway. Division 1 game, Galaxy London Black versus Cheltenham Tigers. As London look to make something happen early, striking against Cheltenham Tigers. A little bit of interplay, Georgia Hack looks to get on the link, punish, not taken. Long ball, Rip tries to go to the link, not taken in the end. And it was well dealt with. And now Corey Williams looks to set platform again. Marshall in motion. Georgia Hack gets up, makes a good touch. Ollie, this is a game that feels like it's a real tester for Cheltenham Tigers. If they come out on top here, then there's no telling what they can do in this Division 1 game, because Galaxy London, well, they boast some amazing weapons when they get into their attack.
Yeah, don't take my word for gospel. I believe they did win their second game after losing by 1 to NQ earlier. They were incredible on this pitch as we had them earlier on in the day, and I can only assume that they will repeat the same quality of touch, if not better.
Oh, that one certainly drifted forward. Not needed to be spotted by the referees. Easy claim in the end.
As Marcus takes control, just trundling up the pitch. I'd just like to see a shot of intensity as they move forward. And there we go, there it is.
Yeah, that's better momentum. Arthur Caller getting up to make a touch defensively for Galaxy London. Marcus Evans on the open side quickie. Half was a little bit late. Evans shows a big dummy. They buy it. Marcus Evans. Oh, he's got the defence on a string at the moment. That was absolute filth from Marcus Evans, the big number 10.
For such a kind man off the touch field, Joe, he is absolutely ruthless with a ball in hand, isn't he? He stepped right, he stepped left, or the other way around, and he's straight through the middle. The defender will not want to watch that one.
That's
back.
A dummy out of your playbook, right? You love the big over-the-top dummy. It's Day. Looks to go and make something happen. There's Kendall Buckingham straightening, checking away. Day. Avoids the touch, just sort of playing a game of chicken at the moment with the line defence. Day looking to get into the goal area. Late flick pass, the extra one goes. And now it's warning signs for Cheltenham. They're able to scramble. There was a moment of invention there from Day.
Yeah, and Galaxy just leaving themselves on 5th there as they try to get onto the right-hand side. Good defence by Cheltenham. Number 21 had him in his sights at all points. And Galaxy have been penalised for throwing the ball away. An extra 10 metres for Cheltenham as they come towards their sub-box in this heat.
Yeah, in the heat is right. It is absolutely sweltering right now. Lovely light foot speed from Harry Petit. Marshall following in suit. Mills now in an acting half, feeding away towards Atwood. Corey Williams tucked in behind in at half. Williams picking, accelerates off the left foot, wants to get into the in-goal area. Late switch off to Mills. Atwood with a speculative baton pass, not taken by anyone in black. A much better transition here from Cheltenham Tigers.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. Managing to get all the way down the far end of the pitch, and a cheeky move through the middle, grabbing himself next 10 metres as Erin Paynton continues the forward march.
There's really good foot speed at the moment. There's Camille Shahabdeen looking to set platform, not taken there initially. There's Mitchell Kennedy, Shahabdeen in at half. Shahabdeen left foot step, wants to get into the in-goal area, drops a late pass off towards Kennedy, and Kennedy will just accelerate his way through. And that's Camille Shahabdeen committing defenders, using the footwork to cause issues. And it was relatively straightforward in the end for Kennedy.
Yeah, you're right. He was probably the benefactor of Camille's moves there. So it looks like we do have 2 hot steppers, 1 on each side in Camille and in Marcus as well. I look forward to seeing this battle unfold. As we see Cheltenham moving forwards, that is superb. They will get a chance to strike the line on 3. Marcus with a pass. And that is superb touch by the female link there. Never a worry.
Yeah, it's Kenzie McNaught making something happen. Evans in motion. There is Marcus Evans looking to go long. Flashes a late pass off into the link channel. Trying to connect to Dobson. Well defended by McNaught and pick up. Muscular touch. Muscular touch coming in there.
Superb defence from Cheltenham there, and there we see the error from Galaxy. Too much pressure for them to handle, as we see Cheltenham making their way forwards down the pitch. And here is the danger man, Marcus Evans, with control of the ball back to the open side. Just stalls for a second. And that was a good idea from Marcus, and they are the benefactor of a penalty. I have just missed the hand signal there, so there is Cheltenham with a fresh set of 6 on the line. As we have highlighted, Marcus Evans, a dangerous man in control of the ball. And there we have it. Marcus Evans with a step from right to left, ducking and diving under the Galaxy defence, and the referee calls that ball down on the line. A little celebration on the way off the pitch. We do encourage those, and we do take them as bribes, as we see Galaxy get the game back underway. That is superb defence from Cheltenham, just calling for an over the mark, but the referee says play on. Touch number 4 coming. Galaxy have struggled to make their way down the pitch here, as 5 is coming. There is 5th called. Camille on the ball to the wing, and that is very unfortunate. Ball just a little too fast for the winger there on the right hand side. Cheltenham with a lot of work to do to get off the pitch.
Indeed. Is Corey Williams, checks away, looking to set pace on this transition. It's nice work. Good touch comes in from Georgia Hack. Bobbly roll ball. Referees were somewhat happy with it. Camille Shahabdeen has to work hard to eat up the ground. And Harry Petit is no slow customer, but Camille just flew through the gears and made a really good defensive read. Now there's Atwood. Checking away to Tregus. Atwood in motion. Marshall wrapping. Atwood engaging the line. Atwood just goes all the way through. Ryan Atwood just ghosts his way through a hole. Accelerates through, and I mean, it seemed like there was nothing really on there, but Ryan Atwood just found that extra yard of pace to make things happen.
Yeah, you know, you suggest that he was faster than Camille there. I think Camille thought the pass was going wide and didn't make the touch there, and he is made to pay for that error.
Maybe feeling a bit leggy after chasing down Harry Petit as well, as we see. Dangerous pod. Charlie making things happen. Looking for a good bit of interplay between him and JJ Tolton. Kenzie McNaught now moving into the 32 platform, wanting that late check away. 5th touch, needs to make something happen. Long ball rip out towards the wing. Can they execute in the corner? And the referee just spotting foot out in touch over on that far side. Bring up the turnover.
Yeah, it was good to see Galaxy there again in line attack, just like the game before. Kenzie, a very experienced and very good England player, taking control of that ball again, freeing up maybe some of the faster players in the wider channels.
Yeah, Cheltenham get away with a little bit of a wobbly set here. It's good transition defence from London Galaxy. Late pass goes away. Corey Williams makes it work. Checks away towards Tregus. Tregus with the extra pass out towards the wing. This is 5th coming now. No touches remaining. Corey Williams with a lovely late rip over towards Rory Marshall. Marshall tries to bounce around the outside, is not able to do so on this time of asking. Owen Walton makes a good defensive touch and gets the subset underway, if not for the blast of the referee's whistle.
Yeah, you know what, Joe? I've really enjoyed watching Cheltenham today. We've been very, very fortunate to, this is the 2nd game that we've had them here on Field 1. I've been really, really impressed with their intensity and their tenacity.
Yeah, Cheltenham is certainly a customer to be reckoned with. Currently leading 3 tries to 1 over London Galaxy. Galaxy just haven't quite hit their gears yet. Nice late pass check away. Marshall gets up to make the touch. Here's Ed Day. He's been limited to scraps in line attack. Right hand scoop. What can the likes of Day conjure? Tries to escape through the gap, but the door is slammed in his face by Tregus and Williams.
Yeah, just a call from the Cheltenham box here, Joe, just to say absolutely superb midfield defence, and that's exactly what it is. As we come halfway through this game, if they keep that up, Galaxy will find it very difficult to score.
Absolutely. Williams setting pace here. Mills comes flying onto the field. Atwood now. Jones on his left, doesn't use it. Just setting good expectations for fifth touch here. Harry Petit wants a good platform. Harry Petit gets it, feeds off towards Reece Jones. Reece Jones tries to take it away. There was a 3-on-2, but it was played at, so it's 6 more. This is worrying now for Galaxy. Halfway through this game, they find themselves 2 tries down. Atwood to Jones to Petit. They're going to get on this link punish. Jones comes back against the grain, finds Atwood. Atwood just puts the brakes on. He's waiting for a decent enough platform. Atwood trying to make something happen once more. Referees are happy with the onside call.
Yeah, I think Galaxy doing really well to be sort of compact in the middle here. I'd like to see Cheltenham now spread the ball wider as they run around for a sweeper.
Oh, Harry Petit just accelerates through. You don't need to run wide when you've got the gas. Left foot step. I mean, Ollie, that is such a good set of offensive conditioning.
Oh, completely agree, Joe, is that they've conditioned coming down the middle, and then what they've done is they've made the Galaxy defenders chase wide, and as you said, a superb step off the left. That is a very, very tricky customer to deal with, and you do well to make the touch there. A superb score.
Absolutely. Tolton looks to set pace. Hack checks away, looking towards Mitchell Kennedy. Here is Kennedy. Shahabdeen poised in the backfield, not taken, coming over towards Georgia Hack. Hack wants to get on that link punish, but just bobbles that ball with her feet. Incorrect play, turnover. And Galaxy, they're just not able to stem together fluid threats such as what Cheltenham Tigers are able to do.
Yeah, you're right there, Joe. It does look a little bit stop-start there, doesn't it? I will say that Cheltenham have had the majority of the possession and therefore have more go forward in this game. Let's see if they can keep this momentum going.
Yeah, Evie pick up with a good touch there for London Galaxy. Corey Williams platforming here for Reece Jones. Jones accelerating. Jones finds a bit of space to accelerate into. Gets into the goal area. Drops a gorgeous blind pass off to Corey Williams. And that is a collector's item there for Cheltenham Tigers. You could see the space just appear in front of Williams, and what about the technique and skill on display from Reece Jones to find the big man in space?
Here he is, he looks left, even the defender's eyes go.
Yep.
He's pulled that ball right over his left shoulder, and an absolutely superb put down there as well.
And now, London Galaxy are really up against it to make something happen. Cheltenham have just dominated from start to finish. There's a nice bit of impetus coming in. There's Kendall Buckingham accelerates round, looking for the 2-on-1. Evie Pickup isn't quite on the same page. Got to take the ball back and set. Checking now over onto the far corner. Again, 2-on-1. Maybe wanted to take that platform, but Rory Marshall again slamming the door in his face of Arthur Caller. Caller checking away. Coming back over towards the link punish for Kendall Buckingham. Middle's working really hard to nullify the space. Kendall Buckingham wants that ball back. Drops a late ball off towards Evie Pickup. Well, that is 6 and turnover. Better offensive sets there from London Galaxy. It's just struggling to manufacture consistent scoring opportunities right now.
Yeah, you are right, Joe. That was the right way to look. Their work on the short side, they've done it a couple of times where they've been close to a score, so I would like to see them repeat that process again, and they will come good.
Yeah, now coming back over towards this box side, giving Harry Petit an opportunity to have a run. Petit accelerates through, and Evie Pickup with a stunning touch to shut the door in Harry Petit's face. There's no touches remaining. 2-on-1 now. Harry Petit tries to get around Kendall Buckingham, but that was swiped with authority. No thank you, says Kendall Buckingham.
Yeah, it's good to see Galaxy a little bit more connected in both attack and defence there as well, as we see the pressure piled on from Cheltenham.
I'd love to see those extra passes be given more often. There's a lovely bit of show and go, and accelerating up the box side for just a moment. Apologies if you picked up any fruity language there. Cheltenham are a passionate bunch. And this is a game that they'd be touting themselves to win, and they take such pride in doing so. As Day wants to manufacture something. 3-on-2, skip pass was on. not taken on this occasion, and it's frustrating work out there. On this occasion, Josh Savage didn't want to throw that long ball, but Evie Pickup was in acres of space.
Yeah, a bit of a killer for them there. It is difficult to know when to go, when to not go. But as we are in the second half of this game, I'd just like to see them let them fly a little bit more.
Yeah, you've got to leave it all out there at this stage. Give yourself nothing to fall back on. Erin Payton looking to set pace and expectations in this attacking set now. Day coming back over towards Savage. Savage in an acting half. There's Day once more. Day wants that link punish, gets it, comes back over towards the open side, and then there's an illegal play of the ball. And I think, to be fair, I think that attacking set for Galaxy sort of sums up this game for them. Brilliant moments, brilliant setups, not backed up by the structure underneath it all.
Yeah, agreed. Again, probably just not singing from quite the same hymn sheet. They've shown those flashes of brilliance, haven't they? But it's just not quite come together.
Yeah, and it's really uncharacteristic for London Galaxy, a team that we're so used to seeing just boast such firepower. Full credit to Cheltenham Tigers. They have taken all of the time away from Galaxy's line attack, and that is such a difficult thing as Tregus platform for Reece Jones. Reece Jones accelerates through Ed Day. Jones gets into the in-goal area, needs to find some support. He does, but Josh Savage brings it to a grinding halt with a brilliant defensive touch.
Yeah, he looked for all money. He was through the middle there, but touch was called. It does look like he did manage just to get him just as he thought he was sailing through, as we see a mistake from Galaxy on the wing, ball down, and here we see Cheltenham.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes left to go. This is Cheltenham in the driving seat. 5 tries to 1 over London Galaxy. Tregus accelerating, putting the brakes on for a moment, coming back over towards Marshall. Rory Marshall just steadying the ship. Open side quickie for Marshall. Marshall left foot step, diving at the line. Ed Day gets off and makes a very good touch to shut down Rory Marshall for just a moment. Keep an eye on Tilly Palmer in a little bit of space there on this left wing. I wonder if they'll go back to this quickie play. 32 platform actually. Tregus rips long, left to right, Pill dies in the corner. But a brilliant covering touch comes in at the last moment. And it had to be. And then a bit of a stumble and a turnover. Cheltenham want to play the ball quickly. Tregus wanted to go quickly, but only found a player in a yellow shirt.
Yeah, sometimes the referees do want to get involved, but I don't know if they'd have the skills to get involved in this high-quality game here.
Marshall, Jones, Tregus. They don't want to sub off. They want to keep going. Working with Cat Evans in at link. Tregus coming over towards Evans. Marshall. 32 quickie. Marshall want that ball back a little bit earlier. Not given cleanly on that occasion.
Yeah, just the half looking for the wider pass. Again, I'd like to see Cheltenham attack those middle sections again. They've got Galaxy worried while they're in there.
Yeah, now fire up here for Jones. Not quite connecting on that occasion, although with 2 minutes left to go, Cheltenham won't be too worried about that. You've got a 4-try lead. Feels pretty commanding.
Yeah, it was the right play. Again, for that fire up, I'd like to see them shape for it just slightly further to the right, about 10-15 metres further to the right, and that would have allowed them that space to attack there.
Absolutely. It's a nice play of the ball. Much better from London Galaxy. The line speed on offer from Cheltenham Tigers is dangerous. Nice playing behind the defensive line. Camille Shahabdeen, who we've not seen on the pitch for a hot minute. Shahabdeen accelerates over towards Georgia Hack. Gives the extra pass to Hack. Hack wanted to connect with Pickup, but again, there's no time for London Galaxy at the moment. The line speed and defensive work rate from Cheltenham is forcing them to throw these passes on instinct, and in the heat, that's going to lead to errors.
Yeah, Cheltenham have been absolutely ruthless, both in attack and defence. From a go-forward perspective, they've piled the pressure on, as we see an uncharacteristic drop of the ball from Marcus.
What I love about that as well is Corey Williams is laughing at Marcus Evans as he puts the ball down, because he knows it's such a collector's item. He's got a cheesy little grin on his face as Corey Williams, as Camille Shahabdeen swipe touch and nudges Marcus Evans out the way. Evans back on Shahabdeen. Shahabdeen going for the corner, getting over. And there we see Camille Shahabdeen flexing his offensive muscles for really only the second time in this game.
Yeah, they've just struggled to get really going, Joe. Again, just those flashes of brilliance there. It's not just Camille, but he has been the man to put his foot forward there and go, I'll give it a crack myself.
I mean, considering we've got about 15 seconds left, the result is all but secured for Cheltenham Tigers. Let's just comment on this, on their performance so far, because they've been not only phenomenal in attack, I mean the 5 tries sort of says that for themselves, but defensively they have limited London Galaxy for nothing but scraps. That's a really hard thing to do against this team.
You're incredibly right, Joe. And again, you know, defence wins championships, or in our case, wins tournaments.
Yeah. They've had that sort of... It's like they came out with a point to prove. It felt like a real opportunity for them to sort of stamp their authority down on Division 1. And they have taken a really big scalp in London Galaxy.
Yeah, they'd have been disappointed again in the first game that they had on pitch 1 to lose by 1 to a very experienced NQ side. So the fact that they've managed to come on air and show Galaxy what for is exactly what they would have planned for before this game.
Absolutely. So we have got bit of a lunch break now. Our next game will be coming back here for you at 1:30, where we will figure out who is in the quarter-final of Division 1 mix. It'll be the 3rd in Group A versus the 4th in Group D, and following on from that, it is nothing but knockout rugby, and that'll be with you, all brought to you live at about 1:30.
Beth and Zach.
again, you right? Good, thank you.
See you around. See you a little bit.
good afternoon and welcome back to the England Touch Mixed National Touch Series. We have in front of us knockout rugby. We have Manchester Foxes versus Bristol Jets. We've got Bristol Jets in the hot pink and we have the Foxes in the black and white with the tinge of orange. How do you see this game going?
So we've had a look at both. We've had a look at both sides already today. I do fancy the Jets in this one. I think they were a little bit more organised as opposed to the Foxes, but what I like from Foxes is a little bit of ingenuity. I think they've shown a little bit more flair, whereas Bristol just hold a little bit more composure and will look to control this game.
Yeah, as always, we will have the chance for a drop-off if the scores are even after 20 minutes. The sun is still shining, the touch rugby is flowing, and we ahead of us have a very, very strong game and a big contender for game of the day potentially.
Could be. This is going to be an interesting one.
As we are just waiting for the hooter to sound, and there we have it. Off come Bristol Jets again in the hot pink. Touch number 2.
You commentated on the last match for Bristol. Tell me what you saw from them and where you think they're going to be able to open them up here.
Yeah, so just as we've seen there, as Bristol sneak through with what I was about to speak to you about, a sweeper play there, where you send a player around the back against the grain, and it should, if run properly, execute a 3v2 on the open side there. That is exactly what the Jets have done there. From a defensive standpoint, they are quite difficult to know where they are going.
Absolutely, the opposite of the commentator's curse. That was somewhat of a commentator's kiss, that one.
I'm sure they wouldn't mind one of that from me. As we see the Foxes running a mail from the winger side. Again, an unfortunate misplaced pass from Ben Nurse there. As the ball goes down, Foxes will be looking to apply the pressure here as Bristol try and get themselves off the pitch. The heat will definitely have a factor in this game. They've all got 3 games in their legs now, so potentially some tiredness creeping in.
Yeah, a bit of a 45-minute break we've just had, so perhaps a little bit of a fresher start to this one.
You're right, getting some shade, hydration on, shake those legs off. Now the referee has called 6 more there against the Foxes. James will be arguing his point, and from my point of view, rightly so. He didn't really play for the ball. However, the referee's decision is final as we see Bristol with a line attack. A little recycle of the ball. And there we go. Geordie has called them for not placing the ball through their legs. It is a staple of touch. The ball does have to go underneath you as Foxes get a good roll on for their exit there. There's Nurse. Just a little stall in play. And there's James. Touch 4. That will be 5th coming as Tom Overbury's on the ball. Now it's Ben Burton. Back to Tom Overbury. Ben Burton with the scoop. Lovely pass to Link. Oh, and that's unfortunate from the Foxes there. Just trying to make something out of nothing in that corner, weren't they?
It was nice interplay, and they worked really well together to get up the field, but giving them the ball away again, and Bristol will come onto the ball now.
And that's a good subset from Bristol as that's 3rd touch, and they are over 10 metres into the Foxes' half. There comes touch number 4, 5th coming. As Akshan dives for the line, the referee gives it the early point, and that is a superb, almost like a snake slithering across the ground. He's just managed to get that one down.
Yeah, that was creative, and that was a really, really interesting finish. Does well to drop his body height, get over the line, avoiding the touch.
Yeah, agreed, and that is an absolutely ferocious start from the Bristol Jets there. 2 to the good as we see the Foxes coming forward. There is that play with James coming from the wing. He's got speed for days.
I think if the Fox are going to make something happen, it's going to come through James Fay. He's really electric in that first game. Got really great feet and paced the match as well.
And the Bristol Jets just called for offside there with a repeat set of 6. The danger man, James Fay, is on the field with partner Ellie Fay as we come to the left. And that was a good touch by Toby there, Mr. England himself, as the Foxes look to strike again. Oh, that is absolutely superb. The Faye duo, Ellie and James, cutting through like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, I think you can see the sibling connection there.
Partner connection.
Partner connection
Oh.
even. Oh, hang on a second.
It was superb play from Manchester there. James looking right, looking left, and just passing that off to Ellie there as we see Bristol get it back underway again. That is superb ground made by them in the hot pink. Foxes just absorbing that touch with 5th to go. And just looks like just a touch of confusion there on the line from the Foxes. I think Ben just stood in no man's land. And a glorious, glorious selected pass, wasn't it? Straight through the gap in the middle.
Yeah, nicely executed. But for me, the Foxes had to work so hard to get that try, but then give up the return try so easily.
Yeah, just a couple of things just to work out early on in this game. Again, as we see that structure we saw them playing earlier on today. Here comes the sweeper to the left. A little reset there as we come for a 32. And unfortunately, just a little fumble of the ball. We've seen a little bit of that on this pitch today. It's contagious, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But it's also very hot. We've mentioned it quite a few times. The sun is still beaming down, and the heat can make people do some very strange things.
That was a superb touch from Ellie there, just stunting the momentum of Bristol as they're coming forward, I think, with a couple of touches to go. Great cover cut touch by Ben Burton there, as Bristol are on 5th. No touches left. And there is the turnover. Foxes driving down their box.
I'll turn the tables a little bit. You've got a stake in the game for Foxes. Where do you think they're going to open this Bristol side up?
I think the Foxes will open this side up if they just pin their ears back and play with that confidence, that ferocity that I know them for in particular. Again, we've seen Bristol earlier today as well, and they are an incredibly fast team, aren't they?
They are indeed. Two good sides going head to head. And there he is, James Fay through the middle again.
A superb touch there made by Mr. Touch, number 27. And that is Bristol ball as they exit. That is Toby Williams with a superb defensive work. Bristol have a good roll on here. Alex Henley Good driving forwards. And that looks like a superb touch there from number 5, Will Ingram. As that is 5th touch, just looking to work a little bit of space, and there he is, back at it again. Will Ingram says no thank you, and the store is closed as we see Foxes trying to work from left to right. That was first touch.
We spoke in the break about how players want to initiate the touch, and I was asking why they want to do that. Could you just explain a little bit more about why players might want to engage a defender when they're coming forwards in attack, like we've just seen there?
So it's just all about creating that right platform. As Ben just tries a little cheeky out the back, the smile has been wiped from his face there. Sorry, back to the initiating the touches. You want to paint a picture for the referee that you have control of the ball. It makes the setup much easier for the rest of your players on your team as well. And it doesn't allow the defenders to get away with any cheeky funny business on the line as well.
Excellent point.
Here come Bristol, superb turn of pace, and that's just an unfortunate drop of the ball in the corner there by the Bristol winger. Again, Bristol making it really hard for the Foxes to escape their own half. Just a little delay to half as Ben comes down the short side to Holmes. Holmes to Nurse. And Ellie Fay just needing to grow a couple of inches there. Slight overshoot on the pass by Bex Holmes. Bristol taking their time as they should have a couple of touches to play with. And a penalty rewarded there I think, against Nurse. Here come Bristol with a set on the line. We have Jamie Carruth and Ashkan working the ball in the middle. Do not forget about Courtney, number 7 on the right-hand side, as they go left into the space. And that is a superb score from Bristol. Very, very good of them to recognise that the space was on the left there.
Yeah, great identification of space. They just found a little overlap. Really well-worked pass and a good finish to get in that gap.
As we approach halfway into the game here, what would you like to see a bit more from Manchester? How do they get that 3-score lead reduced as we work through?
Well, let's just look back at the point when Foxes last had the ball. They get the ball in space down this near side wing, and they just don't pin their ears back. They have to have a little bit more go forwards in order to get in the right areas of the pitch.
As we see Will Ingram giving it a go at the line. Ellie Fay to Ben Burton. Watch out for James on the left here as James Fay controls the ball. Ben Burton. And that is superb. The winger there has called a no touch, and the referee there has awarded it again. Just what we were asking to see, wasn't it?
That's exactly right. They've just been direct. They've gone forward, they've got over the gain line, and they've scored relatively simply. We need to see a little bit more of that.
Now, I may be mistaken, but this is Will Ingram's first go at the Division 1 in the England Touch Series. So he's making a real good mark for himself, isn't he?
Yeah.
Now, as we see Bristol playing around with the ball, potential touch pass play on. Ben Greer dishing it off, back to Ben Greer, and that is so unfortunate. There again, we like those quick hands, don't we?
Yeah, enterprising, a little bit more flair from Bristol. I do like to see that. That was nice interplay between them.
As we see Foxes again down their box side, and just a little bounce off the knee there, and unfortunately for Manchester, a turnover ball, giving Bristol the opportunity in what looks like to get their players off the pitch. That is touch number 2, and they are in the Manchester Foxes half. Good work by number 7 there, Courtney. Some great ground made.
Now Foxes look organised here. They just need to be patient, get the ball back. Oh.
I've got no material.
For those that are new to touch rugby there is a no touch called by the referee there, which means that the attacking player has popped the ball on the floor without a touch being made first, okay? As we see Foxes working back towards the box. There's Fay. Here comes Burton and Overbury. Overbury, one of the founding members of Manchester Foxes, dishing the ball away. As there is a turnover ball there. We're starting to see potentially a couple of tired players on the Foxes side in the heat.
Yeah, perhaps just not quite clinical enough. Making a couple of errors, a couple of handling errors, decision-making errors, and it's costing them. They need to score soon to get back in this one.
With just over 7 minutes to go, can the Foxes turn the tide? One score and the game changes into a 1-score shootout then, doesn't it?
Absolutely, still to play for. A 2-try margin is not a massive one. You've seen much greater scorelines overcome in this series, so...
And there we have it. We do see a penalty, I believe. Number 27, Mr. England himself, was called offside there by the referee. As we see if the Foxes can take advantage. There's Fay, the Fay duo, off to Ellie, back to James, and that will be a score there. Again, that lethal combination proving its worth, isn't it?
Yeah, fantastic combination of partners, not siblings, and you can only get that link up as partners where you have that connections, you build those bonds, and then you can execute some fantastic rugby like we've just seen.
I can assure you they will find that funny. It's all right, they won't come after you. As we see Bristol restart the game, we are back to a 1-score difference, and we've seen the Foxes in the second half of this game really pick it up, haven't we?
Yeah, much better, much more straight, but But that's just what we were talking about. You've done all the hard work to get back in the game, you make it a 1-score game, and all of a sudden that Bristol cross the line again, and it's back to a 2-score game, and Bristol really have the control in this one.
Yeah, little shake and shimmy of the hips there by number 24, Ben Greer. He has been superb going forwards this game, as we see Foxes again try and reduce that lead down to 1 again. That is great defence from Bristol. Burton shapes right. Just a misplaced pass there, as Bristol now have to move their way off the pitch. Some superb hands shown by Bristol off the cuff.
Yeah, really nice handling. We saw them working on it down the warm-up, and they're executing in the game here very nicely.
As we see Faye coming to make the touch, Bristol advancing forwards. Taking a little respite before that 5th touch comes. Faye with the touch. Ball across to the wing, and that is unfortunate. I am very, very impressed with Bristol's tenacity in the fact that they will play into the space, and they're confident in their hands, aren't they?
Yeah, they've been trying to move the ball, getting width to width, and obviously that stretches the defence, and Foxes have been caught short a little time or two, or perhaps have overfolded when they've been attacked down the short side.
Yeah, and there we go. We spoke about before about initiating the touch. It's very easy to pop your head down as the attacker, and Bristol have taken advantage there. Now, if Foxes can shut this one out and score down the other end, we could have a very dramatic finish to this game here, as number 47 dumps Amir Jones. Superb touch on the line against Ivy Jensen. Again, it's good to see the ladies in the middle of the pitch taking control as Bristol work the short side, and that looks like a touch from the Foxes. Absolutely superb work there on the line, restricting Bristol to a 5th touch, and there is your 6th and turnover.
I know it's hot out here, but I'd love to see Foxes just take the bull by the horns and really go in attack here.
And that was exactly the question I was about to ask you again, is what do we want to see from Manchester coming into the final 4 minutes of this game here, as we see Overbury on the ball, over to Faye, back to Overbury, cross towards Ellie Faye. That's 5th touch. James is on the move, ball to Tom, and there we have it. Foxes reducing the scoreline again, back to 1. Now we are in for a very tasty couple of minutes to finish this game.
Yeah, James Faye's put this team on his back, and he said, I'll do it myself. He's been responsible for, I think, all, if not 3 or 4 of the tries at least, in creating something and making stuff happen for the Foxes, making it only a 1-score game. Now, can the Foxes hold Bristol out here? Because we've seen a couple of times they've scored, got back into the game, and it's just been too easy.
And that is probably the change we wanted to see there, isn't it? The Lynx stepping slightly further infield and making a touch there. The referee, Geordie, has called touch. Now, I believe there is one more until 5th is called. I would be incorrect. A wide ball, Bex Holmes, and Butterfingers there. A little smile on her face, a cheeky grin. She knows what she's done, and the Foxes will have to defend their line.
Butterfingers, what a horrible thing to say.
That is my sister, just for clarification on those that are watching at home. As we see Bristol, an open side quickie, step back to the left, and they've been superb with that little tip off there, haven't they? Straight through that 33 channel.
Yeah, they've targeted that channel, and they've got some good change out of it.
Again, how much, again, the break might play a factor into this, but again, we have banged on about it all day, but the heat as well, it is ferocious. We've got a little bit of cover here. I can feel a little bit of sweat on my eyebrow. I can only imagine how the players feel out there.
Yeah, there's no shade out there. It's absolutely brutal conditions to be playing such a high-paced game in.
As we see a couple of Bristol players on the floor in front of us here, the heat playing its part. The Faye duo. And there is 6 more for the Foxes, as we see James Faye over the ball with Ben Nurse just tucked in behind. And that is a score given. Excuse me, there may have been a touch in there first.
Well, I actually thought she got the ball down, to be fair. I think it was very, very close. One or the other. Let's just check the replay here.
Oh, it's close, isn't it?
It's very close.
It's very, very close. You couldn't pay me to be a referee on a day like today. As we see the Bristol Jets moving forward, less than 1 minute to go. Can the Foxes get a hold of this ball? They are asking a lot of themselves now. And there is a penalty for offside against, I believe, Tom Overbury of Manchester Foxes. As we see Bristol attack the line. Referee has called a touch there. Now all Bristol will need to do is keep a hold of this ball and complete their set of 6, and they'll leave themselves a very good chance of advancing through from this quarter-final.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we all want to see Foxes get another try here and take us to
a drop-off.
A drop-off.
There we go.
For those who don't follow touch, can you just quickly explain what that might look
Yeah,
like?
so a drop-off. If we just let this one play out there. There we go, a superb game and a win for Bristol Foxes. A drop-off is when these scores are even. Now we do hope to see 1 or 2 throughout the rest of the day there. A great way to decide a game. A superb effort from Foxes there. Definitely improved from what we saw earlier on in the day. Bristol Jets themselves, same as we saw earlier on the days as well. Ferocious, fast and very difficult to deal with, weren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. They looked really organised throughout that game and always had a little bit more control. Even when they conceded, they'd always go back up the other end and score straight away. So congratulations to Bristol Jets as they go through. But for Foxes, we did see signs of life coming through James Fay and that partnership duo working through the middle in the 33 channel. But not to be for them as they bow out.
It is all to play for, as in about 5 minutes or so, 10 minutes, I am mistaken, we have a ferocious game. We have Galaxy Southwest versus Nottingham Hoods in another Division 1 quarter-final. We will see you soon.
Hang on, lads. Look how close this is.
Galaxy.
That's going to be such a good game. That's going to be such a good game. You've been Nottingham all day long. How long we got? I'll walk this way then.
believe. And you know, last year on this ball, I think I scored it like a job to catch the ball, scored it, and we went to Stockholm. Depends on work, I think. It's just certain. Yeah, I guess. Oh,
Really? Did you have the words as well about it?
alright.
Gotcha.
What we're doing, like, it's a link mid, like the other wing. Right,
Save this one.
Players and officials, 2 minutes free pass. 2 minute warning.
So welcome back to another quarter-final where it is Galaxy Southwest versus Nottingham Hoods, a game that we were touting as potentially being the final when we first saw the draw. They've met each other in the quarters. Galaxy Southwest, as always, boasting some of the best touch players England have to offer, but they're coming up against Nottingham Hoods, who performed phenomenally in both the men's division and the women's division, with average ages of 18 and 17 respectively. This is a young side underpinned by some experienced heads. Jake, this is a game that really promises everything from a touch perspective.
Yeah, this is a really exciting game in prospect. I think both teams would have been gutted to see that they'd drawn their opposite number in the early stages as this. But I think it's going to be a fantastic game. It's going to be a fast game for sure.
Absolutely, and just to give you a bit of a heads up of who we're talking about, number 6, Louis Trays, on your picture right now, flowing the ball around in between him and his familiar link partner. It is danger signs when Cole Graham and Louis Trays start to combine. They've also got Josh Henderson lingering out there in the far link, Ella Trays down here in the near link, working with Amy Reese here on the near side, and I believe that is Annie Ainscough over on the far side, a textbook winger. And not only that, but they're also joined by one of the best players we've got to offer right now, Seb Conahan, wearing 54. Keep an eye out for him, he is dangerous. With that being said though, on the other side of the ball, Nottingham boasts the Ballon Boy, Archie Devlin, wearing 51. Many are saying sort of the future of England touch right now, alongside another person who could be doing that, Ollie Simon. This game is going to be fast and frenetic as Louis Trays gets the ball down, rips a right to left pill towards Ainscough. Ainscough can't quite take that one cleanly, but there's your first warning sign of what Galaxy Southwest can do.
What an absolutely rapid start. That was electric, off the bounce. They absolutely ripped Nottingham apart, just unlucky not to finish in the corner, but what a pass and what a start.
Yeah, Stockdale checking around. Here's Hobson, one of those more mature heads in this side. Simon setting pace on the platform, feeds away to Ollie Simon. Ollie Simon wants to take Louis Trace for a walk, now setting for a middle platform. Gallagher, right foot step, Ollie Simon, 3-on-2. Emily Simon, extra pass has to go, it's played at, that'll be given 6 more, but again, the pace of this game is here for all to see.
Yeah, great start and taking the opportunity. They managed to draw him out to this near side, a couple of phases back on the inside and picked him off.
Yeah, and I think they've given the score as well, so they've given just touched in fly. Actually, Emily Simon regained that ball off the back of, it was a little bit of a janky play. Apologies, that's Phoebe Simon. And we open the scoring early. I mean, Jake, this is rapid.
It's rapid. I think what happened there was the defender got a hand in the way. The ball just popped up. She recovered her own pass and scored herself.
See Bloom now getting into line attack, working alongside Josh Morgan. Bloom, open side quickie, wants to get this ball down on the 7. Bloom, again, goes back to the open side. Right foot step, link platform is there potentially. Not quite taken on that occasion. Galaxy Southwest just missing with the first 2 warning shots.
Yeah, but they have looked threatening. Let's not overlook that. They have got into the right areas. I think if they can start turning these entries into a couple more points, we'll have a real game on our hands here.
Stockdale setting pace. This is dangerous. Such a fast and free-flowing transition. Hobson flies onto the field. Roars have come on. Will Mellor, skip pass out towards the wing. Not quite taken, but it's applauded by the Nottingham Hood sub-box. They're loving what they see right now.
Yeah, that pace around the corner was absolutely electric, and even just look at that pace in defence.
Galaxy Southwest having to work oh so hard to get off the field. Hobson gets up to make a touch on Bloom. Ainscough comes into acting half. Bloom once more, and now here comes the threat. Cole Graham just takes a stutter. Louis Trace has to scoop from inside his own half, but he can create something when given the platform to do so. Opts to just kill the ball over in that far corner towards Ainscough. I mean, Nottingham Hoods, they're really up for this game.
I think both teams are up for this game, to be honest with you. We've seen creativity, ingenuity from both sides already. Real flair and real intensity to this match.
This is threatening. Gallagher comes to join the fray. Here is Ethan Gallagher. Ollie Simon takes the settler on 4th. 5th touch coming now. Keep an eye out for Stockdale lingering in that far link channel. Ollie Simon coming into the middle platform. Stockdale on the wrap. Stockdale accelerating, diving over the covering touch. Conahan, though, with a wonderful defensive touch. And the referee's just slowing the game down. It's not to Galaxy Southwest liking. And Louis Trace just go off for a bit of a run. Comes over towards Ainscough. Cole Graham. Conahan. Good platforms coming onto the field. Just stuttering in their momentum for a moment. 5th touch, scoop. Here is Henderson. Henderson coming over towards the short side, trying to execute a 3-on-2. They're claiming for 6 more, but the referees just want to give it turnover.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened there, but just this first 3 minutes, this is what touch rugby in England is all about. Fast, frenetic, high-paced. There aren't enough superlatives to be able to describe what's going on in this game.
It is absolutely phenomenal right now, and that has been given 6 more. Apologies for the delay, just a little bit of admin going on as we see the Hoods move into their attack. Here is the Ballon boy, Archie Devlin. What can he conjure? Step back option, trying to step away. It's a bit of a shovel pass out to the link. They recycle the ball well, and then it goes out to the winger. Now there's a foot race to the corner. The diving touch comes in at the last moment from Amy Rees to shut out the Hoods once more.
I thought she got there personally, but it was very tight. Very little to separate these two teams.
Yeah, you could not pay me to be a referee in this game. It is too fast, too frenetic. That's good lateral movement coming in from Maya Matheson. Now here comes Graham. Trays in at acting half. Late pass away to Trays, gets through the initial line press. Now Trays wants a platform to scoot from. Louis Trays, right foot step, feeds Cole Graham. Cole Graham gives one more, and then the acceleration through. And that'll do for Galaxy Southwest. Kieran Evans finishes a wonderful transition, spearheaded by who else? Louis Trays and Cole Graham.
Well, there's a reason he's one of the best touch players in England at the moment. He's playing some fantastic stuff and unlocks that Nottingham defence.
And that is easier said than done. We're locked back at a dead level. One try apiece. Ollie Simon, Gallagher. He'll be looking to get to the 7 efficiently and try and stress out this very comfortable Southwest defence. There's Will Stockdale accelerating, trying to get through Cole Graham and Seb Conahan. But the defensive spacing between the middle and the link was good enough on this occasion. Gallagher back to Stockdale. Here comes Gallagher accelerating through Louis Trays, and that is a score Ethan Gallagher will absolutely love, setting his stall out to be accounted for. Ethan Gallagher making things happen for the Nottingham Hoods.
Yeah, beautiful little goose step there. Kicks one leg out, says see you later, scores himself. Great work.
And it's not a case of either defence sort of breaking, it's just the attacking prowess from either team really here to be on display as Donnelly looks to make something happen. There's a late pass away, referees were happy.
Yeah, just on that defensive point that you were making, both teams have been great in attack, but for me it's the Nottingham side who look a little bit more composed in defence. They're making good reads, coming out the line and stopping the ball at source.
It's that defensive spacing, right? Like they're staying really well connected when Galaxy are trying to move that ball from left to right.
They are staying connected, but when they're coming up and coming out of the line, they're making the reads at the right times.
And then, as we see a midfield turnover for off the mark, referees were happy that the defender was onside. That's a big touch from Ethan Gallagher. The referees give it as foot in the ruck. Apologies. Not Ethan Gallagher, Ellis Pearce. And Donnelly, just a speculative pass over to Ainscough, who makes it work. There's Graham to Conahan. Conahan wants to get on this link and potentially bounce around. Good swipe touch comes in. And now is Trays. Louis Trays, 8 metres out. Cole Graham picking and dropping a nice pass off into a dangerous area. But unfortunately on this occasion for Molly Morris, can't take it in her stride. Galaxy Southwest might start to rue these missed opportunities.
Yeah, but Galaxy Southwest are probing here. They're just having a look, they're having a little sighters. You can't miss many more of these opportunities and then they'll get punished. But right now I think they're looking in a good position with the scores relatively even.
Yeah, especially when you've got the Hoods who really haven't been able to get into their line attack yet, but have been oh so effective when they have. Ollie Simon wanted that ball up quickly, not taken. Gallagher now needs to make a moment of magic once more. Check back over towards Ethan Gallagher. But that is being given as a forward pass. Trays wants to go quickly. This game is starting to become a little bit bitey. This is why we love mixed touch. It's got a little bit of everything going for it right now. Conahan flies through Ollie Simon. But the referees bring it all the way back for an off-the-mark penalty. Conahan asking questions. Referees have already made their decision. Again, Hoods are just doing enough to stress out Galaxy Southwest, who are usually just so composed.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job in just staying organised, forcing Galaxy Southwest to make the error. Obviously, they've got ahead in the scoreline of Notts, so they're looking to keep the foot on the throat here.
Exactly that, as Gallagher, link punish, comes back over towards the open side. Lofts a nice ball into the link channel. Wing option was maybe on. Ollie Simon and Ethan Gallagher just having a couple words as they come back into their defensive line, and I'm just going to mirror what Clark Hobson has been barking at his sub-box. Got to go hard at the line, got to commit defenders. And they've got a fresh set of six to do exactly that.
I think maybe at this point, maybe both teams will be ruining missed opportunities, and how will that play effect later on in the game?
It's a bit of a mentality battle right now. Both teams not really firing on full cylinders, and they'll need to be a bit more consistent to stress out the offence. Owen Carroll dishes over towards Gallagher. Gallagher steps around the oncoming defence of Josh Morgan, and the referees are happy that Morgan was onside. He's a familiar pod here. Gallagher comes back against the grain towards Will Mellor. Gallagher trying to make something happen, but Louis Trace just stays so tight in his defence. Carroll gets caught behind the gain line. That'll be 6 and turnover. That'll give Galaxy Southwest so much confidence moving forward. That was a really good defensive set.
Yeah, massive confidence booster in that one. They've worked really well to stay connected. The two girls on the far side linking up really nicely to shut out that attack, and I think they'll look to put their foot down and really make something of this attack they've got now.
Yeah, Ella Trays with brilliant yards up the middle. There's Cole Graham checking back on the inside, and then Graham, but there's a loss of control penalty. Galaxy Southwest aren't happy. Will Mellor has maybe got away from them, and then there's an extra 10 metres for Chat, and that's a bit of a coach killer for Max Donnelly, feeling frustrated, letting the referees know about it, and the referees let him know he's got to go back an extra 10.
Yeah, I hate to see those ones. As a coach, it's a coach killer. But you can understand his frustration, because despite all of their ingenuity and creativity, they just haven't been able to get over the line.
Yeah, here is Archie Devlin. That's 5th touch now. Devlin needs to make something happen. Devlin tries to skip pass out towards Dean. It was a little bit inaccurate. Just getting their structures a little bit janky at the moment. It's not fluid from the hoods, and they need to find that level of cohesiveness to really stress out Galaxy.
Yep, I completely agree with you. And we spoke before in the last match about what happens if it goes all square at full time.
Oh, whisper the words quietly. We all love a drop-off. We're 2-1, 8 minutes left to go. It would be a magical moment if we were able to get a drop-off in this quarter-final. Here's Devlin working with Pearce. There's Pearce once more. Stockdale in motion. Stockdale gets the ball, right foot step, diving at the line. It's a brilliant defensive touch coming in from Bloom. The hoods below us can't believe the touch.
I can't believe he got there myself. That was miraculous.
And Pearce moving in towards the link channel. Doggy set up for Devlin. Devlin diving at the line. It's good touch made by Bloom. It saves his links graces. Offside penalty, fresh set of 6. Hoods have got to start making this count. A 2-try lead feels much more comfortable. Stockdale in motion once more. Will Stockdale extra pass away towards Dean, but it's been given late, and that's a turnover on first touch. And Clark Hobson barking orders from this sub-box, not happy with the lack of defensive line speed, and then another penalty. Is this a momentum shift for Southwest?
Yeah, they'll want to play on top here. I'm not quite sure why the referee slowed it down, but off we go again.
Bloom setting pace on this transition. Henderson joining the fray. There is Josh Henderson. Just moves so smoothly. He's a Rolls Royce of a player, purring through the yards in front of him. And now this is a familiar pod. Cole Graham, Louis Trace, Josh Henderson all in motion. Josh Henderson gets on the 2-on-1, but Will Stockdale saves a surefire touch. And just to speak on both sub-boxes, Galaxy Southwest over on that far side, very calm, very composed. In this sub-box below us, the energy is palpable. You've got the likes of Clark Hobson setting expectations from the sidelines of what he's happy with, and he'll need to do exactly that to maintain his 1-try lead.
Yeah, it's a little bit more frenetic over here, but you can understand that with the energy and the intensity that they're playing at. I think they need those high energy levels to maintain this level of performance.
Absolutely, as Louis Trace goes quickly, tries to find Mayer Matheson. Is that over and good? Sideline ref is calling touch. Louis Trace wants that ball down. There's a conversation happening. It's been given a touch in the end. Mayer Matheson can't quite get over on this occasion. There's Trace over towards Henderson, trying to get on the link punish. Trace coming back against the grain. Trace trying to find Mayer Matheson once more, but that has been given forward. But offside penalty first. Galaxy Southwest will have another set of 6 to have a go at the line. They need to bring parity to the score sheet. Graham, Trace, Matheson and Henderson. There is Josh Henderson. Trace in motion. No touch come. And the referees are happy with the advancing. Louis Trays comes over into this middle channel, open side quickie. Louis Trays, right foot step, dummies, pulls back out to the 7, gets the ball down quickly. Cole Graham puts a little bit of space in. Can he find the spare player? Bit of a speculative pass and then a fair bit of contact that comes in. I don't think there was any intention behind it. Here, Cole Graham just able to get into a little pocket of space as he throws the pass. There's a shoulder in the back of Mayer Matheson. That's an uncomfortable one.
Yeah, I think just a little bit of a shoulder check there. Says, don't forget about us, we're still here, we're still defensively resilient.
And then Galaxy Southwest give a penalty away for throwing the ball away. This game is getting bitty. 5 minutes left to go, 1 try in it. Southwest, it's been far from vintage so far from a team that's really, well, dominated this Southwest region in both club and nationals. No one can really lay a hand on them, and so far the Hoods, well, they're laying blow after blow.
Well, there's a reason we pitted this game as one that might potentially be a final. Tell me what's been so great about the Hoods that have got them to this point, and why they're so strong at the moment.
It's just their systems, their platforms. They run so well, they run with purpose, and it's the likes of Clark Hobson wearing number 10 out there, just barking orders, creating energy for his players to feed off of, give them the good bit of go forward. It is players like that can really be a game changer in the sub box. And what we've seen as well is the defensive spacing from Nottingham. They're so tight, they're forcing Galaxy to go long, but when they go long, Nottingham have the speed to go and cover it in the corner. So it's a real chess match at the moment of how Galaxy are going to unlock this defence. And you see Bloom come in and acting half, with Conahan on his left and Trays on his right. Ella Trays tries to bounce around. Owen Carroll is well defended by the Hoods. Approaching 4 minutes left to go. Will we see our first drop off? Well, Galaxy Southwest need to find their teeth again. Love that. If you've not picked it up on the pitch mics, there's calls from the Nottingham sub box. This will make the final. We will make the final if we win this now. You see Ollie Simon platforming. Scooping here is Gallagher, left foot step. Archie Devlin, 2-on-1. Can they go and execute? The extra hands go, and then the ball back on the inside. But she's dropped the ball over the line. It was there and available. The try line was beckoning, and the hands not quite up to scratch on this occasion. Will that come back to bite the Hoods?
It was beautiful play. It probably looked harder to drop than it was to score. Fantastic execution, but just not the final touch to get the ball down.
There's Ella Dean, unfortunately not able to capitalise. She started the moon. Her and Tamana Kambaby manufactured a 2-on-1. Late pass away from Henderson. Referees are happy. And Dean gets up and makes another touch. There's a good bit of mental fortitude on display there from Ella Dean after sort of coughing up that ball over the try line to then go and make a defensive intervention like that. Marker of a good player.
Yeah, well done. She's worked really hard to go and fix that error that she made for her team and keep the scores at 2-1.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes left to go. Here's Pearce. These pods have muddled a little bit here for Nottingham Hoods. Unfamiliar partnerships. Stockdale platforming for Pearce. Will Mellor striking, trying to drop a late pass off. Josh Henderson thought about going for the intercept, opt to just let that ball go onto the floor. 2 minutes left to go. 1 try in it. This is about as entertaining a 2-1 game as I've seen on a touch pitch for a long time.
For sure, this is really electric, and I still couldn't tell you which way this match is going to go.
No, it'd be incredibly interesting if this one does end up going to drop off. Louis Trays cannons through the roll ball. Seb Conahan setting platform onto Mellor. Followed in suit by Molly Morris. There's Conahan picking. Conahan accelerating, trying to get through Mellor. I think the referee for a moment was happy with the pass, but then Will Mellor claims the touch. That'll be touched past penalty ball for Nottingham Hoods. 90 seconds remaining.
That just seems like a pattern of play that we've seen from Galaxy Southwest far too often in this match. They've done the hard work to get up the pitch, but then once they enter the attacking fray, they've just given the ball away a little bit cheaply.
Yeah, now Conahan working in the midfield with Donnelly. Conahan, open side quickie. Conahan, right foot step. Conahan gets to the line. The referees are happy. They're going to give the score, and we are back all square. A minute left to go. We are locked at 2 tries apiece. Seb Conahan stamps his mark on this game.
Let's go, dig in. Let's dig in.
Well, Galaxy have had to dig really, really deep for this try. They've thrown away a couple of opportunities in this match, but they've finally got over the line to find parity in this match.
And now, with less than a minute on the clock, Hoods have a moment to smuggle a victory against Galaxy Southwest. Ollie Simon platforming. This is danger. Gallagher, left foot step, bounces around one. Well defended in there by Louis Trays. There's Devlin to Gallagher. Gallagher positioning himself over towards Ollie Simon. Devlin sweeping round the back. Gallagher picking up, drops a late pass off towards Simon, and that is 6 and change. We have 20 seconds remaining, and this one, surely, barring a moment of magic at the depth from Galaxy, will be going to drop off.
Well, you wouldn't put it past either team to find a moment of magic in this one.
Absolutely not. And keep an eye out for something that we call Redlands as they go through their subset. Galaxy just taking a settler. That's wonderful yards up the middle, and now there was an opportunity to get one over, and we go to drop off. We finish this game 2 tries apiece. Before we go through drop off rules, because we've got about a minute before it comes, Seb Conahan for Galaxy Southwest single-handedly saved this game with that score to equalise. Do you think there's enough in the legs left of Seb Conahan and co to really stress Nottingham out in this drop-off game?
I think both teams have had to work really hard to score. It was a frenetic start. The first 5 minutes would have been me. I think I would have gone off at that point. So, yeah, I think both times will be feeling it. They'll be very thankful for this very brief interlude now. But one of the players for Galaxy Southwest that I really liked is Maya Matheson.
Matheson, yeah, Maya Matheson, yeah, amazing player.
I think she's looked really good value in this match, and really getting Galaxy Southwest on the front foot and giving them the opportunity to draw level.
Absolutely. As we see the drop-off hooter sound, this is for all the marbles. If you've never seen a drop-off before, it is 4v4 for 2 minutes. And then after the 2-minute timer, if we are locked all square, it will go to 3v3. As we see Ollie Simon platform here. Gallagher gets on the out. Ethan Gallagher, step back, comes over towards Ollie Simon, and Nottingham Hoods draw first blood in this drop-off. Galaxy Southwest will have 90 seconds to bring parity back and potentially send this to 3-on-3. That was textbook from the Hoods.
Yeah, this is my first drop-off as well, so I'm enjoying it just as much as everybody else who's watching the stream along on the Next Gen YouTube channel.
And now Henderson, Trays, Matheson, and Ella Trays over on that far corner will be looking to make a moment of magic happen, and they'll need to save their series. Trays, right foot step, rips long towards Ella Trays. Ella Trays picks and finishes, and we are back all level. A minute left to go, 3 tries apiece. There was a reason why we were saying this might have been the final, because there is nothing to separate these two teams right now.
Well, I've said it a couple of times, that sibling connection, that partner connection, you can't find that anywhere outside of having that bond. And it's showing again in this drop-off as the 2 trays connect with one another.
And the hooter will sound in any moment now, and we'll go to 3-on-3. Next try wins. Ollie Simon, Ethan Gallagher, working alongside their very familiar partners, Phoebe Simon, as we see Ollie Simon almost goes through. Not quite happening on that occasion. We've got Phoebe Simon on one side. Here's Gallagher moving over towards Simon. Simon to Simon. Ollie variety now. Left foot step, accelerates away from one, and Ollie Simon gets the ball down and wins this game in drop off for the Nottingham Hoods in emphatic fashion. Slams the ball down in the in-goal area. The Hoods know they've taken an almighty scalp there.
Yeah, and I think they very much deserved that win. I thought they were better in majority of the parts of that game than Galaxy Southwest. Credit to them. It was a fantastic game between both sides, but Nottingham definitely better value for the win than me.
What a game we've just had here, and this is why there's slightly longer breaks in between each game. We've got to allow for drop-offs, and we were treated to an absolute cracker, tied up with a bow by Ollie Simon as Chris Simon celebrates below us. What a game that was. All 3 of the Simon family involved in that final drop-off score. That's one that Chris will be loving more than anything else. Well, I don't know about you, Jay, but I need a break. I need to get some water on. I need to cool off a little bit because that was absolute insanity. And coming up for you next, we have the semi-final in Division 1 Mixed. That is Bristol Jets, who we saw overcome Manchester Foxes in the game prior to this one, coming up against the Nottingham B team, Nottingham Mavericks. Well, I say B team tentatively because the quality that they've got across all Nottingham teams is terrifying. That'll be with you in about 6 minutes' time.
Cagey, actually. It's quite cagey.
It was like Mellors when he was yeah, when you know you pick your feet up. Yeah, exactly. They got burnt over there. But let's leave on the oh my god, that's like
and then we just need to, you know, like, a couple of times give them up and not thinking about it. I was like, you need to tell next that I can't play.
I thought they made that. I thought they made that.
That was a bit hot, that one.
That was a fucking brilliant.
And I was like, oh, if I'm not still back on that, I'll go back on.
It's just annoying all the times that these are on since the lineup as well with when the other actual weddings on.
I love everyone.
superb. Thank you.
So welcome back. The game just about to get underway. Semi-final action here at the 2:30 slot. Bristol Jets versus Nottingham Mavericks. Mavericks in green, Jets in the pink. 3 times we've seen the Jets. Theo Edwards gets us underway. Joe Wright joined by Ollie Holmes on this occasion. And Edwards looking to set pace against the Bristol Jets team that is operating at a level we've not seen Bristol operate at for a while.
Yeah, Bristol have looked really good today, mate. Fast, ferocious. Maybe it's the hot pink.
Yeah, maybe, as we see them try and get into the in-goal area, stepping back against the grain for just a moment. Not quite happening for them on this occasion, though.
That's fine, guys. Heads up.
And here we see a penalty rewarded for offside by Nat to Nottingham as we see them bring the ball towards the middle of the pitch. Theo across to his left. And a little reset, juggling the ball around. As we see a long ball ripped from right to left from Theo. Good defence from the Bristol Jets there to take away the space.
Yeah, it's staunch work at the moment from Jets in defence, shutting down the time in which the Mavericks have to work with. Here's Edwards working in the midfield with Sam Dean. There is Sam Dean, and he gets over. And that was a little bit too easy for Mavericks on that occasion. They stressed and strained the Jets, and then in the end it was just a pace mismatch.
Nottingham, all teams throughout Nottingham are very, very good at running that sweeper setup.
Yeah.
And that has come to fruition there. I wouldn't be surprised if we were to see that played numerous times across this game here.
Yeah, and this team for Nottingham Mavericks, I sort of said that they were the B team before, which was incredibly false of me, because either of these teams could work. Matty Hawes, Dan Powell in the midfield now. There's Greer working alongside Pearce for the Bristol Jets as they force a turnover. But just to take a moment to go through this Maverick side, which is ridiculous. Freya Betts wearing 88, unreal player. Sam Dean, 43, unreal player. Isla Devlin, unreal player. Theo Edwards, Matty Hawes, Rory Hawkins, Imogen Loveridge, Kit Sorgo, Ruby O'Dell, Tilly Palmer-Denning, Dan Powell. Like, this is just a ridiculous amount of quality that Nottingham boasts across all teams, right?
Yeah, and a lot of quality with Lucy Snape on the wing there as well. My team manager when I was with England many, many years ago. A great manager and a great touch player as well.
Phenomenal player, and you'll need all of that experience as Kit Sorgo gets the ball back, feeds over towards Rory Hawkins. There's Sorgo, platforming for Hawkins on 5th. Hawkins moving over towards Tilly Palmer-Denning. It's well crowded initially. Oh, lovely disguised flick pass from Kit Sorgo. Stop it. There's families watching. That is diabolical from Kit Sorgo.
Now that is one for the highlight reel there, isn't it? A little right hand pass out the back. Was there a no look in there?
That is absolutely nasty. I mean, my word. Kit Sorgo. We're not past the watershed. He shouldn't be doing stuff like that on live stream.
Like you said, Joe, there are families of these players there. As we see Bristol looking for the space on the left-hand side and an unfortunate drop of the ball there. Lots of work for Nottingham to do to make their way off the pitch.
Indeed, as we see Theo Edwards straight up the middle, followed by Dan Powell, who knows nothing but forward. And unfortunately, that's a loss of control for Dan Powell. Repeat set of 6 here for Bristol Jets. The sub-box below us just rises in volume. Emir Jones looking to make something happen, trying to get through Theo Edwards. Theo was onside, referees are happy.
Yeah, Theo knows his rules. I've been refereed a couple of times by him through my touch career. He'll have known he was onside and for the good there. As we see Bristol working right. Well, ooh! Unfortunately, a little knockdown from the Nottingham player there, and Bristol have 6 more to work with.
Bristol Jets trying to make something happen. Left to right, long ball. Does find the hands for just a moment. Not quite taken cleanly on this occasion by Abigail Colton.
As we see Nottingham working up the box here. There is Theo. A little sidestep just towards his box there. Referee calls play on for the no touch call as we see Nottingham back towards the middle.
The ball's away and happy. The referees just had a dabble for a moment. Again, Hawkins to Hawes. 2 players that we know through and through. Swipe touch off the mark. Ollie, you'll be loving that one from Rory Hawkins.
There is a wry smile on my face there, Joe. One of the all-time classics. If it happens against you, very irritating. If it happens in your favour, superb.
It's one of those dark arts moments as we see Hawes working in tune with Sam Dean and Hawkins, and that is so easy. Rory Hawkins had a hand in a couple now. He is really flexing his muscles here on live stream. 3 tries to nothing for the Nottingham Mavericks, and at the moment, Rory Hawkins has the keys to the defence.
Yeah, just they've executed a couple of times now, just on that little check back pass on the inside. It's a very underrated moving touch there.
Yeah, catch the defence napping for a moment. And you can't help but feel like maybe Bristol Jets struggled a little bit with their quarter-final game. Like, they had to run so hard to get over the Manchester Foxes that you question if the gas tank is going to be there for the full 20 minutes. Do you think that's fair to say?
I think that's a reasonable comment to make. Manchester Foxes did make Bristol work for their win there, and I have to say they've done really well to get themselves there today.
Oh, absolutely. This is a brilliant Bristol Jets team that are operating far beyond their aggregate, I think is fair, as we see the Hoods, well, the Mavericks, setting pace in their transition. Dangerous pod that comes flooding onto the field now. However, it's turnover ball. Illegal play. Bristol Jets need to start taking advantage of these moments.
No, you're right there, Joe. They are now at risk of just allowing this game to get away from them there. I would love to see Bristol get a score on the scoreboard, and maybe that'll fill them with the confidence that they do require.
Yeah, and that's a loss of control penalty as well, given against Akshan Jurasinya. As Edwards. There'll be no subset coming. This will be direct and purposeful. As Edwards sets pace here, late pass away to Matty Hawes. The extra pass goes to Freya Betts. And as easy as you like, they execute the 3-on-2. It is money from Nottingham Mavericks.
Yeah, they'll train that one over and over there, Joe. It looked sort of second nature there for them, and an easy score in the corner.
Relatively straightforward work here from the Nottingham Mavericks, who are really finding their feet early. Is Greer. Followed in suit by Owen Joyce. Joyce to Greer. Ben Greer tries to look to shape that late pass away. Maybe was the option. Mavericks doing a really good job at sort of umbrellaing around the player, leaving this winger open, but then there's a legal play of the ball. Big Dan has seen it in the midfield. He's one of my favourite refs, is Dan.
I would completely and utterly agree there. He's very, very accurate and concise in his words as well. You know exactly where you stand with him.
Speaking on that for a moment, we've got 3 phenomenal refs out here right now. You've done a lot of reffing yourself. Just how much do the referees sort of play a hand in these games that are just so entertaining to watch?
Yeah, there's a lot to think about. I mean, you get all sorts of different types of referees as you go. I, for one, I like that little bit of rough and tumble there, although there is a line. We've seen some great quality of touch refereeing today here.
Absolutely. Matty Hawes trying to combine with a late cut, just denied at the last moment his connection with Guy Stewart, who is so familiar to seeing out on the wing, showing his middle chops at the moment for the Mavericks.
I think he looks like quite natural in there, Joe, if I'm honest. He doesn't look out of place at all.
Absolutely not. See, Emir Jones, look at a platform here on 5th. Left foot step, trying to get through Matty Hawes. Ball is away and happy. They go from wing to wing. It's well worked, but then just not quite finding that extra cutting edge that Mavericks have right now.
Just ran out of options there, Joe. I would like to see the Jets again. What they've done there is pick up and work against the grain, play open side and work that 4v3.
Powell setting platform, followed in suit by Theo Edwards. Is Powell, Hawkins, the dangerous Rory Hawkins wearing 41. Theo Edwards, right-handed scoop, accelerates onto the ball. Right foot step, late pass away to Dan Powell. And that is an absolute vintage score coming out of Nottingham. Edwards to Powell, it's a tale as old as time.
A superb step off is right there from Theo. And you're right, Dan has just walked that in there. Took his time, popping the ball down on the floor.
There's a bit of a saunter, a swagger to him as he popped that ball over the line. And this game is now becoming a bit of a one-way traffic.
Yeah, Bristol were at risk of that happening to them. That is now 5 to the good for Nottingham as we see Bristol attacking the line. Sweep of play.
Yeah, Aksan Jurashinya comes back over towards the short side, escapes his way into the in-goal area, but it's a stunning diving touch over on that far side. Unfortunately, can't quite see the Lynx name there. Bristol will have one more opportunity. Late wrap was potentially the play. Sam Dean doesn't make the touch, and that is try time. And it's good honesty coming in from Sam Dean, but it's even better attacking prowess from Bristol Jets. And they finally find the keys to the Nottingham defence.
Just something a little bit different from Bristol there. They have immediately looked open throughout the first portion of this game. So for them to dummy the wrapper there and step back to the short side, that's where the space fit came from. You are right, some superb honesty there, and that's exactly what Touch is prided on.
Absolutely, Sam Dean. Again, one of these young sparks in this Maverick side. Any Nottingham team has such youthful flavours. Palmer Deming looks to set platform. Edwards just saunters his way over to that roll ball. Hawkins comes down for the 32 potentially. Gets the ball back off of Matty Hawes. Rory Hawkins diving at the line. That could have been ball down. It's a marginal call.
Yeah, really close that one, Joe. I have to say, I wouldn't be a referee on a day like today with the sun beaming down on me as it is now.
Yeah, there was a bit of a squirrely pass as well from Hawkins. Give it forward. Robin stood in the midfield. He's just sort of saying, look, I've got to give it. It did go forward. I know what you were trying to do, but nothing doing.
As we just have a slight delay in play while the ball gets back to its mark. And here we go, Bristol looking like they're coming for the subset on this side of the pitch.
Yeah, Hawkins, again, one of those swipe touches. Ben Greer gets up towards Matty Hawes. And now here come the Bristol Jets flying onto the field. Ivor Jensen setting platform. Williams once more straightens. Scooper. The 3-on-2, but that ball sort of 6 of one off, doesn't the other, never really hitting link or wing there.
I'd just like Bristol to go through the numbers a little bit. It is that they're looking for that open pass, and it's all well and good. I'd like to see them just go from mid to link to wing, just to open up that space a little bit more.
Yeah, Edwards, though, setting brilliant expectations on this subset, followed in suit by Matty Hawes. There's a really good roll ball coming in from Imogen Loveridge as well. And now there's a 3-on-2, and Kit Sorgo is so used to executing these. Guy Stewart gives the extra pass towards Freya Betts, but Betts can't quite take it in her grasp, bounces off the chin and goes forward. But again, the Mavericks just play with such fluidity. They all know their role, and they're able to run that fly off the subset with perfection.
You're completely right. I really do think they could swap all of their players in and out of the positions, and they would all know exactly what role they are about to play.
Absolutely, and that is such a flex as Imogen Loveridge gets up to make a brilliant touch, and now there's an accelerating step that's coming through, 3-on-1 potentially, but again, to come back to your point that you were saying, got to just go through the hands. Akshan Jurasinya was in so much space, you then pull in the defender, you execute your 3-on-2, they're looking for that skip pass as default, and Maverick just have it covered.
Yeah, and I think that's, Mavericks, it looks like they are leaving a winger out there to mark that space. It would be good if Bristol were to recognise that, and like you said, I'd like to see them just go through the hands a little bit. I potentially think that link hole will be open there for them.
Hawes checking back against the grain. This time, looking at Isla Devlin, is Dean. Sam Dean accelerating. Late pass over towards Matty Hawes, and Hawes unhooks the trailer and just skates his way all the way through. And for the Mavericks, it's a case of however which way you like it, will score. Whether it's round the outside, through the middle, check pass back on the inside. They are toying with the Bristol Jets.
Yeah, like we said, that cut-back pass into the inside, very, very underrated. And this Nottingham side here are very, very good at doing exactly that.
Yeah, Joyce and Gray need to manufacture a scoring opportunity, working with Zoe Fielding-Stewart. Skip pass out towards the winger. And Lucy Williams has to come back towards the mark. There's Fielding-Stewart, left foot step to get around Sam Dean. Greer comes over towards Joyce. Skip pass again to the link. Inside play maybe on, but it's really well shut down there over on the far side. And on this occasion, again, I believe it's Isla Devlin who's making those touches over on the far side. And Palmer Denning throws the big dummy. Ben Greer makes the touch, not buying it. Here comes Powell and co. Theo Edwards platforming. There's a good scoop on offer here. Edwards to Powell. Not a lot of space there. Bristol Jets got their spacing really accurate there.
Yeah, they've shown some real improvement through this game, Joe. I think we do have to remember that the sheer quality of all these Nottingham sides here today, and Bristol have given a good account of themselves in the previous games. Potentially, it's just the sun and the tired legs starting to creep in.
Absolutely, as Palmer Denning gets up to make a phenomenal touch on Emir Jones. And Williams scooping. What can he conjure? Dive into his box of tricks. There's a 3-on-2 that goes through the hands, and Emir Jones accelerates his way through, and that is try time. And Ollie Holmes is up here celebrating because they give the hands through the 4-on-3 rather than going through the skip pass, and it executed perfectively.
I might apply for an England touch coaching role after this one, Joe. That was absolutely superb. You're right. Execute the 4-on-3 with perfection. Ball going through the hands. Mid, link, wing. And there we are with a nice score in the corner. As we see Nottingham tapping off.
There's Dean, Sorgo and Stewart. There is Guy Stewart. Dean in motion, no touch claimed, big calls from play on. Kit Sorgo comes out towards Guy Stewart. Stewart wants this Link to be more honest. Link was always dropping middles, did a really good job to come over and shut that space down. Kit Sorgo wanted to give the extra pass, but there's a foot in the ruck. So Mavericks will have a fresh set of 6 here to work with. Dean checking over towards Loveridge. Loveridge on the Link punish. Loveridge stepping. Thought for a moment there was a scoring opportunity. Did a really good job at taking sharply wide, but then there's a turnover as well, and that opportunity goes begging for the Mavericks.
It was probably about time they didn't score while on the line, wasn't it? Again, Bristol are applying good pressure. That they are working in this game, into this game, but just can't help but feel like it's too far gone now.
Yeah, potentially 4 tries to deficit, 3 minutes left to go. As they look to run a Redlands play out the box side, and Joyce and Greer combine for an absolute pearl of a score. Just catching Mavericks napping. And what a beautiful Redlands play that was.
Superbly recognised there. They could see that Nottingham were squeezing across into where Bristol were playing into. So Bristol have decided to make that change, and they've come out with a score at the end of it.
And now Hawes will be looking to re-establish a more commanding lead as the Jets have just found their way back into this game. Rory Hawkins. Powell taking a settler for a moment. Powell goes back over towards Hawkins. Back into Powell, feeding across towards Hawes. What a wonderful setup that is. Rory Hawkins accelerates towards the line, and that is absolutely textbook. And he's got a hat-trick now. Rory Hawkins, he's having such a game.
Agreed. Pulling players left, right, and then playing the sweeper back the other way. It's very, very difficult to defend when you don't know where the attack are going to strike.
Yeah, and sometimes you've just got to stand and appreciate it. Rory Hawkins is just unplayable right now, right? He has just been so good. And when you give him someone like Dan Powell to set in platform day in, day out, that is a terrifying fact. It's Girasinia, platforms, skip pass out towards the Link. There's a bit of a foot race, but Guy Stewart just marshals the space expertly.
Yeah, number 7, Courtney, impressed me in the previous games as well. Now she's managed to get her hands on the ball. She has done again.
Oh, Girasinia is wonderfully executed there. Akshan Girasinia gets on the Link punish, engages both Link and wing, gives the little skip pass. That's more of the Bristol Jets that we know and love, right?
Spot on, Joe. Again, Courtney taking the space over on this left-hand side, making Nottingham a little bit worried. It then unlocked the space on the right-hand side for them to score. That was perfectly put together.
Now, Sorgo and Hawes will be looking to go down the other end and add a score to their pods tally. There's Dean. Back in towards Sorgo, back over towards Matty Hawes. And Sam Dean just taking the settler. Again, getting on this Link really well. Sorgo, fire up, Dean, extra pass. And no touch is claimed. And that is a wonderful line off the ball by Ella Loveridge. And again, it's the ball skills, the way they're able to manipulate space and find extra inches so they can go through. It's a wonderful score to watch back on the replay. Loveridge, what a line that is out to in.
Absolutely superb. Shaped to pass open, realised the space was there, and just a cheeky dot the ball down on the floor.
It's a bit of a clinic in attacking conditioning right now from Mavericks. They're doing Bristol every which way you could possibly imagine. And that is a worrying fact when you're playing against a team that's really in their groove, and maybe a bit of fatigue setting in there as we see a roll ball error forcing the turnover here for Mavericks.
Yeah, it is noticeable. The wind has picked up just a touch as well. They've not been playing with a lot of wind today, and that may well be affecting some of the outputs.
Yeah, and a good cannonball ruck as well there as Powell looks to set pace and Hawkins just accelerates up into the midfield. There's only seconds remaining and Mavericks might want to finish this game with a flourish. No touch claim. Theo Edwards is just dancing. And then there is a penalty given and we can't end on a penalty. So Theo Edwards will tap the ball and probably look to get an extra score on the board. Matty Hawes, late pass over towards Edwards, and that's been given 6 more, but that will be all she wrote. And the Nottingham Mavericks, well, they take a commanding victory, 8-4 over the Bristol Jets, who have performed magnificently up until this point, but they met a team flying through their gears, really in their groove, enjoying their touch. And when you've got the likes of Rory Hawkins playing with you, I mean, it's terrifying to come up against.
It's really difficult to deal with it when you don't know where the attack will strike next. How do you defend?
Yeah, you've got to trust your processes, but even when you do that, there's a bit of magic in this Nottingham Maverick side that makes it oh so difficult. Well, that is it for this game. We've got a 10-minute break now, no drop off here, so we roll all the way through until 3 o'clock, where it will be Crewe and Nantwich Blaze versus Triple Threat in Division 2, and that'll be with you at 3 o'clock.
First time.
No, she's not.
Yeah.
Boy or girl? I don't know.
I'm somewhere.
Hello and welcome back. The sun is still shining. In front of us, a different pink strip than the Bristol Jets we've had 3 times today. We have triple threat against Crewe and Nantwich Blaze. Just waiting for the tap off here. This is a Division 2 group game. Some smiles and laughs on the wing from Rebecca Natasha Dunn with the referee. We are expecting the hooter at any moment. It looks like to me that Blaze are playing a female mid, a little bit different to what we've been seeing today.
Yeah, tell me a little bit more about that. What does that mean for how the game's going to develop?
It just means that it doesn't mean that Blaze have 4 ladies on the pitch. You have to field a minimum of 3 females on the pitch at any point during in a mixed game, and it looks like they're playing with the 4 here as Ellis puts the pressure on. Bristol Jets looking to draw them out. As we see Chris with the ball away to Harry Hardman. A little bit of a switch off the cuff there, maybe not planned. However, they have the first score in the game here.
Yeah, they'll take that nice and direct play up the middle. It's Harry Hardman who gets the score. Formerly of Brunel University. He's a good 15s player as he is a good touch player as well.
With a little pirouette just in front of us as he comes off the pitch. Save your energy, Harry. As we see Lloyd Daffyd over the ball, and here we go. Lucy Hawkrigg to Lloyd, back to Lucy. Looking to work the ball to the right-hand side. I'm liking the orange bandana.
I do like that. I was literally just about to say that. That's a nice little touch.
As we see the point to the floor from the referee there. Lloyd Daffyd around one of the triple threat players and into the space there.
Well, let's keep this going. No defending, just all-out attack from both sides, please.
We don't complain, do it? Now that was a close one. Well done to Lloyd for converting the score. 2 attacking sets, 2 tries. As you said, do we want to see a little bit more of that?
Absolutely. Defence is optional in this one. Let's just keep the tries coming in. Let's have a nice, healthy scoreline.
Yeah, we don't mind a bit of optional defence, do we? As we see triple threat, Harry is on the ball. A firm touch there from the Jones. As we see Pat Malcolm playing tricky buggers in defence. Triple threat looking for the sweeper. Just a little bit of confusion there as the referee has gone for a touch pass, likely the right call, as we see Blaze about to work it up the box side on the far side of the pitch to us here. Ellis on the ball. That looks like a foot in the ruck there from a triple threat player. There we go. Blaze will start with a fresh set of 6 with a tap penalty there, as we see Hawkrigg following the play as half. And that will be ball down and turnover. A little bit of a waste from Blaze there.
Yeah, I think both teams missed an opportunity on them sets just gone. Didn't really look to go very direct. They just sort of expected it to happen in front of them, and triple threat were organised and got the ball back.
Yeah, no, agreed, as we have Harry on the ball. That will be a ball down. Very well worked by triple threat there. It seemed like they had no space in that corner, didn't it?
Yeah, it was Chloe Ayling who comes up with the try there. Nicely finished on the edge, just getting the ball, putting it down, and takes the score to 2-1.
As we see Ellis D, part of the England junior setup in the recent years. Bob Hawkrigg bringing the average age of the team up, but you wouldn't know by how he plays on the touch pitch as Blaze move forwards into Izzy Jones. Ellis has the ball.
He's only 17, as his jersey says. I'm sure that's what he tells everybody anyway.
I couldn't confirm it. I know Ellis is young, I can tell you that. And it looks like he has walked in for a score there, just round to the left. Into the space. That's a close touch, a little shimmy of the shoulders, and he's through there. As you said, defence is optional, at least to us it is, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what we want to see. Good enterprising rugby from both teams. Both going direct and both getting over the line for a couple of nice scores.
As it stands, we have Blaze 2, triple threat 2, as Harry looks to take control and bursts through the middle. Lloyd on the chase, and I believe the referees will call the ball was down before the touch.
Yeah, another word on Harry Hardman there. He's a real dangerous operator. He used to play on the wing, used to play at 9 in 15s, but he's really found his game in touch, and he loves the sport, and he's really taken his opportunity with this triple threat side. And I think on top of that, he just loves his rugby as well. As long as he's playing, he's more than happy to be putting his hand up and doing his part for his side.
Rightly said, as we see Ellis kicking it off for Crewe into Bob Hawkcrig. Ella Wiley with control of the ball. Bob into the middle as Ellis takes control. Off to Wiley. Back to Ellis D. That's 4th touch. 5th is coming. Ella Wiley just trying to find some pace out there, some great defending from the Bristol Jets. Now I'd like to see Crewe. You know, we spoke about earlier about the attackers initiating the touch and creating that platform. I'd just like to see Crewe get their hands around that.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. They've just been a little bit too passive, allowing the defence to come forwards rather than really taking it to them and playing on top. Because you do that, Harry Hardman will score again.
As we have Chris Andrews, and you're right, Harry Hardman getting the spoils of Chris's hard work. And we have Bristol 2 scores up as it stands. Bristol are very good at putting their ears back and just taking that space, aren't they?
Yeah, that's exactly what we were just saying. That ability to go forward, get over the gain line, it can be very tricky to defend against when you've got speedsters like those we've just pointed out.
And we have Lloyd over the ball in his cap. Little step over to Hawkcrig. That's much better from Crewe. A little bit of go forward. Coming over to the left-hand side. Patrick Malcolm at half. An open side play. A chance for Crewe to strike.
Slows up a little bit.
That is superb defending from triple threat there. Nearly got me T's mixed up, eh? As they recycle the ball. Unfortunately for Crewe, they have lost the ball on the Bristol side of the pitch, making it easier for them to sub off here as we see them working the ball really well.
Yeah, that was a bit of a triple threat tongue twister, wasn't it?
There we see that duo again. We have Hardman and Andrews working through the middle. Andrews is off, a quick step to the left, through to Harry, and he's really enjoying playing with Chris at the moment, isn't he? He may as well buy him a pint after the day is finished.
I think they're a great partnership, and they both love playing rugby, and they're making Crewe pay for this here.
Not that Crewe will lose motivation from here. Nearly halfway in the game, only 3 scores in it. Can Crewe get one back here as D works the ball forward? Just a little bit stop-start from Crewe, isn't it? Just want to see them get into that momentum and go forwards along the pitch.
It is. You want to see a little bit more go forward, but you've got to remember we've had a very long day of rugby so far. I think these teams have played 4 games already, so they will be feeling it in their legs. And it can be very difficult when you go down by a good few tries to get in that mental headspace to think that you can win that. But I'm sure they won't give up, and they're looking to probe here.
Good use of the whole set of 6. Bristol find themselves on their box side, working away into the middle of the pitch. And good ground made there by not Bristol, it's triple threat. It's the pink getting me all mixed up. As we see triple threat making their changes. A good little pass out to the wing here. Now that will be hips, not square. The referee has seen it. Good call, sir, as Rebs looks to get her hands on the ball. Crewe unlucky not to get a penalty there for throwing the ball away as they look to work the ball towards their sub-box. Ellis D. Ella Wiley at half.
Good defensive pressure from triple threat coming out the line, making the read.
Yeah, it looks like Crewe are just struggling just to make that ground forwards. Touch 5. Lloyd lets the goose loose, and unfortunately the pass is also loose as there is a ball down and turnover. Harry Hardman over the ball.
Yeah, well, if I was a bookie, I wouldn't like the odds on Harry Hardman to not score again.
As we see good meters made there by Andrews. What a lethal partnership he has with Hardman as we get some fresh legs on the pitch with Lewis Wilkinson and Seb King working the ball from left to right. It was a good use of the space, but good covering defence by Crewe. It looks like they're starting to piece things together here.
Yeah, a little bit more resilient, a little bit more connected in defence and causing a couple of issues for triple threat here.
As Lloyd works his way beautifully up the box. He was having a little word with me just before the game about feeling a little bit leggy. Now, he wouldn't know that just from watching him there.
No, still got enough gas in the tank. But the question is it enough to break down this strong defensive triple threat side?
Yeah, triple threat are looking particularly good here. Crewe just working laterally as opposed to forwards as we see Ellis pick up the ball. Looking right, looking left, ball over the top and ball down. Triple threat covered the spaces superbly there, didn't they?
Yeah, just pushed him to the edge, caused a floaty pass over the top and unable to gather there.
As we see the other pod of triple threat working their way off the pitch, using as much space as possible. That is superb.
Some nice hands and some nice interplay between the ladies there.
As we see Hardman and Cruz. Hardman with a little jink left, a little right, and unfortunately just losing possession of the ball there. As we see Malcolm working away from the box and down the side. He's off. Has he got the legs? He has not. Little hop and a skip from Pat there. Looks like he might have a slight niggle. Play is paused. Referee says play on.
He was having a laugh. He was taking the mick.
A little.
He saw how far he had to go and said, no, I'm all right, thank you very much.
At least he kept himself within the confines of the pitch. As we see Ellis on the ball. Hawkrigg back to Ellis. Just like to Crewe work forwards here, set a platform and just use that scoop. As we see Lloyd working to the right there. And again, very well covered by triple threats. They're doing a very good job, aren't they, at just opening their hips towards the corner and just sort of ushering Crewe into a space that they know they have covered. As we see Hardman working forwards. That is a great transition by triple threat there as the new pod work onto the pitch. Number 14, Dan the Man looking ruthless as we break through the middle. And that will be a score. A loud call of Dan the Man from underneath me as triple threat breeze through for another score. With 6 minutes to go, the score is Blaze 2, triple threat 6. What would you like to see from Crewe in these final minutes?
I'd like to see them just try something now. I think 4 tries down. They haven't created a great deal in the opening 15 minutes of this match. I'd just like to see them be a little bit more creative. Try those out the back offloads. If it doesn't come off, it doesn't come off. I just want to see them really go for it and give themselves an opportunity to at least get back in this game. Or take a few more rewards, because at the moment I don't feel like a 4-try deficit reflects how that game is going.
You would be right there as Crewe give it another crack. There is 5th touch. Wiley on the ball and Bob under pressure by the man we have mentioned along with Harry. It is Chris Andrews with the pressure in defence. A little smile from Andrews as they come off the pitch. That was a good touch by Jones. Here comes Jones again and called offside. That will be a foot in the ruck by Rebs. That is unfortunate. As we see Triple Threat lining up down this right-hand touchline, looking to take it to Blaze again. Chris taking it to the left. Seb King with control of the ball, calling the sweeper. Jeremy Hill dumps. Lovely pass from Chris Dorr into Cat there with one touch to play with. Can Triple Threat come away with yet another score?
Great pickup there to even give themselves a chance. Although the touch was made, it was a fantastic pickup off the laces.
As we see some fantastic feet there from Seb King. It is nice to announce another name other than Chris Andrews or Harry Hardman. That was some superb feet. The referee has called them offside. Little step left to right and straight through the middle.
Well, we're at Oxford Quins today. It's a beautiful setting for a fantastic day of touch across Division 1 and 2. Sun's out, it couldn't be much better, could it?
You are right there. There has been a little breeze that has developed through the day. Not that we have any issue with a little cool breeze coming through where we're stood now, and I'm sure the players would agree as we see Hawkrig. There we go, a little bit of go forward from Crewe there. They need to continue to screw in as we see Ellis with a long ball opportunity. No hands at the end. Triple Threat will still have to work their way off the pitch if that is what they choose to do so.
I think they're going to try and strike here. They'll look to play fast. They won't be happy with what we're on right now. They're looking for more.
Ooh, got away with some loose hips there as Triple Threat come towards the box. Nearly a cheeky interception there from one of the Blaze players. He would have wrote home about that if he went on to score.
Yeah, I think that was LFD there, and he very almost came up with the ball, and that was just what we wanted to see. A little bit more creativity and a little bit more, let's have a go.
In a rather funny manner, I have just noticed that Blaze have two 41s on the pitch. And as much as you believe that's LSD, it might not be.
So you are right.
And while we were looking at each other then, another score from Triple Threat there. Number 16, Seb King, taking charge straight through the middle. And there we are, a superb score through the middle and a little smile on his way off. With less than a minute to go, can we see Crewe turn the pace up and take something from this game? As we see Lloyd Dafford working his way forwards. They are two very good touches, lots of ground made as they look for the doggies in the corner.
I think Lloyd Dafford, mention on him, he's been central to all the things that's been going well for Crewe and really getting him on the front foot and put his hand up to say, we'll have a go at this.
Yeah, Lloyd's come on leaps and bounds over the last few years, you know, and you know, this is the stage from San. You're right, he has taken lots of control and onus on, you know, the go forward that we have been looking for there, as there was some superb hands shown by Triple Threat there, just staying in. Good work from the ladies down this side of the pitch, looking to spread the ball back towards the middle. As Chris Dorr that's not Chris Dorr. And a penalty called there by the referee for a touch pass. Izzy Jones on the ball, working towards the Blaze sub box. Lloyd in at half. These are some better meters made. Hawkrig back at half. The hooter has gone. We will play on And nearly a cheeky one from LSD there as he tries to squeeze through towards the end of the game. Now, that has finished for a win for Triple Threat. And that has finished Blaze 2, Triple Threat 8.
Yeah, very much deserving of that lead, and they were fantastic. They relied on their speedsters to get them out of tricky situations on multiple occasions, going the full length of the field through the likes of Harry Hardman, Seb King, and Dan the Man straight through the middle. But yeah, I think they were really good value for that win and showed some real quality in that 8-2 win over Blaze.
You would be correct. We will be back in 10 minutes or so for some more fantastic and feisty touch. We will see you soon.
So welcome back. Semi-final action, Division 1. London Scorpions versus NQ Rebels, a familiar matchup we've had many a time. NQ Rebels with the tap, Cooper Bainbridge with the ball in hand, up against the London Scorpions in defence. Joe Wright alongside Jake Robinson will be taking you through all of the rest of the afternoon's actions as Cooper Bainbridge gets us underway and sets pace and expectation for the rest of this set. Is Quinn with Bainbridge. Bainbridge, left foot step, tries to get around the outside, not quite doing. He is denied with authority by the Scorpions defence, and then just killing the ball over on that far side. Hobson takes the touch and puts 6 up and change. Fagan accelerates through. Charlie Steed, great foot speed into the roll ball. That ball is dead on the floor. There's Taylor Dean, Sean O'Sullivan, Bendel. No touches remaining. Late switch off. Not quite happening for the Scorps on that occasion. Jake, we've seen both of these sides. Well, we've seen NQ Rebels, not quite a look at London Scorpions. But these sides both deserve their semi-final spots in this game. Well, that has a lot to live up to, especially considering in this division we had Nottingham Hoods versus Galaxy Southwest. That was a hell of a game. Yeah, they've been really good, both sides, to get to this point where they are now. Played some interesting and expansive rugby, and we're seeing that in the start here. I think Scorpions look great in their set, and as did the other team, Rebels. Yeah, NQ Rebels now a fresh set of 6. Here's Ingram, Pennington. Pennington coming down in front of Meakin. Pennington wanted to get the ball back. Meakin escapes his way into the in-goal area. Dummies, delays. There's a few people diving, and Pennington is down and uncomfortable. It was Sean O'Sullivan who was diving for that ball. Pennington just coming off slightly worse, but he's made of tough stuff. Yeah, I took a bit of a contact with the ground. Could you just explain to me, sometimes I've seen players go into the end zone, yes, and they're looking for a pass. Yes. Why do they do that? You can't score as half. So if you're the first person who picked the ball up, you can't score. Got to find that extra pass to get away. A really good example of that there. Meakin squirrels his way into the in-goal area, looked to connect with Pennington. Familiar story. Taylor Dean, O'Sullivan, Fagan. Physical touch coming in there from Meakin. Richardson checking away. And now Halpenny just has to work a little bit harder to get that ball off the floor. Delayed pass over towards Fagan. Fagan with the extra pass. That'll be given 6 more. And then there's a bit of a bumble over. Harry Richard and Gabe Pennington just sharing a giggle. Harry saying, there's a lot going on, sir. Yeah. Ben Meakin with a bit of a wry side, just letting the referees come to the conclusion that was played at, so there'll be 6 more. Richardson comes down towards Fagan. Skip pass over towards Halpenny, but Hobson gets up and makes a really good touch in behind the gain line. Richardson platforming, Halpenny in motion, Halpenny check back, and it was gorgeous stuff, not taken efficiently by Jarrett Lewis. First warning shot there from the Scorpions, coming ever so close to finding their mark.
Yeah, just that final pass. They worked up the field really well, got the opportunity by getting 6 more, and probably should have come away with points there.
Yeah, it was really well designed play. As Quint comes flooding onto the field. Bainbridge in an acting half. Bainbridge accelerating, ripping open side to Wharton. Wharton delayed pass back into Bainbridge, and then that's played at 6 more. Halpenny tries to step away. This is touch 0 off the back of the intercept. So first touch coming now. Lewis flies through the roll ball. Fagan gives the wrap over towards Harry Richardson. Here is Dom Tripp. Checks away to Steed, and Steed accelerates, and there's an early Redlands play. And Cooper Bainbridge sort of looks at Dom Tripp with a wry smile and says, how good is that? Tripp to Steed to try line. First blood London Scorpions.
Yeah, he's found the space really well there, and his centre of gravity was so low, just to drop his height, put his afterburners on, says see you later to the defence. It's really nice play, but what I liked most about that play was they're rolling onto the ball and creating the space.
Such momentum in their play, right? They fly through the roll ball. There's Thorpe. Pennington. Meakin on his right, Thorpe on his left. Hobson in this near side link. Thorpe, open side quickie, gets the ball back, right foot step, bounces around one for just a moment, but then shut down with authority by Joe Brewer. Here's Pennington. Delay pass, just a little bit of overplaying. That's a testament to the line speed of London Scorpions.
Yeah, London Scorpions looking really composed in defence here. Rebels need to maybe have a look, get a little bit more on top. Like we just spoke about, Scorpions are playing with that roll ball, they're playing on top. We'd like to see that from Rebels a little bit more. When they get the ball back, playing with a bit more urgency.
Absolutely. As Bendel comes flying onto the field. Camilleri in an acting half. Steed checking away to Fagan. Jimmy O'Donnell now scooping. Tries to find the delay pass over towards Bendel. Not quite happening on that occasion, but again, it's dangerous work from London Scorpions.
This has been a really physical game so far. There's been a couple of shoulders going in when it's obviously a minimal contact sport, but you can see the teams are really going at each other in the contact area, as limited as that has to be.
Yeah,
and they're still going at one another.
Well, and I was talking to some referees earlier, and they were saying there's a really big emphasis on allowing the physicality level to creep up a little bit, as long as it's not dangerous or out of control and it doesn't directly affect the roll ball. They're more than happy to just let things go, and I think this game's a really good example of that, as you quite neatly summarised. Meakin just caught trying to get some extra yards, has to come back to the mark. Thorpe has to check his run and then accelerates through Lauren Fagan. Pennington with a really good roll ball as well. Hobson now just glides her way up the pitch. Is Quinn. Bainbridge coming over towards Ingram. Ingram, 5th touch platform. It's a very set defence. Long ball rip is there. It's a wonderful left to right pill. Not quite finding space though on that far side. Scorpions have just got the measure of NQ right now.
Yeah, they have. I think if anyone's going to create anything for Rebels, Hobson's been really good through the middle. But Scorpions do look to be the team in ascendancy here.
Yeah, Jimmy O'Donnell with a wonderful roll ball. Here comes Taylor Dean. Richardson checking away again. Here is Richardson looking at platform. Right foot step from Jared Lewis. Not quite getting the space that he wanted. Bainbridge platforming, but then losing control, and now the volume in this Scorp sub box just creeping ever so higher. They want this 2-try buffer. 7.5 minutes in. Still only one on the board. Halpenny in motion, sweeping, stepping. Liam Halpenny. That is absolutely nasty from Halpenny. He beats 2 to the try line and slams it down with authority.
Yeah, that's filthy play. Great footwork from the man with the ball, and he slams that down on the floor. So thank you very much.
It's wonderful design, that sweeper platform. Just gets around, step back on the inside. Halpenny, he's a player that's really impressed over recent years, and it seems like he's finding his groove now more than ever. Meakin coming in onto the middle, counties play. Meakin looking to rip long, but it's picked up by Dom Tripp, and now we're off to the races. Does Tripp have the gas to go all the way? He does. Connor Wharton's doing his best, but he will saunter over the try line unopposed. That is a poacher's score, and that is Dom Tripp at his best.
Just as you thought things were heating up for the Rebels there, they started to play a little bit more intricately, a bit more design on the play. Scorpions come up with a big answer in defence, and it goes a full length.
That is a ball hawk at link, poaching the ball out of NQ hands, going full length. And that's the buffer that Scorp started to build. Now it's 3, and now it's worrying for NQ. Bendel platforming here for O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan picking, trying to get into the in-goal area. Recycles the ball over towards Josh Bendel. O'Sullivan in motion. Look to drop a delay pass off towards Mimi Taylor-Dean, and that try-scoring opportunity goes begging. Taylor-Dean had found herself in so much space. And now fifth touch. Nothing available to play with. Moment of magic maybe from the Scorpions. It's well crowded out from NQ.
It was almost there for Scorpions, though. Just maybe a few worrying signs for NQ. As players on the far side are going down with a little bit of cramp, perhaps. It's been a long day in the heat.
Yeah, and also the lack of numbers in comparison to the Scorpions sub-box is oh so apparent. See Hobson accelerating through. Pennington coming down here for Cooper Bainbridge. Bainbridge, left-handed scoop, right foot step, gets into the goal area, flick pass. It was audacious. There was a good bit of industry. Gabe just imparting some information over towards Cooper Bainbridge. It's better endeavour, it's better speed coming off the back of the subset. Not quite coming to anything though.
Yeah, and you want to see them try things. They're not just going to break this good Scorpions team down by simple play. They're going to have to try and be a little bit inventive to get over the line.
O'Sullivan platforming. There's Fagan, Camilleri now in an acting half. Harry Richardson checking away, and then accelerating through is Jared Lewis, who just picks a lovely line, gets through the defensive line of NQ Rebels, and the Scorpions, well, I mean, they are just looking so comfortable right now.
Well, they've been brilliant so far, and they're in full control of this match now.
Thorpe looking to get NQ back into this game. Thorpe, stutter step, recycling now, coming down into the middle channel. Thorpe picking, stepping against the grain, trying to escape away from Lauren Fagan, but that is easier said than done. Fagan, an expert at sniping there from Link, shuts down Sam Thorpe with authority.
Yeah, nice touch.
And here is Fagan, gives the extra pass over towards Harry Richardson, and then Fagan with a second job in an acting half. Halpenny, platforms, Camilleri, back into Fagan. This subset is purring through the motions right now. Taylor-Dean setting platform. Brewer, Steed, extra pass over towards Dom Tripp. That's away and fine. What a wonderful fifth touch platform this is. Dom Tripp with a delay pass over towards Mimi Taylor-Dean. Shovel pass to Camilleri, and Camilleri has the gas to go around the outside. And that is celebrated with a ferocious roar by the Scorpions fans. That was textbook transition.
Yeah, try of the day for me. That was fantastic play. They've gone from their own 5-metre line. They've gone left to right and right to left. Finish off in the corner. Beautiful try.
So good from the Scorpions, going full length, and they just kicked through the gears. They were all on the same page. It was fluid, it was ferocious, It's London Scorpions to a T.
Yeah, I felt before the game they looked really composed and organised, and like they had their heads in the game to really go and take it to NQ in this one.
There's just a little bit of a conversation happening. Meakin's not happy with something. The referee's just trying to take the sting out of the game ever so slightly. A tap penalty there. Just missed the call.
Is that a play on words? Sting out of the tail? Scorpions? Is that what you were going for? Or?
I'm glad you saw that one. Thank you very much.
Hey, you're good at this.
Literally here all day. They won't stop. Tap penalty here for NQ. Quinn working with Bainbridge. Quinn accelerating, going long and just asking a little bit too much of Noel Quinn in this near side. Unfortunate, because the space was there. But on first touch, you don't want to give that ball over. You had a fresh set to use all of your opportunities, not quite taken on that occasion, and then you give Scorps another opportunity to roll through their subset.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's that difference between trying something and then forcing it. And when you're down by a couple of tries, that can often be the case.
Fagan just eats up the yards in front of her. Such an impressive player. Late switch off, Halpenny platforming for Harry Richardson, left-handed scoop, accelerates into the in-goal area, needs to find some support and finds Fagan. She manufactured that score from touch 3, finishes it on touch 6. Scorpions, they are unplayable right now. It is these little connections that they've got between player and player. Their structure is horrible to play against. The boys in green are happy.
Absolutely, and it's all coming through Ella Fagan. I think she's been really great in this match and really been central to all the positive stuff that Scorpions are doing.
Yeah. Again, one of these players that just needs to get more airtime because she is phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal, and is utilised so well in this Scorpion side. See Pennington and Thorpe looking to combine and make something happen. Thorpe getting on the open side quickly, well held up there, late switch off, but Tom Tripp stays wise to the threat, marshals his channel superbly. Pennington floats the ball into the in-goal area, and just NQ killing the ball in a difficult place. Well, I say difficult place, it would be difficult for anyone other than London Scorpions, who so far have just eaten anything that's come up against them for breakfast. Taylor Dean has to come back to the mark. Brewer, hard yards up the middle, that's third touch. There's Jimmy O'Donnell, Josh Bendel, switching out with Lauren Fagan. Fagan platforming for Jimmy O'Donnell. This is hot, terrifying stuff. Not quite able to connect with Sean O'Sullivan, but there's such disguise to the play, these little late switches, all players knowing their roles and executing them to perfection. NQ are chasing shadows.
Yeah, it's like anything in sport. With rugby, it's like your set piece. You're coming off the back of a line out or a scrum. In football, it's a corner. This set play from Scorpions has been well worked, and every player knows their role to a T, and they're executing fantastically.
And I suppose I'll pose the question to you. From an NQ perspective, A, can you stop it? B, how?
It's very difficult due to the quality that they've shown so far. Sometimes you might have to wait for a mistake, but also you have to threaten an attack, and that's what I haven't seen from NQ so far.
Yeah, I agree. As we see, Lewis again. Late check off towards Halpenny. Richardson picking. Late pass over towards Halpenny. Halpenny back inside to Harry Richardson. And they are playing with swagger at the moment at the London Scorpions. You couldn't pay me to be on the pitch right now.
No, they've got the bit between their teeth and they're taking every opportunity that they get. Pretty unplayable right now, as we spoke about just before. It's like when you're playing against Man City. You have to take those very few chances that you get. Otherwise, it's going to be a difficult afternoon.
Absolutely is. And Scorpions, I mean, they are just... So far, this is the most complete performance I've seen from a team on live stream. And that says a lot, because we had Hoods versus Galaxy Southwest, and they were just phenomenal. Two teams that sort of nullified their big threats, but found inventive ways to get over the try line. Scorpions, as soon as NQ think they've got them marked up one way, Scorpions find another way to undo you. It's impossible to play against.
Yeah, that last try that they scored, they thought they were going to go out wide, and they've just hit the little inside ball back on the short side, and it's the triple threat. Not that this is triple threat playing, but they're definitely showing more than one line of attack.
Yeah, Taylor Dean coming down into the 32 channel. Hal Penny escapes his way through, potentially. But Cooper Bainbridge with a swipe touch brings that transition to a close.
Oh, I can't wait to watch this one back.
Thorpe. Hobson. Meakin. Better momentum into fifth touch platform now. Meakin accelerates away. Tries to get through Jimmy O'Donnell. That's 6 and change. O'Donnell stays tall in defence. It's Taylor Dean. Platforming. O'Donnell following in suit. The accuracy of these roll balls whilst running at such speed is so impressive. A little bit of a nudge coming in on Sean O'Sullivan. He eats it for breakfast. Lauren Fagan sets good platform. Harry Richardson checks away. This is danger now as Hal Penny picks. Richardson tries to go once more. There's a bit of frustration creeping in for NQ.
Yeah, they've done well to stay in the fight there, though, and get the ball back. It could have been very easy just to let them go based off how good the Scorpion set play has been. But fair play to them. They got back, got the ball back, and can they create something here?
Certainly staying in the fight. They've stemmed the flow of scores going against them, but now they need to find a way to get over the line. Extra pass away from Quinn. That's been given 6 more. Bainbridge. Checking away, wants to get onto the link punish. There's Hobson. Hal Penny with a flick touch just brings that one to a grinding halt. Bainbridge. Open side quickie for Cooper Bainbridge. Coming back against the grain. Picking. Late switch is there. Hal Penny with a diving touch. Brilliant hands on display.
Well held.
Bainbridge. He's a little bit of invention. Gets the ball back. And then rips a lovely left to right long ball. And that is Cooper Bainbridge standing up to be accounted for in this NQ side. One of the youngest players grabbing this game by the scruff of the neck and making something happen for the team from Manchester.
Yeah, well done, Cooper Bainbridge. Fantastic on the dime pass. Floats it out over to the winger who collects very nicely to score in the corner.
Yeah, and NQ need a little bit more of that. Good bit of invention. There's left to right long balls. As the full-time hooter goes, and that is all she wrote. London Scorpions with one of the most comprehensive performances we've seen here on livestream, probably ever in the mixed series. Almost held NQ out to a 0, which is barely ever happens in touch. How good are this team, and more importantly, can they go all the way?
I think they can definitely go all the way. I'd probably be putting my hat on them to win it. The Scorpion side definitely went the full length on multiple occasions. Defensively, they were rock solid, and they made sure that NQ Rebels didn't even have a sniff. They didn't have any opportunities to get the ball and go over the line, except for the one long pass at the end. They were really resilient, and I think it was a whole team effort. It's not your standout individuals. It came from 1 to 6 or however many players are on.
Yeah, it was just brilliant, absolutely brilliant from London Scorpions, and we will see them later on in the final where we will find out who they are playing against. It will be an interesting one for sure. Coming up for you in a moment though, speaking of finals, we've got one here for you. It's the Bowl final, Nottingham Mavericks versus Chester Cheetahs, and that'll be with you in 9 minutes time.
flat, let's go. Flat, Hawkins, flat. Sir.
Yeah, take a step. Let's flat, Marcus. Flat right here, flat right.
Imogen. Take you.
Yeah, outwards.
Carly, yeah? Carly, yeah? Let's go, let's go. Good, let's fix it. Stay at the end of the pitch.
Oh. Go and grab it. Yeah, no, just take it.
Pops it.
Man, that was so fun. That was so fun.
Let's lock in now. Keep it clean. Nice and tidy. We were talking about
Yeah, outside.
yeah, mid rip back. Lovely ball.
Yeah, nice and flat, Nick.
Yeah, out Rory now.
Lock in, get that ball. Get it moving again.
Sorry, Steve. That is diabolical.
That's 3 feet.
Yeah, let's go.
Left hand.
Oh, my bad.
Let's not go left. We'll keep it.
Rory, down my hat. I don't want to burn my little hair.
Let's go. Are we?
Everybody outside.
Few more left hand.
Thank you. How you getting on?
Final from the group.
Best of luck.
It's only been two though, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Rory, out now.
You guys.
Nice, Marcel. Nice 10-metre one.
No, just the one.
Oh, we're on the right.
Half 4. Yeah.
Yeah, outside, Sam. Yeah, deep ball, babe, deep ball.
You got long arms, bro.
Inside, Matty.
Yes, deep one.
Very deep, Banksy. Go wide, yeah, really take it on. I'm going to nice and flat. Yeah. Let's go wide. Yeah, Fred, that's flat. Let's go wide.
Flat wider. Don't do a bad pass.
Let that. Oh, push it before. Oh,
Yeah, push me out.
yeah. BA.
Yeah, Joe. Could have been a bit better.
Yeah, I know. It's a bit wild. Yeah, right. Last one. Cool, bring it tighter. You're going to jump split across, rib against a half. Cool, good half work here, please. Good half work.
Yeah.
Here we go. DP wants. Yo, pick me up, Maddie.
Nice, Tilly. Yeah, bring it close.
Yeah, only one. Go, just dump it as far away from me as possible. 5 left, 5. 7, 8, 4. Go. All right, game intensity. Let's lift it. Lift it. Oh, it's me. It's you. Get down, Banksy. Yeah, come across to me. There we go. Last one. Beautiful. Get around each other. There we go. Last one all day. Final funny, boys and girls. Come on, Snails. Let's go win. Snails, let's go.
It's always a slow cage. That's so accurate. God, that's accurate. On his loose holiday on the beach.
Kyle, what you on?
I know, I'm literally.
Don't worry, down and down there.
Cool. All right, bounce together around.
We have a whole section on the desk. From bitter experience. All right, I think your camera's on. You'll show me.
Alright, let's go put it all together. Go. Big, big, big Mavericks on 3. 1, 2, 3, Mavericks on 3. 1, 2, 3. No, Dean, I'm struggling through the nose.
Steve, I didn't start up. Yeah, to be fair, he picked up. I thought he went, he kind of, no, he split his leg.
He stepped out and Justin fed it.
And then he fed Meg.
Told Gus to pick up the leg.
And then he fed Meg on the Meg was so far wide. And then if I died.
He looks bad actually.
So here we go, the first final of the day, Division 1 Bowl final, Nottingham Mavericks with the tap against Chester Cheetahs. Mavericks, a little bit more than trophies on the line, a bit of bragging rights getting into the Hoods group for next round if they win this game. It's a very palpable opportunity. The energy in this Maverick sub box is electric at the moment. They are sort of calm and ready, but there's a buzz about them. And Chester Cheetahs, boasting probably one of their more comprehensive sides that we've seen so far, are really come out here to spoil the party. I'm joined by Ollie Holmes. Ollie, we know a lot of these Chester's boys, they'll be up for this as much as possible.
Yeah, they'll most definitely be up for this game here. They did come in with a little quiet confidence before the game here. It will be interesting to see how this one unfolds.
Also very interesting to see that the pod that's out there for Chester Cheetahs is Ben Grinter, Celeste Tuino, Zach Richardson. It's interesting because they probably boast some of the best attacking quality that we could see. They're out here to prove that they're not just these attacking players. They want to spoil the party for the Mavericks. As Edwards looks to set pace early, combining with Loveridge, Dean, and then the magic man Rory Hawkins over on that far side, platforming for Edwards, feeding over towards Sam Dean. Chester marshal it very well at the first time of asking. Edwards coming back over for this open side quickie. Theo Edwards looking to go long. Couldn't quite connect with Loveridge.
No, just looking for that cheeky link hole there. I'm sure they will expand that passing as the game goes on.
Is Zach Richardson, Celeste, Ben Grinter, just a skip pass over to the wing. And good footwork and good roll ball on display there. Grinter, cannonball, flies through the ruck. Celeste does the same. Third touch, getting up over towards halfway. This is Anna Crosley checking back on the inside. Fourth touch onto the 10-metre line. This is dangerous. Is Morris in an acting half. Jake Morris scooping, picking, right foot step, trying to combine with Anna Crosley. Not quite on that occasion. There's a really good subset from Chester.
Yeah, it's exactly what we want to see there, Joe. They started in their own half and still managed to get down to the other end of the pitch. Just a little bit unlucky with the hands as we see Nottingham working down the near touch side here.
Yeah, Mavericks setting pace. Hawkins getting involved. There's Powell, Hawes, and Guy Stewart flooding onto the pitch. Combining with Ruby O'Dell here in this near side link. There is Stewart, left foot step to get through Grinter, accelerates into the in-goal area. Grinter with a diving touch, makes it, and Guy Stewart can't believe it. He had Ben Grinter just for a moment. The diving touch does good defensive work.
Yeah, it's a good touch there. He had a lot of pace to catch up, and that was not Ben Grinter, that was Sam indeed. Both brothers both look very similar.
Oh, there's too many brothers now. We've got Tom and Adam Jacques as well on the pitch here. Here is the Jacques twins getting involved. Keep an eye out for the ball playing of these two. It is absolutely diabolical. There's Jacques, little sinker over into the far corner, coming back against the grain. Ball was away for just a moment, but it's been brought back for a touch and pass.
Jacques 1, Jacques 2.
Jacques 1, Jacques 2, absolutely. That's the safe way of doing it. Dan Powell asking a lot of Ruby O'Dell, but she matches the pass. And then Powell back over into Horse. Sophia Lawton gets up, makes a firm touch to bring that momentum to a halt. Betts does the same. Tilly Palmer-Denning in an acting half. Much better foot speed coming in. There's Kit Sorgo, Hawkins. Sorgo in an acting half. Trying to get that ball, but the platform was a bit janky. Wasn't clean, was it?
Yeah, just struggling to get that decent platform there in the middle, and they have given a Chester a chance to get down to the other end of the pitch again. That being said, some superb pressure by the Mavericks and a ball down called there.
What I love about that as well is Kit Sorgo's just said we're going forward. We're not subbing. We're fresh. We want to get over the try line. There's no doubt in their mind that they can go and do it. Hawkins, Sorgo. Here's Banks. Sorgo in an acting half. Little bit of a mismatch set up there. Sorgo positions himself over. There is Ben Grinter getting up, making a touch. Kit Sorgo looking to go long. Dives at the line. Grinter had to stay wise to the threat.
Yeah, hand to the floor, just making sure he makes the touch there, not allowing Nottingham the opportunity.
Yeah, and it's just killed in this corner by Hawkins, who floats a speculative pass into the link channel.
As we see Celesi to Grinter, over to Anna, and a little expansive play. That is exactly how they would have drawn that one up.
Yeah, Celesi just has to come back to the mark though. Good touch comes in from Rory Hawkins. Zach Richardson with the extra pass away to Anna Crosley. And this is threatening. Fourth, fifth touch coming. Matt Crosley looking to set platform. Does expertly. There's Sam Grinter, and then that's 6 and change. Losing track of the touch count for a moment at Chester, and Mavericks want to go quickly.
Mavericks' desire to get that ball off the turnover is something that we have seen throughout the day, and that won't stop here.
Betts in an acting half. Powell has to work hard to get that ball in hand. Does so well. There's Sam Dean getting it from Theo Edwards. Here is Edwards. Dan Powell platforming. Dean in motion. Edwards just puts the brakes on for a moment. Not happy with the picture he was seeing in front of him. Late pass away towards Powell. Coming back against the grain and then ripping long. Finds the space, but not taken cleanly.
Yeah, just loose his brain. Just one step ahead of her hands there. However, they have been rewarded with a penalty and a fresh set of 6 on the line.
Dean, Edwards, Powell. Doggy's platform coming. Sam Dean accelerates, puts the brakes on. Denied by Chester on this occasion. They're doing a good job of shifting the focus of the attack. Going from edge to edge, but not quite able to find the cutting edge right now.
Yeah, so it looks like Nottingham are going for that Doggy's play into the corner. A little switch up. Theo rips open. And that was a superb score in the corner there.
Good. Theo Edwards just decides, well, we're not getting the sweeper platform that we want, so we're going to pick up from half and dish a lovely 30-yard long ball into this near side wing. And it was finished on this occasion expertly by Mavericks number 10.
Yeah, it's great to see Nottingham can play both ways.
Yeah.
It's very hard to defend against.
Jacques setting sweeper platform here, stepping, getting into the in-goal area. Oh, the acceleration just to buy some extra yards, and then a floating pass into a bit of space, trying to connect with Anna Crosley. Not quite happening for the Jacques, trying to ghost through, make something happen. It's warning signs again from Chester.
And there we see Nottingham with a mistake in their own end. Now let's see if the Jacks twins can use their dancing feet to get another try-scoring opportunity.
Yeah, this is Adam Jacques working with Liam Lawton in the midfield. Adam Jacques. Grinter comes flooding onto the pitch, says, I'll sweep. Adam Jacques just trying to pull the Mavericks defence up onto the 7. Jack checking back in towards Anna Crosley, but Matty Hawes takes the 7 away from her. Ben Grinter. Adam Jacques. Platforming. Crosley. Lovely flash ball out towards Grinter. Grinter diving at the line. And I think that's try time. And Ben Grinter gets himself onto the pitch, subs himself on and shows his worth. He levels the scoring. Chester 1, Mavericks 1.
And if we know Ben well enough, he will be straight back over to that sub box there. Started the game as a defender and has transitioned into an attacker.
Yeah, he's in that attack pod now. There's Dean. Hawkins. Going back over towards Sam Dean. Sam Dean accelerates his way into the roll ball. Here's Kit Sorgo. Platforming here for Hawkins and Dean. Sam Dean trying to make something happen, but Matt Crosley shuts that down expertly. Sorgo. It's all a little bit tight at the moment. Palmer Denning gets on the link punish. Sorgo fire up towards Sam Dean. Sam Dean diving at the line. Was that touch made? Is ball down? And that is a wonderful little fire up from Sorgo to Dean and re-establishes a Mavericks lead.
Yeah, again, we mentioned before about Nottingham's ability to change the the direction of play there. That is a very, very good call by the referee. The ball was just down before the touch was made.
Ever so slightly. Keris Rowlands it was trying to make a touch for Chester. The referee's erring on the side of Mavericks on this occasion. There's Richardson. Potentially our first look at Celesi Tuino in line attack. Sort of the poster boy for Chester Cheetahs right now. Phenomenal player as we see Celesi. Rip looking to connect with Zach Richardson. Not quite happening on that occasion, but they'll look to put the nudge on in defence.
There will be a lot of pressure applied here. As we said, they started as the defensive set here. And here goes Grinter and Zach applying the pressure.
Yeah, and you can see Celesi just hunting in the backfield. Goes early towards Powell, and Celesi Tuino almost picks that off. And you could see it coming a mile away. He was lurking, hunting, almost scoring.
No smile on his face there. I think he thought he was in. That is the sort of pressure that Chester will have to apply against this Nottingham side.
Yeah, it's dangerous. And then the forward pass is given. So you give the threat of Chester a fresh set of 6. Almost bang on your line. And this might spell try time. Grinter, left foot step, tries to get into the 32 channel, comes back over to middle. Celesi toying with Kit Sorgo in the midfield. Celesi Tuino gets on the link punish, right foot step, left foot step, tries to get around Guy Stewart, asking the questions of the referees if they were onside. Sideline ref's got a word to say. Penalty ball. Offside. Celesi over towards Grinter. Grinter just toying with the defence right now. They want both middles up and in the touch. Celesi Tuino gets it back from Grinter. Celesi rips a lovely ball into the near side wing channel, but Sophia Lawton just a little bit too narrow on that occasion. When you've got ball players like Celesi and Grinter in the midfield, maybe you've just got to hold that width a little bit more.
That and an absolute coach killer. It was thrown on touch too with a repeat set. Talking of repeat sets, it is Chester's third crack at the line here. Will it be third time lucky?
Yeah, 10 minutes in, still a one-try game. I'd love for this one to go to drop off. Anna Crosley platforming for the link punish. Grinter dummying, gets into the in-goal area. Grinter needs to find a support. He does. That is a familiar combination of Ben Grinter to Jake Morris. So what about this for a flying pump dummy from Ben Grinter? This is absolute filth. Grinter dummies, accelerates, get on the outside of Dan Powell, and then Jake Morris shakes his defender. Ollie, that is a Chester combination through and through.
Absolutely lethal are the two of them. As you see them jogging off there, probably planning and plotting their next attack.
Edwards, Loveridge, that's a Hawes. Moving over towards Rory Hawkins. There is Hawkins. Edwards in motion. Doggy's platform. Hawes comes back against the grain. Late pass over towards Hawkins. Sophia Lawton makes a really good snipe from Link. Maybe the ball should have gone to Edwards. That Link was up in no man's land. Hawkins, though, still touches left in the chamber, ready to fire. Edwards in motion. Hawkins comes back against the grain. Late pass off towards Edwards. Maybe just needs to give to Theo early. You let him commit those middles and then bounce around the outside.
Completely right there, Joe. It's almost about playing into the space. I spoke about it earlier on a previous game about playing those hands mid to link, link to wing, and sometimes that is how you create that space there on the edges.
Liam Lawton platforming. Anna Crosley flying up as well. However, loss of control surrenders possession back over towards the Nottingham Mavericks. Still locked at 2 tries apiece, 8 minutes left to go. Lot of touch left to be played, but both teams guilty of some uncharacteristic errors. Maybe some final jitters coming in.
Final jitters, again, we have mentioned it all day about the heat that's been beaten down. That being said, it looks like the sun has disappeared for just a moment.
Hawes to Edwards. Hawkins in motion. Rory Hawkins gets the ball off the deck. Hawkins with a late pass, trying to connect with Loveridge. It's the right play, right hole, right line, not enough depth. That was the key thing there.
Salesi may well have got away with a fingertip or two on the ball there as well, as we see Chester working their way well towards their box.
Oh, what a platform that is from Salesi Tuino. Getting up, making things happen. Morris, try scorer Jake Morris. Takes the settler there on 4th. Morris now platforming for Richardson. Zach Richardson gives back to Morris. Morris stepping, feeds away once more. There's no touches remaining, and then Rory Hawkins. Well, I wonder if Zach Richardson thought he was wearing red. That was going nowhere other than the hands of Rory Hawkins.
Yeah, it's I say a mispaced pass. It was the only chance they had going open there, and they have given Nottingham a chance to get a roll on.
Yeah, Snape orchestrating this subset with Ruby O'Dell expertly. Sam Dean takes Jacques wide, feeding back in towards Kit Sorgo. Stewart on his right, Dean on his left. Here is Sorgo over towards Ella Dean. Oh, lovely ball over towards Guy Stewart. And that is a stunning hole run by Guy Stewart, delivered on a platter by Kit Sorgo.
He will be showing his teammates that one after the game. That is a textbook example of how to hit your hole, and what a pass out there as well.
That's a lovely flat rip from Sorgo, finding Guy Stewart in acres of space. Phenomenal bit of skills on display, and Mavericks establish themselves a lead once more. 6 minutes left to go, 3 tries to 2. Jacques platforming here. Salesi Tuino in motion. Salesi going hard at the line, and he just shifts through gears 1 to 6, almost immediately re-establishes parity for Chester Cheetahs.
A rapid turn of pace from Salesi there, off the sweeper play, straighten up, very, very direct, and straight into the hole that Nottingham left there.
Yeah, hole was way too wide, and Salesi said, "Thank you very much, Mavericks." 3 tries apiece, 5 minutes left to go. This game feels like a drop-off. Hawkins over towards Edwards. Just a little bit stop-start. Not a lot of momentum at the moment. And now coming over into the doggies platform. Oh, ball had to go towards Theo Edwards. It makes its way there eventually, but it given the Chester Link an opportunity to get back on side.
Yeah, a superb touch from Zara Allen there on the wing as well, just to stop Nottingham from converting in the corner. And good play from Nottingham to bring Chester away from their sub-box.
Absolutely. There's a really big space here in the midfield as Mavericks look to orchestrate their midfield press. This midfield press from Mavericks is begging for an away set. They're stacking that far side almost immediately. I wonder if the Chester players are starting to identify it, and maybe later on in the game they'll run that away set to try and create some scoring opportunities. Crosley shows a pump of the ball. Hawkins buys it. Here's Grinter flying on with Thomas Jacques. Thomas Jacques platforming. Morris picking. Drops a late pass off towards Grinter. But Theo Edwards had his hand in the cookie jar and came up with nothing. Fresh set of 6.
With just 4 minutes to go in this game as well, these sets on the line start to become very crucial. Let's see what Chester can cook up for us here.
Thomas Jacques just steadying the ship. Grinter in motion. Grinter gets the ball off the back of the sweeper, dives immediately at the line. Matty Hawes flies off the line and makes a good touch. A whole set of 6 here to work with. Grinter lingering over in that left middle channel. Now back over towards Morris. Flick touch by Hawes. Morris gets the ball back, diving at the line. Tries to beat Matty Hawes there. Look, for a moment the referee was happy. Morris is laying on the floor, dotting the ball down continually, trying to make a good picture for the referees to choose from. Hawes takes his opportunity to sub off and sort of says, yeah, that's me cooked. Anna Crosley now, link punish. Anna Crosley accelerated towards the line. That is stunning work. Anna Crosley takes Rory Hawkins out wide, steps back on the inside and gives Chester their first lead of the game with 3 minutes left to go. This is a textbook link punish.
Yeah, Anna involved with the England setup for a few years now. You know, rinse and repeat. She's very, very good at getting under those defenders there, and that's just come out with the fruits of her labour.
Powell, Dean, Stewart, all looking to manufacture a scoring opportunity. Ruby O'Dell in this near side link, coming over towards Ruby O'Dell. Finds Guy Stewart. Stewart stepping, trying to get to the line. Celeste Tuino makes a phenomenal touch.
Yeah, superb touch on the line. He almost got his hips caught in the wrong direction, but managed to square himself up.
Late switch here for Powell to Stewart. 2-on-1 if they want to take it. Late ball away to Powell. This is magic. Ruby O'Dell with the extra pass to Lucy Snape. And it was just got held up in the wind. Snape couldn't grab it and get the ball down. And there are moments left in this game. Mavericks need to find a scoring opportunity, and quickly. 2 minutes left. They find themselves a try down to Chester Cheetahs.
We did mention just before that wind has started to pick up a little bit. We can feel the breeze coming through the commentary box here, and it's definitely grinter a part in this game now.
Grinter, right foot step. Late switch here for Morris. Morris checking the ball away to Matt Crosley. But it was well shut down there from Guy Stewart. Powell recognises the urgency that's needed and tries to go quickly. That's a lot of Sam Dean, who picks the ball up expertly. Ruby O'Dell platforms. Guy Stewart following in suit. Not a lot of forward momentum at the moment. Looking for this late Redlands play. Right foot step. Banks accelerating away. Hot stepper. Fourth, fifth touch coming now. Hawes platforming. Sorgo taking the ball down. Late switch over towards Kit Sorgo, but Ben Grinter takes pride in his defensive work. He wants this silverware. A minute left to go. One score in it. This game is going right down to the wire.
Just a little bit of indecision from Nottingham there. I think all of them wanted to get into half there rather than nominating one player.
Yeah, this subset from Chester is just, it's grown in its prowess. It's becoming much more fluid, much more difficult for Mavericks to work against. Jacques, Adam, platforming for Thomas, fifth touch. What can the Shack twins create? Left to right, long ball towards Stafford, not taken on this occasion. There are 30 seconds remaining, maybe one more opportunity for Mavericks to go full length and bring parity back to the scoreboard.
These Nottingham sides are full of magic. I wouldn't put it against them, but I do feel like that hooter may come too soon for them.
Yeah, and they need to go forward, moving a bit too laterally. That's better momentum there from Banks. Sets a really good platform. Matty Hawes goes straight up. That's 3. There'll be a few touches remaining, and that is final play. What can Edwards look to conjure? And the referee brings it back, and that is all she wrote. It's met to groans from Mavericks and Chester Cheetahs win the bowl final. The only time they establish the lead. They take the victory, 4 tries to 3 over the Nottingham Mavericks. Ollie, sum it up from a Chester perspective. They stayed in the fight, they kept bringing parity back, and then they found that moment of magic to go one ahead.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. This game was always going to be close regardless of which way the result went. I think Chester probably just looked like they had a little bit more energy in the legs, and they were all singing from the same hymn sheet there. Just a couple of moments of indecision from Nottingham may well have cost them a chance at a drop-off.
And from Mavericks, such a young team, such a young side, a side that's growing continually, they'll take great pride in making the bowl final.
Most definitely. Over the last couple of years, they've grown, and we expect to see that growth even more over the next few years as well. As you said, it's such a young side. They will be disappointed with the result. However, they will have another crack at this with the tournaments to come in the next few years.
Absolutely. But for the first final of the day, that is all she wrote. Chester Cheetahs, the victors over Nottingham Mavericks. Hard-fought game. We're going to take an 8-minute break where we'll be right back with you at 4:30 for the knockout game in Group E in Division 2. It is London Eagles 2 versus Thames Valley Vikings.
Yeah. Were you sharp?
Hello and welcome back to another intense game. We have London Eagles 2 versus Thames Valley Vikings. I am reliably informed that the winner of this game will gain promotion to Division 1 in 2 weeks' time. All to play for on pitch 1. Now, we've seen Thames Valley Vikings earlier on today. Are we hoping they bring the same fire that they brought?
Yeah, they were really good in that game. We saw them earlier. Number 47, the difference maker in that one. Hopefully he'll be looking to express himself and show a little bit of flair to get them on top in this game. And what can we expect from London Eagles? Have you seen much of them?
Not seen much of them today because we've been stuck up here in this commentary box, haven't we? Based off the previous years, they will play with structure. They are a very, very fast side. The sun has come back out to greet them. If that can add to the intensity of the game, it will be up there with an all-time classic. Referee's hand up in the air, and here we are waiting for the hooter. And we are off. Thames Valley getting proceedings underway.
I'll just touch on the point you made before the game. Obviously the promotion opportunity into competition here between Division 2 and Division 1, I think that's a really great thing for the league, with teams able to progress up and down depending on their form throughout the season. So I think that's really exciting and something that maybe sets touch rugby apart from other sports.
Yeah, it's what makes the sport the way we know and love, as Thames Valley Vikings are unsuccessful in their first go at the line. Eagles with an opportunity to get some fresh legs on the pitch with some good go forward, some good pressure applied by Thames Valley in defence, exactly as they did earlier on in the day. As we see a bit of go forward from the Eagles, that is fifth. Can they make something out of nothing? Not to be. Thames Valley now with the opportunity to get more fresh legs on the pitch, just as the Eagles have just done. And that is a wicked pair of feet there. And he puts the afterburners on, straight through the middle, backwards cap, cool as a cucumber. And there is our first score of the promotion playoff.
Yeah, number 47. Unfortunately, we haven't got his name, but he was fantastic in that first match, and he's proving to be the difference maker again in this playoff final.
Just 2 minutes in, and there is our first score. Can Eagles return the favour? As they pull it wide towards the left. Little bit static in attack. They will get another chance to strike at the line. A beautiful ball over the top towards the wing. Unfortunately, there is a hole in the bottom of the basket as the ball bounces out while we have just a short delay while we fetch that from the side of the pitch.
Yeah, lovely pass though, unable to regather because there was a lot of spin on it, but first enterprising opportunity there for London Eagles.
It bodes well for the rest of the game, doesn't it, seeing them being able to spread the ball that wide. That's where the scoring opportunities will come from, as we see some beautiful hands from the Vikings. And the referee calling that back there for an over the mark. Unfortunately, the Thames Valley momentum is stunted as the Eagles try to go quickly. They should have a couple of attempts at the line here, and let's hope they can get their first score on the board.
Just slows down again in midfield. Can they create something? Probing. Gets it.
Now that was something out of nothing there, wasn't it? A cheeky step off the right, and the space just opened up there for him. And he takes advantage as he planned to do. That is 1-1, a score apiece. This is setting up to be a good one for us.
Yeah, nice bit of rugby, and there's a reason these two teams are both respectively top of the Division 2, because they play some good rugby and want to win and have been successful in doing so. So I think that was a really good start for London Eagles as they probed. They just waited for a gap in the a chink in the armour, and then took the opportunity when it arose.
Just a little slow up in play as the sweeper comes round. It's Mr. No Name. And there is touch 6. I'm liking the fact that both teams aren't afraid to play into the space on this one. It looks like a very expansive game we're about to see.
Yeah, we're going width to width, playing on top. A lot of rolling balls. Both teams are not afraid to have a crack.
As we see a firm touch coming there from Mr. No Name. Referee says play on. I agree, and unfortunately there is a ball down there. Turnover. Thames Valley will have the opportunity to either run their tap off or a sub off to the box. It looks like they've chosen the sub, probably wise after playing numerous games in this heat today.
Yeah, this will take a lot out the legs, a lot of fatigue coming in now. I think even that handling error might have just been through mental fatigue more than anything else.
It's touch is a different beast when it comes to fitness. It's so stop-start and the intensity is so high all the way along as well, as we see Thames Valley unfortunately not able to convert that into a try. Eagles with a super bit of pace on there. No half, good pressure
running
by
off the back
Thames
fence.
Valley.
Rugby league style.
Now the referee has called a touch there. Unfortunately, number 44 thought he could sneak through, Ben Phillips, but the referee says no. Good pressure again by Thames Valley. Unfortunately, there was a foot in the ruck there from Ben, and that will be a fresh set of 6 there for the Eagles. Just looking for a little bit more go forward, aren't we, from the Eagles here, just to get down the other end of the field.
That's right, go through the set, go through the plays, and see what you can come up with when you get into the right areas.
Now one more. Oh, and he's through. A little jink of the hips. He's sweep through, and that is a superb one-arm pass around the defender there. And that is expertly finished by the female link, who unfortunately also has no name.
Well, that set was just a little bit more direct. It was a little bit straighter. Players playing on top, nice rolling work down this near side, and then great execution from dummy half as he snipes, lifts it, and a good finish.
Yeah, we asked for direct, and that is exactly what we got. That sees the Eagles up by 1 against the Vikings as we see them pursue the scoreline. Can they get one back here?
Well, I have to say it's heavily contested here. I couldn't tell you which way this one's going to go either, as much of the games have been of today. Both teams are attacking well, defending well. It's going to take a moment of magic to win this one.
Now, that is a little bit of a funny one there, as one of the Thames Valley players takes a ball to the bum on his way back to his sub-box. The referee has called play on, and the Vikings player, the Eagles player, has taken advantage of that and got the ball down. That now leaves us 2 apiece in the promotion playoff, as Eagles, again with possession of the ball. This Thames Valley pressure, although he's been penalised for offside there, is exactly what you need to see, isn't it? Defence wins games.
Defence wins championships as well, and that's what's going to get the team promoted to Division 1. They need to be a little bit more connected and solid, both sides, for me, in order to stop giving away those cheap penalties, allowing the opposition into their danger zones.
Spot on, as we see a 32. He's looking short side. And the referee has called for offside there. That was a superb defensive touch. So they've come back for the set of 6. Now I'd like to see the Eagles start to do a little bit of conditioning here and make the Valley side think they're going one way and then go the other.
Tell me a little bit more about that. So how does conditioning open up a side and create space?
Well, when you play one way, for this example we use right to left, teams will then start to defend that side of the pitch a little bit more, and they'll start to shape their bodies to cover that side. It then leaves space over the other side. It's very hard to turn your hips from one side to the other and then catch the ball up.
I see.
Now the referee has called a touch in there. That is touch number 6, as we see the Vikings looking to drive down their box side. Just short of halfway in this game, coming to a little halt. Can they get that momentum going again?
Now explain this one to me as well. Can you explain why the teams try and go down the box side to get substitutes on? Is that right?
Yeah, so it just minimises risk, particularly if the ball already starts over that side. As the opposition, they would have been better off killing the ball over the right-hand side here if they had no chance to score. It then forces them to play across the pitch. More passes, potentially more errors.
Okay, I understand. And in terms of substitutions, how does that work?
So it's roll on, roll off. Like I said earlier in the day, you have to have a minimum of 3 females on the pitch at any point. Once you sub one player off through the gate, another player is allowed to come on.
Okay, thanks for that.
As we see 6 more given for the Eagles on the line. This is where we would like to see that conditioning put into practice. A real-time example here for you would be ideal, wouldn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit of composure here as well. Scores evenly matched at 2 apiece.
And here comes the sweep of play. A dive at the line, and a touch has been called there. So I'd like to see them run that again now, but run towards the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Looks like the sweeper's coming in. There we go. Are they going left? It's the right idea. It's the right idea. He's done well to keep hold of the ball there. That was 4th touch. They have one more chance to strike at the line. As we see, just a little delay in the half getting there, and the Vikings do have that covered. We are over the halfway mark. It is 2 apiece as we see the Vikings drive into the heart of the Eagles' defence. Unfortunately, a ball down. Now, the table has turned, hasn't it? And Eagles are starting to get that pressure on.
Yeah, they're starting to turn the screw a little bit more as they progress down the field. They're starting to probe around the Vikings 22. And big opportunity there. He reaches. Does he give it? I think he's touched. Comes back, but they've still got a complete set to go.
And here comes another sweeper. Another dive at the line. The referee looks like he's shaping to give it, and he is, and that is the Eagles asserting their dominancy here and taking themselves into a lead by 1 score. That is exactly what we're asking of from the Eagles, isn't it?
Yeah, and they absolutely earned that score. They were playing in the right areas, completing their sets and forcing the error from Vikings, not allowing them to exit their half.
Now the Vikings won't lie down and sleep here. I'm sure they would love promotion into Division 1 in 2 weeks' time as we see them rolling forwards. That's good momentum. Coming down for a 32. Just a little halt. Let's just reset and strike off 5th. Let's see what they've got in the playbook here. A little open side scoop looking wide. And that is good defence by the Eagles, eating away at the space they had left until there was no more. The Eagles with some really good go forwards here. That's touch 3 towards the halfway. Just a little stall. Made very few meters on 4. 5th is coming. And the referee has called ball down there. Just a little bobble as it went beneath his legs. And the Vikings will be thankful for that one there.
Yeah, I would have liked to see them complete their set there. I think they tried to maybe do a little bit too much. Obviously, the heat being a factor again. We're starting to see a couple of those errors, and the players are slowing down a touch, but it's still played at a frenetic speed.
You are right there. We would like to see the intensity climb again as the Vikings look for a gap. And again, the Eagles just look so organised in defence.
Yep. They're forcing the Vikings to run into the channels that they want them to run into. They're showing them the space and then making that touch. So it's clever play, really.
As we see a wry smile from the Vikings player, then knowing if he'd have put the ball down, he would have been off the mark. And there comes a handling error, giving the Vikings a chance to transition themselves off the pitch, calling for 6 more, not given. Just a little halt in play, and there is 6 more. It has been given. Next touch will be number 1. Vikings doing well to get themselves a half there. Good interplay between the ladies. Taking it right down the gut of the Eagles there. A little pause in play as they look ready to strike. A little hitch kick, a little pass away, 1 more, ball was away, and the referee will give that there. Now that is a textbook example of how to go through the hands.
Yeah, very well worked. Excellent timing on the pass, drawing the defender in, waiting until their hips turn in, and then delivering the ball over the top. Really nice execution from Thames Valley Vikings.
An absolute superb score pieced together by Kat Spring on the wing there. We come back in at 3 apiece with less than 5 minutes to go. You said earlier it would be very difficult to pick a winner. Can you pick one now?
Well, we're still no wiser as to who's going to win this match. Well, there might be your answer.
And that is a score for the Eagles. A cheeky quickie into a step back, straight through the 33 channel. Yeah, there we go. He occupied 2 defenders. It's very, very difficult to track that man when his dancing feet get going.
I've got him on my team sheet as Daniel Winnes. I think he's been really excellent in this match. He's made a lot of stuff happen for the Eagles.
Spot on there, as the Eagles are penalised 10 metres. I'm not too sure what for, but the Vikings will not complain. Can they get themselves a try whilst being down this end? Looks like the referee has given the touch there. That was number 4 with 1 more to go until 5th. Let's see if they can make use of this here.
Take the space! Take the space!
As 5th touch comes in, looking open, coming back short side. Unfortunately wasn't able just to get his hands right, just to send that ball across to the wing. The Eagles will be counting their lucky stars. They will be looking for a good transition, likely down this box side here. Minimise the errors, complete the set of 6 and push the Vikings as far back as they can.
Yeah, make it so that the Vikings have to go the whole length of the field, and it become very difficult to break down what has been a very strong Eagles defence.
This really has been a game of chess, as we see some good interlink between the Eagles player there. 5th touch. So a superb burst of speed by 73. And number 27 goes in for a score in the corner. That puts them 1 score ahead.
I think that's 2 scores there
you
to
would
lead
be
by.
correct. The silence was me trying to do the maths very quickly there. Thames Valley will now need to score here to give themselves an opportunity for promotion. Eagles looking very happy with themselves in the box as it stands. 2 scores to go as we see Vikings take on the line. Just a couple of opportunities in the last sets just to give that ball to the wing there. Potentially just the wrong body position. Hands a little bit mixed up on the ball. Very easy to do.
Yeah, maybe trying to do a little bit too much. They know they've got to get a try and they've got to get it soon.
As we see Eagles not taking their foot off the gas, continually rolling forwards. Dancing feet. 5th touch is coming. That is number 5. This is last chance saloon for the Vikings. I would like to see them not sub and just go straight down the field here. When you've got just over a minute to go, it feels almost like wasted time moving laterally, doesn't it?
Yeah, not a lot of time on the clock, 1 minute, and I don't think that handling error is going to help their cause as they try and get back into this one.
Unfortunately for the Vikings there, they have missed out on that opportunity to bring themselves back to a 1-score game, as we see some good interlinking play on the far side of the pitch from the Eagles. If they complete their sets here, they will have all but been promoted to Division 1 in 2 weeks' time.
Touch counts, Poppy. Louder, Poppy. Louder. Nice, Poppy. Tell in the top of your hole.
As we see the Eagles looking for another. The touch has been given, and there we are. The London Eagles 2s have been promoted to Division 1 of the England Touch Mixed National Series. If you could sum up that game in 1 word, how would you sum it up? Caught you off guard.
Oh, 1 word, that's a tricky one. Interesting. I think the first 10 minutes, it was very finely poised. It could have gone either way. I think Daniel Winnes sort of said, let's go and let's put it on my back, and I want to go to Division 1. And he made Thames Valley Vikings pay a couple of handling errors, a couple of penalty decisions given against Thames Valley Vikings, and in the end it was just a little bit too much to overcome a very strong London Eagles side.
Congratulations to the Eagles, commiserations to Thames Valley. They will again try and gain promotion in round 2. We will be back with you shortly for some more Finals Touch Rugby.
This pitch. I'm going to go take my boots off.
like, oh my god.
John. How are you?
So welcome back to the plate final, Division 1, London Eagles versus Galaxy South West. Two teams that know each other through and through. For South West, it's the familiar pod of Ella Trays, Louis Trays, Cole Graham and Josh Henderson, coming up against the likes of Will Coombs and Bibby Pullis. Joe Wright, joined by Jake Parkinson. Jake, what are we expecting to see from this one?
Well, expect that pod work to come for Galaxy South West, and they get over the line very early. That's exactly what we're expecting to see.
Yeah, how good is that from a start from Galaxy South West? First time of asking, gets over the try line with expert precision.
The London Eagles may be looking a little bit asleep there, not quite switched on to this one, and they'll have to work really hard to get back into the game. London Eagles with the first opportunity for their attack and turn it over straight away. So Galaxy Southwest with the ball again.
Proper coach killer that, surrendering the ball on first touch, turning it over and then allowing Galaxy Southwest an opportunity to go hard at the line. And just to bring you up to date, try scorer was number 11, Molly Morris, over on this near side wing. As you see, Louis Trays getting off the platform of Conahan. Trays looking to go long again to Morris. Morris takes it in stride for a moment and then coughs that ball up and surrenders possession back to London Eagles. Eagles living life dangerously right now.
Absolute beauty of a pass. A few too many revs on it for number 11 to be able to take that one in a stride, but yeah, it's looking dangerous for London Eagles in this early few opening stages.
Yeah, nice little show of the ball to manufacture a good bit of go forward. The Eagles platforming here on 5th, accelerating, trying to escape through Louis Trays. Ball goes, referees are happy. Check back on the inside, was gone as well. Not quite taken though on that occasion. It's better endeavour from the London Eagles.
Yep, that was their first real opening into the match. I would have liked to see them complete their set, but it's still early phases in this game.
Graham. Trays. Just masterful work in the roll ball, followed by sister Ella Trays. Now here comes a good bit of threat. Henderson lingering at link, not taken. They try and knock down a door through Donnelly and Morgan. But Eagles staying wise to the threat on this occasion. It's really good foot speed going into the roll ball there from Geroid O'Callaghan. Coombs checking over to Quinton Tyra, unfortunately for this occasion. That ball just, I was asking a bit too much of Tyra, maybe a little bit of fatigue setting in. Last game of the day under the baking sun. I wonder if that's the reason for some of these lapses in concentration.
Yeah, it is so hot out here. We can't emphasise enough how really, really, really warm it is out here. I know myself, I'm burnt, so I really feel for the players out there who have been fighting and battling away all day.
Speaking of burning, Louis Trays burns the London Eagles defence expertly. Little trail line to Cole Graham. And Trays just saunters his way back over into his defensive set. That was wonderful stuff from the Southwest number 6, Louis Trays.
There's a reason he's been touted as one of the best players in England at the moment. He's playing some fantastic stuff, and when he gets going and he gets takes the breaks off, he's very hard to stop.
Yeah, and it's this familiar combination between him and Cole Graham. You barely ever see one without the other, almost attached to the hip at times. But they've just got such a phenomenal understanding between the two of them.
Yeah, masterful composure in the midfield. They are really the heartbeat of this defence and also the attack.
There's Chris Wall getting in and acting half. Late pass, tried to find the link, but Conahan gets up into the passing lane, bats that ball down. Fresh set of 6 here for London Eagles. Keep an eye out for number 7, Chris Wall. Stunning little player, been doing everything he possibly could do on a touch pitch and more. Comes into that 32 platform, checking away and finding the support. Tom Flanagan is Flanagan in an acting half, gives the ball back. Unfortunately, on this occasion, Geroid O'Callaghan can't quite take that one in his stride. London Eagles leave a fresh set of 6 out there.
Yeah, probing a little bit more by the London Eagles, but unable to convert. I feel like they may rue these missed opportunities if Galaxy Southwest go the length here.
Ella Trays gets in at acting half. Here comes a good bit of threat. Henderson in motion. There is Josh Henderson. Stepping, drops a late pass off towards Ella Trays, who just lingers in a dangerous area. Connects with Josh Henderson. Gets over for Galaxy Southwest, 3rd score of the game.
Well, you think you've got one of the trays covered, and then all of a sudden the other one pops up with a try.
Yeah, so good. You think there'd be 2 of them out there. Well, in fact, there is. This time it was Ella Trays who just ghosted through a nice little gap, getting the ball down. And now Eagles find themselves really up against it. Is Mark Aldous. Back over towards Aldous. Coombs in motion. There is Will Coombs. He just straightens. Good bit of go forward always from Will Coombs. Phenomenal player. Setting platform now. Andy Dyer feeding over towards Will Coombs, but a bit of a collector's item there. Coombs not taking it in his stride. There was space in front of him to explore. Not able to do so without the ball. Turnover for Galaxy.
Yeah, a couple of handling issues here.
Oh,
and
no touch claimed. And Conahan sort of having a wry giggle as Will Coombs eats up the yards in behind. And that's no mean feat, shutting down Seb Conahan when he's got fresh, well, clean grass in front of him. And Conahan working with Bloom. Trays comes and enters the fray over on that far middle channel. Conahan having a dabble down the link. A good touch that comes in from Meg Pemberton. No touches remaining. I wouldn't put it past Galaxy Southwest making something happen. Bloom, left foot step, gets into the in-goal area. And Pemberton shuts down the threat. Little flick touch on the boot of Bloom. And brings that attacking set to a grinding halt. It's Coombs Aldous, Pemberton. Lovely hands out towards the wing. Mark Aldous just has to check his stride. There's Bibby Pullis. Now Pullis, right foot step, straightening, checking away, saving the touch, feeds over towards Chris Wall. Here's Gillespie. Wall, Gillespie, fifth coming. Feeds over towards Quinton Tyra. Tyra platforming in that middle channel. Wall back over towards Q Tyra. What can Tyra create? Oh, not a lot. Bloom stuck to him. Makes a really good defensive touch, but that's better from London Eagles. They started to go through the gears much more efficiently.
Yeah, I was just about to say that exact thing. Going through the gears, a little bit more at the races now. Maybe they were stuck in third, fourth gear, yet to find those top gears where they can really open up this Galaxy Southwest side, but promising signs.
Yeah, Ella Trays, though, just marches her way up the box side. Oh, so expertly. Late check away is Donnelly, trying to go up the short side. 2-on-1, flick pass out the back, followed in suit by teammate Josh Morgan. A turnover for London Eagles. Gillespie, Tyra. Well, Q Tyra just leaving that ball behind as he looked to pop it up for Wall, and now danger signs here for London Eagles. Southwest with a fresh set of 6. Donnelly to Morgan. Back to Donnelly, Henderson in motion. There is Josh Henderson, looking to rinse and repeat towards Ella Trays, but it's a good shot in there by the far wing. Henderson. Donnelly. Donnelly looking to take Bibby Pulls out wide, not taken. There's Donnelly, again trying to come over onto Pullis. Pullis makes a good touch, and Morgan escapes his way into the goal area and rips a ferocious dagger through the heart of the defence. Where did that come from Josh Morgan?
He put some real fizz on that. There was ferocity and power in that pass. He literally forced it into the arms of the winger there, who receives it, stood on the corner flag, dots it down.
That's a bit of magic from Josh Morgan. Just finds a way to unlock the defence. You thought the opportunity had gone, and then Morgan, ripping from the hip, finds that winger. Stunning work as Coombs looks to go through a little gap. Coombs checking over once more, just a little bit stop-start at the moment. There's Garoyd checking away. Garoyd in motion. What can he create? Nice little late pass. Having a dabble in that link channel was Tom Flanagan. But now this is fifth touch, and Coombs, Flanagan and Garoyd have to make something happen. Late switch away here for Flanagan, asking a lot of the link, who takes it in her stride. It was good hands on display there. Georgia Blessed making a really good grab in that link channel, but in the end it comes to nothing. Can Southwest can just purr through the gears, keep this go forward that's been so dangerous up until this point. Now Bloom scooping, coming over towards the short side. Bloom escapes into the in-goal area, looking to find some support, connects with Morgan, but it was well shadowed in defence. That brings up the 6 in turnover.
Yeah, just a little bit of resilience is quite a big task for them to ask to come back from 4 tries down. We've seen bigger overturned, but the signs look good for Southwest right now.
Oh yeah, they are in the ascendancy as Coombs just purrs through his transition. Late pass away to get some extra yards. Coombs back in at acting half. Pemberton feeds over towards Gillespie. There's Q Tyra platforming. Coming back in towards Q Tyra, that's fifth touch. 3 on 4 on 3 if they can execute. Late passes were there, but it was well shut down on that far side by Annie Ainscough, expert winger in this Galaxy Southwest team. It's Conahan.
Nice pace onto the ball there.
Always with Seb Conahan, and then late pass there, and that is a lovely bit of heads-up play. Bit of Redlands on display from Galaxy Southwest. Throw the extra pass. And Josh Henderson finishes in the corner. Relatively straightforward for Henderson. The damage was done by Trays and Graham. I mean, what can London Eagles do? Southwest are just so good right now.
Not a great deal. They had all the composure. It was the try scorer who started the play and finishes it off himself by just injecting that little bit of pace, running onto the ball, setting the offside line, which forces the London Eagles to go back, opens up the space to go back down the short side.
Yeah, Pullers just moving the ball to this outside edge, taking it ever so steady. Wall, open side quickie. Chris Wall, what can he create? Left to right, long ball. It finds its mark. Unfortunately, just drifting forward out the hands from Chris Wall. Sideline referee in a great position to see it.
Yeah, I think it was very tight, but I think the referees did come to the right conclusion there.
Yeah, you can see it on the replay. Just drifts forward ever so slightly, but Chris Wall showing he's a threat in line attack. Just needs more opportunity. Trays, sets platform, followed in suit by Cole Graham. And then cannoned up by Kieran Evans as well. And then Mark Aldous with a little bit of dark arts, batting that ball down, just bringing all of that momentum to a grinding halt. Amy Reese has to come back and take that roll ball. Connahan platforming, scooping. Connahan ripping late. Again, trying to find Amy Reese. Not quite happening on this occasion, but you can see that Southwest, even when they've not got any momentum, they're able to just manufacture a scoring opportunity.
Well, he's got such fizz on his pass, and when you've got that in your locker, you have to be able to defend so much space and get across the field so quickly. Otherwise, that pass will just be past you and there's space on the wing.
Aldous platforming, Wall and Coombs following in suit. Coombs with really good foot speed through the roll ball. It's so familiar now for Will Coombs. He's just such a workhorse in any team that he's in. You see good scooping opportunity here for Dyer. Late pass over into the link channel, not taken on this occasion. It's good endeavour and it's good industry from London Eagles, and not quite able to unlock this defence as of right now.
Yeah, I think that's credit to the defence, but London Eagles have been pressing, they've been trying, and it's not for want of trying that they're not able to get over the line. It's just the quality of this Southwest defence.
Yeah, and Southwest maybe feel a little bit hard done by that they're not in the cup final that we're coming up for you after this game. And they've really come here with a point to prove. Late pass there from Graham. Henderson looking to go around the outside. Flick pass back on the inside to Cole Graham. And Josh Henderson is playing with a swagger about him now. What a stunning bit of skill.
Yeah, beautiful bit of skill. He executed that, and I think that comes from connections. You know, you're playing with these boys week in, week out. He knew exactly where he was going to be. He didn't even need to look.
Yeah, Henderson. Again, one of these players that has just built such an aura about him. People know what he's about. He's fast, he's direct, he's purposeful, but he's also got those lovely flash skills in his locker as well. As you see, Coombs getting in at acting half. Late pass away, 2-on-1 here for Pemberton if they can execute, and that is ball down and try time, and it is finished expertly in the corner. The referees are happy. They give the score. It's Georgia Blessed getting down for Eagles score, and that was much better. They go and execute that 3-on-2. Really caused Galaxy Southwest all sorts of issues there.
Yeah, definitely deserved a try for their efforts. They've been probing. They've been good today. We've seen them a couple of times. Definitely worthy of the try, but the result looking to go the way of Southwest.
Absolutely. Bloom looks to get into the striking area. There's Connahan trying to get on this link platform. Middles do really good work at crowding out and helping out Bibi Pullis. And now Connahan stepping around, trying to create a 3-on-2 over on this short side. Not taken on this occasion. Connahan. Skip pass over there to Donnelly. Donnelly platforming, Bloom in at acting half. Connahan stepping, late pass away to Bloom. Bibi Pullis makes a try-saving touch in at link. Textbook there from Bibi Pulls.
Yeah, she's been good in defence. She's come up with a couple of big moments which have prevented this scoreline from getting even worse for the London Eagles.
Oh, and that'll be given off the mark. It's relatively straightforward there from the referees. Donnelly with a good flick touch. Shuts down the momentum. And Eagles, with about 4 minutes left to go, feel like they're really feeling some fatigue underneath the sun here in Oxford. Donnelly. Working with Morgan and Connahan. Connahan, Morgan, dummies, goes hard at the line. A good touch it's made. Donnelly, Morgan. Donnelly coming over towards Connahan. Connahan back to Morgan, and Mark Aldous just shuts that one down, says not in my house. Slaps that ball down with authority. Fresh set of 6 here.
What do you think has been the big difference in why there's been such a big gulf between these two teams in this match?
It's a tricky one to say. I would say the speed at which the ball's getting off the floor for Galaxy Southwest is really impressive. London Eagles have just struggled. You sort of see here that ball's just lingering on the floor for a little while. Aldous is positioning himself well in an acting half on that occasion, but the pace in which and the depth that Galaxy Southwest run is causing London Eagles all sorts of issues. And when you've got a half there who's just getting that ball off the floor, we call it a 0-second roll ball, where it's down and up, down and up, down and up. Galaxy Southwest are able to run that with precision, and that's the really tricky thing to defend against when you've got a team running at you with such pace and they're not making any mistakes. London Eagles may be just guilty of a few unforced errors at times.
Any football fans amongst you, if you don't want to hear the scoreline as it stands, turn off now.
Yeah.
Come back to make sure you finish the end of this match and find out who wins. But currently Arsenal are leading 1-0 against PSG in the Champions League.
Oh, that is stunning work. And there's a moment of just frustration for Amy Rees. This time it was Graham to Henderson, little flick pass, Henderson long rip into the link channel. Not quite taken on that occasion. Q Tyra with the extra pass out over into the wing channel. Batted down with authority, this time from Galaxy Southwest. 90 seconds left to go on the clock. That's a lovely little rip to get through the midfield press of Galaxy Southwest. Chris Wall accelerating, gets over onto Morris. Blessed in an acting half. Pemberton comes flying onto the field now. There's Blessed once more. Gillespie comes to join the fray wearing 12. Good platform here for Eagles to have a dabble with, and Henderson wanted that ball in his hand, touched in flight. Fresh set of 6. Much better there from London Eagles.
Just over 1 minute to play.
There's Roy Callahan. Gets the ball back, tries to get on that link punish, diving at the line, and that is try time. And it's a wonderful link punish, executed superbly. And for London Eagles, that's the recipe for success. You get that ball off the floor nice and clean, always moving forward. Try time, it was beckoning. Tom Flanagan, lovely score.
Yeah, just a final point, just for those fans who may not know what you mean by link punish, could you just explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, good bit of touch jargon actually. I'm glad you've said that. So that play there, open side quickie, where two players are interchanging. One's rolling the ball and stepping on the links outside. This link, again, positions in touch, so Bibi Pullis in at this link channel now. She's the link here. So then you'll be looking to take her on your outside and almost give yourself a foot race to the line. London Eagles executed that one perfectively.
Great knowledge, yeah.
Bloom platforming here, picking up is Morgan. Morgan stepping, late pass off to Bloom, and that is a wonderful bit of touch from Galaxy Southwest. That bit of interplay, Bloom and Morgan, and that is all she wrote. The plate is going the way of the Southwest. Galaxy come out on top against London Eagles. And Galaxy Southwest, they just had a little bit too much for London Eagles in this final.
Yeah, and they were good value for their win. They controlled the flow of the game. They made very few errors, which caused them to get such a big lead. And London Eagles didn't do too much wrong. Just a couple of key moments, give the ball away maybe a few too many times, a couple of penalties. Yeah. And GFW just run away with it.
Absolutely. Galaxy Southwest, the victors in the plate. And we've got one more game coming up for you. It's the big one for all the marbles. It's the cup final, London Scorpions versus Nottingham Hoods. Jake, I will bid you farewell. That is your job done. Thank you so much for joining us on commentary today. It's been an absolute pleasure. But for everyone else, we'll be with you in about 8 minutes' time. To recap, plate final winners, Galaxy Southwest 7, London Eagles 2.
Half the position around anyway.
Yeah, that was so good. Anything got called wrong? No calls wrong. Yeah, that's true.
So welcome back to our final game of the day, Cup Final. It is the Nottingham Hoods versus London Scorpions. Joe Wright alongside Ollie Holmes. Ollie, what are we predicting out of this one?
Now, this may be the feistiest game we will see on Field 1 today. Maybe not the final we expected. We did talk up Nottingham earlier on in the day, and here they are. Scorps, a very, very, very well-rounded side, particularly intense in attack. I will stick with my original prediction and say that Nottingham will do the number here.
The big question for me is, can Nottingham shut down the Scorps transition? Because Scorps put NQ to the sword in that semi-final with absolute authority. They were in the driver's seat from minute 1 to minute 20. For the Hoods, the question is, how do they shut down that transition? And more importantly, how do they shut down Lauren Fagan in that transition? Because she has been just immovable for Scorps.
Nottingham will look to go hard on touches 1, 2 and 3. A little bit physical in the touches. Now we know there's a line to tread there, okay? I would like Nottingham to find that line early, get under the skin of those Scorps players, and that will give them the best chance they have to win this final here.
And you've got to ask the question, the individuals that need to stand up to be accounted for. You've got the likes of Will Stockdale, Archie Devlin, Will Mellor, Ollie Simon, Ethan Gallagher for Nottingham Hoods. They need to have proper games today to take this victory. And on the other side of the ball, how do they shut down Dom Tripp when he's firing, Harry Richards when he's firing, Charlie Steed, Jimmy O'Donnell, Sean O'Sullivan, Lauren Fagan? This is really sort of the new blood versus the old guard in terms of club touch. Nottingham Hoods are here to spoil the party and retain their championship.
Yeah, I think we might see a change of the guard here. You are right. The Scorps team have been up there at the very top of England touch for a number of years now. And as you said, this Nottingham side is such a young bunch, but you wouldn't tell if you were to watch them on the touch field.
And then also the likes of the older heads in both teams really need to have a good game of it and sort of steady the ship at times and then ramp up the intensity when it needs to. And the person that comes to mind immediately is Clark Hobson, who's going to be doing that for the Nottingham Hoods.
Yeah, Clark's been around, I'm sure he won't mind me saying this, for a good number of years now. He does bring the average age up by a large chunk. He will lead this side with their intensity and he'll keep that passion going.
And Simon Gallagher looking at set pace here in transition. Gallagher feeds open side, but Charlie Steed shuts down the threat at the first time of asking. That was Owen Carroll trying to make something happen. Here's Carroll once more, coming over now in towards Ollie Simon. Simon scooping, Simon ripping, finds the hands in the corner, and is it finished? Referees are happy. What an opening score that is. Ollie Simon with a dime into the corner.
Yeah, what an absolute ripper that is. Complete and utter accuracy from him there. No wind up, launches that ball wide, and what a superb finish that is, dotted down just in the corner by Ella Loveridge.
So good from Ella Loveridge. Had to check the stride, get the ball down. First blood, Nottingham Hoods. But this is the pod that they've got to shut down. Jimmy O'Donnell, Sean O'Sullivan, Josh Bendel. This is nasty. O'Donnell platforming. Bendel, he had a couple bites at it. Not able to take it in his stride. Nottingham Hoods see off the first threat here from London Scorpions. And what about that from Clark Hobson, setting expectation in this subset. Mellor following in suit. This is ferocious work to get us off and ready. Kumbabi in an acting half. Ellis Pearce platforming now for Archie Devlin. What can Devlin create? Rip pass out into the link channel. He's well crowded out there by Taylor Dean, but that's a ferocious transition from Hoods.
And that is exactly what we expect of them there. Ellis just taking a ball to the chin as well. I'm sure we'll feel that one in the morning.
O'Sullivan, Bendel checking away, throwing the extra pass over into the path of Anna Camilleri. There is Lauren Fagan playing Matador in the midfield for just a moment. Owen Carroll getting involved as well. Halpenny sets platform here. There's a lovely right to left pill, not quite taken in stride, and this Nottingham sub-box is just bubbling with a lovely youthful intensity. They're up for this.
Yeah, it's a beautiful insight, I have to say, Joe. I'd love to know what was going on in the other box, but we can only talk about what we can hear here. You're right, the energy is up, the voices are loud, and they'll bring that intensity onto the pitch.
Yeah, Devlin looking to throw the extra pass, not taken. Harry Richard ate the ground up in front of him. Is Tamani Kumbabi orchestrating this subset. Simon flies onto the field with ferocious foot speed, followed by Ollie Simon. And now this is dangerous. Stockdale back on the inside. Ollie Simon finds Stockdale. What a stunning platform this is on 5th. Ollie Simon looking to go long. Steps around Harry Richards. Not once, but twice. Escapes his way into the in-goal area potentially. But what a diving touch that is by Jared Lewis.
Yeah, ducking, diving, weaving. He is a tricky customer, and he was unlucky not to come out with the result there. Let's see if Scorps can return the favour.
Seems like a classic case of Ollie Simon saving his best touch for the final when it really matters. Lovely late pass there into Hal Penny, but Will Stockdale with a diving touch says, no, thank you, sir. Back to the mark you go. Camilleri organising this subset. Lovely little hitch kick to bounce around from Joe Brewer. Brewer back in towards Tripp. Steed in an acting half. Charlie Steed, left foot, right foot, trying to take Ollie Simon for a walk. But Simon with a lovely diving touch.
That's some superb agility we've seen there from Simon, both on the attack and the defence as well. He is absolutely ruthless on this touch field.
Yeah, Kambabi, lovely platform. Gallagher following in suit, and here is Simon platforming. Kambabi in an acting half. Hobson, Mellor positioning in the backfield. Hobson now platforming, getting right up to the 7, and they get a fresh set of 6. Penalty ball for offside.
Now, Nottingham will love this opportunity with Clark at the head of the group on the field, taking the lead. Let's see what they can show us here.
Yeah, Hobson feeding over towards Mellor. Carroll in motion. Carroll on the sweeper. Owen Carroll wanted to go long, but that's a textbook snipe from Dom Tripp.
Yeah, he's good at that, Joe. He reads the play really well. He knows where the space is and knows exactly where he needs to be.
Now Mellor in motion. Clark picking up back against the grain, left to right, rip. Oh, it's almost taken superbly in the far corner by Ella Lovebridge. Not on this occasion. Good diving attempt, but turns the ball over back to Scorps.
That's a couple of balls we've seen now, Joe, that have gone, you know, you're talking 25, 30 yards with zero wind-up at all. This is going to make for an absolutely lethal game.
Oh, Tripp with tremendous foot speed through the roll ball. Followed in suit by Lauren Fagan. Here is Fagan platforming. Jimmy O'Donnell picking. Sean O'Sullivan in the delayed link channel. But Jimmy O'Donnell accelerates through. If not for a diving touch from Clark Hobson.
Putting his body on the line there. Going from leading the attack to setting the example in defence.
Mellor checking over. Simon platforming. Love the expectations here. Will Mellor setting a stunning platform. Falling in suit now by Ella Dean. Dean getting involved for just a moment and then backing out is Pearce. Platforming, dummying, Pearce ripping long. And Grace Purgos is in a lovely area just to shut that down. Not played at, so no fresh set of 6. Turnover for Scorps.
That's the one exactly, mate. You play at the ball, you do concede an extra set of 6 there. Very well done, held her space superbly as Scorps. Just a little pause in the roll ball, stunting the momentum.
Yeah, done a really good job at shutting down Lauren Fagan. Her role in the transition for Scorpions has been, crucial to their success. And Hoods are doing a really good job at applying the pressure. However, we see a stunning platform here set. Great expectations. Late switch from Hal Penny and then ripping long into the far corner towards Anna Camilleri. Camilleri looked for the extra pass. Not played at. No 6 more. Just turnover in the far corner. Hoods want to go quickly.
Yeah, just looking for the extra set of 6 and superb hands there to keep Nottingham on a roll, and that is the commentator curse.
Oh, Hal Penny wants to go quickly. Hal Penny and Harry Richards spy an opportunity to make something happen. Harry Richards accelerates through and he will finish. And that is quick turnover ball. Nottingham caught napping in their subset. Scorps, Johnny on the spot, go and execute. And this is a poacher's score here between Liam Halpenny and Harry Richardson.
That is exactly how you play the space. How do you manipulate a gap when there isn't one in front of you? Drawing players, cheeky switch, straight back through the middle. Absolutely superb.
Yeah, Halpenny just having a hand in the magic for London Scorpions. First time we didn't really see good execution in the transition from Hood. Scorpions make them pay. Ollie Simon now moving over into this link channel. Late check away towards Ethan Gallagher. Gallagher playing a bit of Matador at the moment. Owen Carroll platforming. Simon finds Gallagher. Gallagher feeds away. There's a 2-on-1. Can they finish in the corner? They can't because Joe Brewer with a good bit of defensive work gets over, makes the touch.
Yeah, superb cover and touch in the corner. They looked all for money they were going to be in there.
A skip pass out here towards Ollie Simon. Simon trying to dance around, maybe lucky to get away with No blocking penalty. Ollie Simon with footwork. Gallagher with a baton pass. Carroll tried the same. It's a good bit of endeavour. Good bit of industry. Didn't quite come to much there for the Nottingham Hoods.
No, but you can see what's to come there, can't you, Joe? You can see that they're willing not only to throw the ball straight to the wing, but also willing to put it through those hands, through the numbers, manipulate that space for themselves.
Steed sending good platforms here in the transition. Sean O'Sullivan flies his way up the pitch. Josh Bendel with a late pass over here to Taylor Dean. Taylor Dean platforming. Jimmy O'Donnell found himself stumbling, had to flick it out the back. It just came unstuck at the crucial moment for Scorpions.
Just tripping himself up there. Now they will start to look to apply the pressure, and pressure there is. A fumble from Nottingham, and Scorpions have a superb chance here.
Yeah, fresh set of 6 in a dangerous area for London Scorpions. Bendel comes over in towards Jimmy O'Donnell. Bendel avoiding touches, gets onto the 7 metre with absolute ease. Bendel, O'Sullivan, back to Bendel. Bendel left foot step, diving at the line. Is that ball down? Josh Bendel, that is vintage. What an open side quickie that is. Sean O'Sullivan back to Josh Bendel. They go and execute and take the lead in the final.
Just looking to make sure Nottingham are honest there. Make sure both players are up. He's got himself that one-on-one, and what a cheeky dive at the line. Well done, Josh Bendel.
Yeah, what a stunning bit of individual touch there from Josh Bendel. And now Mellor working with Stockdale and Hobson. Hobson platforming. Stockdale wanted to get in motion. Not happening for him right now. Hobson feeds over towards Mellor. Stockdale does get it now. Will Stockdale look to go hard at the line? Tamani Kambabi was in acres of space over here on the near hand side. Not taken for just a moment. Will Mellor now does come over towards the short side. Manages for a moment to get around the outside of Jared Lewis before the big man makes a good touch and brings up the change.
Scorps getting some real good purchase when they're on their own line, getting out. They've done a real good job to make it up to halfway. Clark Hobson called offside there. Play on. Touch 4 coming.
Yeah, lovely extra pass there. Mimi Taylor-Dean getting involved. Is Brewer coming over now, switching with Dom Tripp. Charlie Steed accelerates, gets into the in-goal area. That is ferocious speed. Not quite able to connect, but you can see what Charlie can do when he gets a clean set of grass in front of him.
Just a hop, skip and a jump. He tried to keep himself in the air. You are right though, when he pins back his ears and goes for that corner, he's largely unstoppable.
Oh, it's forcing things at the moment at the Nottingham Hoods. That skip pass never really on. Hobson subs in D, brings in Ellis Pearce as well. There's a numbers overlap if they want to take it. Halpenny can't quite take one in his stride, so a pair of unforced errors forces simultaneous turnovers. Nottingham Hoods get the ball back very fortunately, and now they need to clean up this subset.
Agreed, very fortunate now. They've got to start turning the screw, and as I say that, another handling mistake. Scorps will be smiling about that one.
Yeah, and also Scorps have already done their subset, so this is a fresh set. No touches will be burned to get the fresh legs onto the field. Halpenny working with Bendel. Bendel playing Matador with Pearce. Pearce makes a good flick touch. Sean O'Sullivan in the backfield in motion. There is O'Sullivan. What can he conjure? A little late pass back in towards Halpenny. Oh, for a moment Halpenny wanted the phase. He had a dabble of a thought. Not taken though. Opts better to just take the roll ball back on the 7. There's O'Donnell. Sean O'Sullivan escapes into the in-goal area, looks to connect with Bendel. Not quite happening on this occasion.
Just a little bit forced that one, Joe, as the referee calls the play back to where he would like the play to restart. Yeah, just forcing the pass a little bit there, Joe. And I'd like to see them go through their phases there as Nottingham get their players on early.
Devlin's off to the races. Archie Devlin looks to go all the way around the outside, ends up getting all the way up to halfway. Here's Devlin once more. I mean, why use your team if you can get up to the 10 metre line by yourself? Ethan Gallagher looking to go towards Stockdale, chooses better of it. Gallagher steadying. Apologies if you picked up any naughty language. Hoods are a passionate bunch as Devlin almost escaped into the in-goal area. Maybe should have just kept going and carried. Thought that he maybe had less space than he actually had.
I think a little confusion there between the players and the referees. I think there was 4 fingers held up. I think the players thought that was 5 there. As we see Scorps try and get a roll on into the middle of the pitch here.
Lewis feeding over towards Halpenny, back into Lewis. Harry Richards positioning himself in an acting half, left-handed scoop, accelerates into the in-goal area, escapes through the initial press, ball goes away. Referees, I think, called play on. Are they happy? They are indeed, and that'll be another score for London Scorpions. And Hoods, again, just switch off for a moment. They thought that the touch was made and onside. Referees call them off. Harry Richards just escapes his way in. That is lovely from London Scorpions.
That, for me, is some superb refereeing there, Joe. He let the offence go and gave Scorpions the opportunity to finish what they'd started, and that is exactly what they did.
Well, that's advantage, right? You don't pull it back, you let it play. And now the Hoods need to find a way back into this game. 2 tries the deficit, 3-1 in favour of London Scorpions. Open side quickie here for Will Mellor. Mellor diving at the line. I think that should be ball down. Are the referees happy? Well, they are that a touch came in. There's a penalty. I thought Mellor just found his way to squirrel over that line. Not quite happening on this occasion. Carroll in acting half, back over towards Mellor. Early release there, back into Carroll. That's given 6 more. Fresh set here for London Scorpions. And Mellor says, my job's done. Let's get some other boy on.
Good defensive organisation from Scorps there, particularly on that far side from us as well. They know Nottingham want to go long, and they're forcing them to do that quickly.
Yeah, Simon, link punish. Simon accelerating, diving at the line, but Charlie Steed paints a good picture to the referee, gets up off the line, makes a really vital touch. Gallagher working with Simon and Carroll. Carroll now, well, Simon now. Wanted to almost give it to Carroll, not taken. Instead, they go to Loveridge over on the far side. But there was touches left in the chamber, maybe just forcing things ever so slightly. Feeling the pace of the game. 6 minutes left to go. Still a 2-try game. They need to sort out their D set and then also find a way to unlock this defence.
Yeah, as Dom Tripp comes absolutely steaming, then he's such a workhorse.
Bendel, platforming. O'Sullivan. Jimmy O'Donnell on his right. O'Sullivan just wanted to ghost his way through a gap, but that gap immaterialised in front of him. Well shut out there from the Hoods. Simon, platforming, that second touch. Gallagher following in suit, trying to take Bendel on the outside. Third touch up over onto halfway, and then they run the Redlands play. And Archie Devlin, no one will stop him. It will saunter over. What a lovely bit of disguise combined from Will Stockdale to Archie Devlin. We're right in front of this sub-box and we didn't see that coming.
My eyes were elsewhere, Joe, exactly as the defenders were as well. What a read, what a choice of tactical change, and the game is back within 1 score.
Yeah, what a moment there. That's stand up to be counted for. Will Stockdale and Archie Devlin combined for a smuggler's score. And now they need to secure their defence. Harry Richards goes for a walk around the outside, steps back on the infield, back into his familiar middle position. Halpenny in motion, just overrunning it ever so slightly. Jared Lewis has to just take a settler. Back over towards Harry Richards. Richards wants this link punish, almost tries to go over. But Pearce makes a good defensive touch. And I think the referee's saying that the link's not advancing, so penalty ball for Scorps.
Yeah, Ferg had his eye on that. He knew what he was about to ping as Scorps come for the sweep at open side. Feedback on the inside, and there we go.
How good. Halpenny to Richards. And it's back to a 2-try game. First time of asking. You see it here. Sweeper set up, and then middle's just tuck under. The link isn't connected. There's space on the inside, and they know it. Gallagher getting in onto Dom Tripp. They need a score and they need it quickly. 3.5 minutes left to go, 2 tries in it. It's a bit of a task here for the Hoods, but they've certainly got the firepower to do so. Simon checking away towards Gallagher. Steed working hard in defence. They're pulling him left, right and centre. Ollie Simon stepping. Ollie Simon scoring. And Ollie Simon is having an absolute game of it in the cup final right now.
You did say not so long ago he saves his best touch rugby for finals, and that is exactly what we've seen here, manipulating the defence. Oh, they were his puppets there. What a try from Ollie Simon.
Yeah, Ollie Simon playing with confidence at the moment, but he needs the rest of his team to follow his path that he's laid out in front of them. O'Sullivan switching out here for Bendel. Bendel platforming. O'Sullivan back into Josh Bendel. Josh Bendel stepping, diving. Ellis Pearce makes the touch.
I like this switch that Scorps have put into their tap-off. It's very difficult to know whether they're coming back into the middle or staying on the same side.
Bendel. Fire up now for Jimmy O'Donnell. O'Donnell looks to connect into the far wing. Not quite taken on that occasion. There's an opportunity here for Hoods to go full length. 2.5 minutes left to go. 1 score in it.
Spot on there, Joe. You're right. It is now time for Notts to turn that screw as much as they can, and it starts with a good subset.
Yeah, Pearce drags over platforms. Mellor flies onto the field, followed in suit by Clark Hobson. Oh, Gallagher's lingering in this near channel. If they want to take it, they do come over eventually towards Ethan Gallagher, who positioned himself back into the middle. That's 5th touch, nothing remaining. Hobson looking to get into the in-goal area. He does. It's lazy defence at the moment. Hobson needs to connect with Mellor. What a touch from Sean O'Sullivan, who got his angles all wrong initially and recovers superbly to defend the score.
Yeah, you're right there, Joe. The hips were turned the wrong way. He was made to pay for that. I thought Clark had just done enough there, but the recovery from Sean was nothing short of brilliant.
It was absolutely superb, and if London Scorpions go on to win this game, that might be one of the defining moments from Sean O'Sullivan. Platforming, lovely swipe touch. Fagan driving up over onto the 10-metre line. Harry Richards coming over now in front of Jared Lewis. Lewis has to sort of check that touch. Left foot, right foot, bouncing around, then ripping long into the hands of Pyrgos, but it was well taken.
This is do or die. I would like to see Notts go straight up the field rather than trying to come off the pitch. They decide to go wide, and unfortunately that ball ends up on the floor.
A minute left to go, 1 score in it. That might be, unfortunately, a defining moment. Just that lofting pass. You take a chance, not able to keep it in hand, and if the Scorps get a score here, the result will be all but decided. Harry Richards, using all of his IQ and experience, just takes the settler.
Notts not giving it up, asking on the sideline who's fresh, who's ready to go.
Oh, lovely play. Harry Richards executes Jared Lewis with the pump, dummy and dish. And Harry Richards just lingering in a horrible area for the Hoods. And with a 2-try deficit now, this feels like the result will be all but secure for London Scorpions.
Superb dummy. He sent everyone, including myself, to the left-hand side, took it back to the right.
Check back on the inside now, and that is the final hooter, and that is all she wrote. London Scorpions, a round 1 mixed NTS champions in Division 1. They take a 2-try victory, 5 tries to 3 over Nottingham Hoods. Ollie, how good are London Scorpions at the moment?
They have turned up today, Joe. As I said, off the tap-off with that switch, you don't know where they're going to go. It's really, really unpredictable, and the class they showed in this final there, absolutely another level.
And just a word on Nottingham Hoods, this young team that has overcome so much, and they play way beyond their aggregate. Just how A, promising, and B, brilliant have this Hoods side been?
Extremely promising, and again, extremely brilliant. They'll be back in round 2, Joe. I wouldn't be surprised if we were to see this Nottingham Hoods team again make one of the finals in the next 2 rounds.
Oh, absolutely. There is nothing in between these 2 teams.
And as you said, it's been a superb game. The celebrations from the Scott team in there, the ladies bouncing around, and there are the gents joining in as well. Lots of smiles, lots of hugs, and they should be proud of themselves, as should this Nottingham Hoods side. Extremely young, extremely ferocious, and most definitely will be back for more. Just a discussion to my left-hand side about MVPs for the final. Joe is racking his brain. Further conversation going on as Scorps take their victory photos. Nottingham in deep conversation, likely plotting for the round in 2 weeks.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of discussions about what they did amazingly and what they maybe just struggled with to kick through their gears. But for Nottingham Hoods, this is not the end. They're going to be back in rounds in future, and this young side is oh so exciting. But for now, London Scorpions, the victors. What an amazing end to a stunning day of touch underneath the glorious sunshine here at Oxford Harlequins. I've been Joe Wright, joined alongside by Oliver Holmes and Jake Parkinson, and from all of us here at Next Gen in England Touch, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you at the next one.